1, 2, check, check. 1, 2, check, check. 1, 2, 2. Morning. How are you? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, test. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
in Sea Area Shire. And now the aerial reports. Viking, north at Sierra, south at Sierra, east at Sierra, west at Sierra, southwest at Sierra, and north-northeast at Sierra. Wind southwest, rain at times, good. 40s, 50s, 60s, Tyne, Dogger, German Bite, French Kiss and Swiss Roll. Westerly becoming cyclonic, good. Humber, Thames, Bedford, Leyland Daff, Dover Sole, Hake, Halibut and Monkfish. Regular outbreaks of wind, rain at times, good. White, Portland, Plymouth, Ginger Rogers and Finisterre, light flatulence, some rain, very good. Lundy, Fundy, Sunday and Monday, wind southwest becoming cyclonic, bloody marvellous. Rockall, sod-all wind, heavy showers, absolutely incredible. Malin, Hebrides, Bailey, Fair Isle, Cardigan, Pullover and southeast Iceland, wind southeast, rain at times, slightly disappointing. And now the reports for coast.
1, 2.
that guy over there off.
Okay, we'll begin then. We've got a few empty seats around the table, but those people may turn up a little bit late. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Stage 3 and 4 hearing session on the Sheffield Plan. For those of you I haven't met to date, my name is Katie Child. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and a Planning Inspector. And along with my colleagues David Troy and Rosie Morgan, we've been appointed to conduct the examination of the Sheffield Plan. Can I just check that everyone can hear me? Okay, thank you. The Stage 3 and 4 hearing sessions are due to take place this week, and we've got another full week of sessions in 2 weeks' time as well, with the final session finishing on the 21st of November. So as well as people around the table and in the audience, we also are being live streamed, so we have people watching at home as well. So welcome to anyone who is watching online. Most of the sessions will be looking at the proposed additional sites put forward by the Council in their consultation paper that was published in May this year. The proposed sites have obviously generated a significant amount of public interest and concern, so we're very aware of that. The Council's obviously received a lot of representations by email and letter. Now, our role as the planning inspectors is to consider whether the Council's proposals, so that's including the new additional sites they've put forward and the original submitted plan, to consider all of that and consider whether it is legally compliant and soundly based. And as part of our examination of the plan and the proposed additional sites, we will be taking account of all written evidence before us and also taking account of all verbal submissions made at the hearing sessions themselves. And then once the hearings are over and final actions are completed, it's then our role to write to the Council with a post-hearings letter to set out our views on how the examination proceed and the way forward. So the hearing session today will cover site NES 37, which is land between Creswick Avenue and Yew Lane. That's in the morning session. And then in the afternoon, we'll be moving on to sites NES 38 and NES 39. I actually think most people are probably staying for the afternoon as well, although there's some changes around the table. So before I explain the agenda in more detail, just a couple of practicalities to run through. Just a reminder that Ian Kemp at the back is the programme officer. He's responsible for all the practical arrangements. Practical arrangements for the examinations. So if you have any practical questions during the day, please see Ian. Just want to check that everyone has a copy of the agenda in front of them who wishes to. If you don't, could you please raise your hand? Okay. Ian, do you have a spare copy for the lady in the far corner? It's around the table. Just a reminder to turn off mobile phones. Sorry, just pause while I get a tea bag. A reminder to turn off mobile phones. And then just to say that in terms of data protection legislation, if anyone is intending to film or record the session, please be aware that you will be responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. Just a reminder as well that no further written submissions should be made at this stage. We're not expecting to receive anything else before us, but if we ask for something, then obviously that's acceptable. Okay, I'll now turn to the council to talk through practical arrangements for the day.
Good morning. I've been advised that there isn't a planned fire alarm test today, and so if you do hear the fire alarm, we will need to evacuate. We evacuate down the main stairs that you will have come in through, out through the front of the town hall and along Surrey Street to muster in Tudor Square near the theatres. If you are unable to self-evacuate, please make yourself known to a member of Sheffield City Council staff who will assist you. If we're unable to access the outdoors via the main stairs, again, please await a member of Sheffield City Council staff to lead you through an alternative exit onto Surrey Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just in terms of how the session will run today, I think there's some people around the table who are probably more familiar than others. So it's basically going to take the form of a structured discussion based on the agenda before us. And it's an opportunity for me to find out more about particular matters, and also an opportunity for everyone around the table to have their say and for me to understand your viewpoints. My initial questions are often aimed at the council, but there will be plenty of time for everyone to respond or comment during the day and have a discussion. But just to say that if you do wish to make a point at any stage, then if you could place your nameplate on its end, and I'll try and bring you into the discussion as soon as possible. And just a reminder, when you come to speak, there's a button on the right-hand side of the bottom of in front of you. If you press that, the microphone turns on, and then just remember to turn it off afterwards. We have quite a few issues to discuss, so if you could possibly keep your points relatively short and focused. I have read all of your representations, so I'm aware of your viewpoints. So you might just want to highlight key points from your representations. So in terms of the timings for today, we're obviously divided into morning and afternoon sessions. We've got site NES 37 in the morning. We'll take a mid-morning break at some stage of 20 minutes. And then we'll have a lunch break when we finish site NES 37, which I'm estimating will be around sort of 12 to 12:30. We will need to finish at 12:30 on site NES 37 at the latest, because we're starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon session. Okay, in terms of introductions then, so before we start the agenda, if I could go around the table and ask you to say your name and your organisation where relevant, and starting on my right-hand side with the council.
Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Leader, Sheffield City Council.
Miss Sarah Reid, King's Counsel. I'm the Council's barrister.
John King, Principal Planning Officer, Sheffield City Council.
Simon Vincent, Strategic Planning Service Manager at the Council.
Mike Johnson, Head of Planning at the City Council.
Emma Winter from Carter Jonas on behalf of Sheffield City Council as the landowner.
Matthew Gregg, DLP Planning, on behalf of Limes Developments Limited.
Olivia Price, Boyer, on behalf of Barrett David Wilson Homes.
Good morning, Ma'am. Simon Ather from Boyer Planning on behalf of Barrett David Wilson Homes.
Peter Coleman, local resident.
Good morning, Mark Ash, local resident and part of the KEG team.
Morning, Linda Jackson, part of the KEG group and a local resident.
Joseph Dunn, local resident.
Good morning, Dylan Arnold, member of KEG Community Action Group and local resident.
Cheryl Hall, local resident.
Jill Travis, local resident but also chair of the KEG Community Action Group.
Good morning, Paul Allison. I'm a local resident. I'm also acting on behalf of the KEG Group. I'm also a chartered surveyor.
Good morning, Christine Shane Johnson, local resident of Grenoside. Thank you.
I'm really sorry, I missed your surname.
Christine Shane Johnson.
Morning, ma'am. Councillor Mike Levery, member for West Ecclesfield and representing the councillors in the north of the city.
Scarlett Smithies, Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust.
Sorry, can you repeat your surname?
Smithies.
Susan Davidson, Chair of Ecclesfield Parish Council, and I also work for Sheffield and Northern Wildlife Trust.
Andrew Townsend, Clerk for Ecclesfield Parish Council. I'm also a chartered town planner.
So I think you might need to pull your microphones down a little bit to be heard. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Andrew Robinson, Chapeltown, Ecclesfield and Grenoside Action Group and local resident.
Alice Marsden, I'm a local resident and I'm also the comms lead for the KEG Action Group.
Hi, Joseph Birkby. I'm part of the KEG Group and local resident.
Sorry, can you repeat your surname?
Birkby, B-I-R-K-B-Y.
I'll just project. Good morning, Constanza Bell of Council, instructed to represent the KEG Action Group.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So we will proceed then with the agenda for this morning, and obviously looking at site NES 37. The council has put this site forward for 609 homes, 4 hectares of burial ground use, 7 hectares of education use. It's farmed by a tenant farmer who's living and working on the land at Town End Farm, owned by the council. Obviously, lots of representations and comments received about the site and the proposed development. So we'll obviously be exploring these this morning. In the agenda, what I've done is I've picked up on some of the most common issues raised and also areas where I have questions too. But if there's anything else that's not listed there, then if I could ask you to raise that under item 10 on the agenda. So that's for any other issues not on the agenda. So moving on then to item 2. So this is access and highways. So I have questions for the council first under both of these bullet points, and then there'll be an opportunity for everyone else around the table to comment if they wish. So bullet point 1 then, so how will the site be accessed, and does the location of the internal watercourse and local wildlife site have implications for access and or site connectivity? So if I could ask the council to respond, please. Thank you.
Subject to further technical assessments and access design, 2 points of access to the highway can be achieved off Creswick Lane. Access off the wheel will be more minor, serving a limited number of units and or providing an emergency access. Access can also be achieved off Yew Lane, subject to compliance with GS5, as this would require access through the Yew Lane Field local wildlife site. So we've got access from east and west and from the north. Access, internal highway routes would avoid the local wildlife sites. However, to achieve connectivity and permeability through the site, pedestrian and cycle routes, north and south, will be required. This may include the retention and improvement of existing footpaths which cross the local wildlife site, as they do now, and additional crossings elsewhere. This will be determined during the pre-application discussions, master planning, and at the planning application stage. Any development within the local wildlife site must comply with policy GS5. Where infrastructure must be located within a local wildlife site, we propose an additional condition on this site. This is to address infrastructure that may be required, such as footpaths. And we do have a draft condition that we have drafted, which we have drafted, and if you'd like I could read that out now, or we could provide it later, both.
No, if you want to read it, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine, okay. So this is the additional condition. Unless there are no reasonable alternative locations and solutions which avoid or adequately reduce harm to the local wildlife site, essential infrastructure which is required to deliver the allocation will be permitted within the local wildlife site or its buffer. In accordance with policy GS5, any unavoidable harm to the local wildlife site should be kept to a minimum through design and layout and must be fully compensated through the provision and safeguarding of replacement alternative land on site. This should be contiguous with the local wildlife site and be suitable for the creation of habitats of a similar character, quality and size. I admit it is a rather long condition, but it does need to cover a number of issues which we think are essential in terms of protecting the local wildlife site.
If I could just ask you then about the Yew Lane potential access. So just looking at a plan of the site, part of the proposed area touches Yew Lane in the south-east.
Yeah.
Is that where you would potentially need access? So it's a small part of the local wildlife site at the very tip?
Yes, we would endeavour to achieve access if we needed it off Yew Lane. It would be as close, we'd try and take as less as the local wildlife site as possible in terms of going through. So it would be where the local wildlife site is thinnest. Obviously that is subject to further technical assessments, and that is something that I'd just like to stress in terms of the highways issues. We are looking at sort of proportional evidence for the allocation, and we believe we've got advice from the Highways Authority that we can do that, obviously subject to further work.
Okay, so is the site able to come forward? So you mentioned one or two access points off Creswick Lane?
Yeah, advice from the Highways Authority is that 2 points of access can be achieved off Creswick Lane.
And if you achieve those 2 points, do you definitely require the access of Yew Lane or not?
The advice we've received is that it would be advantageous to achieve as many access points as possible into the site. So ideally we would like to achieve as many access points as possible.
Okay, in terms of like being required though, do you require it, or it would just be nice? The
advice we've received is that it'd be they would require, they prefer, the highest authority have advised it would be advantageous to achieve as many points as possible. That's the advice we have so far. Yeah, obviously this is obviously subject to further technical assessment, as I set out earlier.
So, just to clarify then, your position is at the moment you're not clear if you need the U-lane access?
That's still to be determined through the master planning process.
Okay, thank you very much. So I can just see that the two late joiners around the table, so welcome. I've done my introduction, I'm afraid, so I'll just do a very quick introduction to benefit you. My name's Katie Child. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and a Planning Inspector, and I'm one of the inspectors who's been appointed to conduct the examination of the Sheffield Plan, which obviously includes the proposed additional sites put forward by the Council in May this year. So welcome to you. We're obviously discussing your site this morning. We'll be finishing about 12:30 with a short mid-morning break of 20 minutes. We have the agenda in front of us. Do you have copies of the agenda? So in terms...
But we have had a cow calving.
Okay.
So that is why it's a busy working farm, and that is why we're late.
That's fine. I'll just finish the quick run through, so you won't have missed. We were only just started, so you haven't missed very much at all. So in terms of the agenda and how the session will run, so we've got the agenda in front of us, and it's going to be basically a structured discussion based on the agenda before us. I often have initial questions for the council, but there'll be lots of opportunity for everyone around the table to have their say, because I'm here to listen to the views of everyone around the table. That's the purpose of the session, and for me to ask questions obviously as well. So we'll be having discussions on the agenda items, but if you wish to come in at any stage and make a comment, if you could put your nameplate on its side, like that gentleman next to you has done already. If you wish to say anything at any point in the debate, if you do that, then I can bring you into the discussion as soon as possible. I think that's probably about it. Okay, so welcome. Would you like to say your names?
Is there any chance you can just turn it up? My husband's
I just can't.
is struggling to hear what everybody's saying.
I don't know.
I don't know. Just a moment, the sound man is coming. Would you like to perhaps turn my microphone? Thank you. Sorry, hopefully it doesn't help with the pneumatic drill outside as well, does it? So if you could just say your name, please, and for everyone around the table, thank you.
I'm Adele Riddle, and I'm the farmer's wife. We're the tenants of Town End Farm. And I'd firstly like to say that this land between Creswick Avenue and New Lane S35, well, it's only because the planning officers here didn't want to put Town End Farm, Ecclesfield in its entirety, just to mislead the local residents in our area. That most people just thought it were two fields at top of the farm, not Town End Farm, Ecclesfield in its entirety. And it's done to mislead so they get less objections. Totally.
So I'm obviously here to hear your views, and we've got an agenda before us, so because there's various things I need to find out. No, absolutely. No, I understand. It must be extremely difficult and stressful. Are you okay? Hey, do you want us to take a break? I can take a short break. Okay, so we've got the agenda before us and there will be plenty of opportunities for you to comment, but it is important that we have the agenda because I need to find out a lot of facts because I obviously have got to make a recommendation on this and I want to be very clear on all the facts. So I hope you bear with us, but we'll run through the agenda in order. Okay, so we were just discussing agenda item 2, which is access and highways. And I should say that if at times it sounds like I've made up my mind because we're discussing detailed policy issues, can I just reassure everyone around the table that we haven't made up our minds on this at all. We're here to listen to everyone's views and comments, take account of all the written submissions as well, because there's been thousands received, and then go away and make a decision after that. So don't think that at this point that we have made up our mind, because we haven't. Okay, just to reiterate that. So we were discussing item 2, which is access and highways, and I'd ask the council just a few questions, a few technical questions, just about where access would be required if the site were to be delivered. So the council has basically confirmed that it would need 2 points of access off Creswick Lane, and then potentially an access point off Yew Lane, but they confirmed that they weren't entirely sure about that and further transport assessment work would be needed. I think that's probably about it, wasn't it? And then in terms of connectivity, I think you indicated that there would be, if the site came forward, you'd be looking for opportunities for increased pedestrian and cycle routes potentially across the watercourse, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. At the moment, there is a public footpath that goes through the site, north-south. They converge on a crossing over the local wildlife site. Obviously, we'd like to retain that public footpath, but there may be a requirement for further pedestrian cycle routes north-south to aid connectivity and create a cohesive scheme.
Thank you very much. Right, I've just got a few questions now under bullet point 2, and then I'll bring everyone around the table in to talk about access and highways. There's no doubt you've got comments. So bullet point 2 is about the scheme impact on the strategic and local road network. So there's no reference within the suggested policy text to improvements to either the strategic or the local road network. But the council's transport assessment work on the strategic road network does identify the site as potentially having impacts on the strategic road network. And we discussed at the hearing yesterday that issue, and I asked the council just to check that again, so that if this site were to be included in the plan, then the policy would need to refer to potential contributions towards the strategic road network, on the basis that it could have impacts on the M1 and other strategic roads in the area. So there was that recognition. But in terms of the local road network, the council's transport assessment work doesn't identify any specific requirements to improve the local road network. However, obviously adding that number of homes into this area is going to have some impact on the local road network. So if I could just ask the council, if you just want to say a few words about how you see traffic, the increased traffic in this area being dealt with on the local road network.
Thank you, Mum. Yeah, the transport assessment, which is exam document 132A and 132F, has assessed the impacts of the proposed additional greenbelt sites, including NES 37, on the strategic and local road network, as you say. No junctions in the immediate vicinity were identified as being severely affected in terms of increased congestion by NES 37 alone or in combination with other Sheffield Plan allocations. The nearest local junctions that were identified as requiring mitigation are at Ooty Bridge. Regarding strategic road network, as you say, it has been identified as potentially impacting on the M1 junction. And as you say, there was a discussion yesterday about how that would be funded. Regarding, obviously, further work will be done at the planning application stage, which will be supported by a transport assessment itself, and that may identify particular highway improvements that may be required that haven't been picked up in the plan-wide transport assessment. But currently, obviously, in terms of the local road network, the SISTRA work, the transport modelling, has not identified any junctions in the local vicinity.
It's obviously quite a high level assessment, isn't it?
Yeah.
So effectively you're saying at planning application stage, more detailed site-specific work would be done, and it is possible that you'd then identify some improvements needed to the local roads.
Indeed, obviously, as we discussed, access points, that will have a significant impact, or could have a significant impact on the local road network in the immediate vicinity. Obviously, that work is still to be completed and, again, would be part of the transport assessment. So at the moment, we feel like we have proportional evidence in terms of highways impacts to allocate the site.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now I've heard from the council, I want to turn to everyone else around the table and give you an opportunity to have a say on both of those bullet points. So this is if you've got any comments on access or highways impact at all. So I'll start on, I didn't see the order that your nameplates went up in, so I'm just literally going to start on the right-hand side. So, excuse me. Mr. Coleman, I'll take you first.
Thank you. A couple of statements and a question. I'm very conscious that the main construction access appears to be adjacent to two schools, a secondary school and a primary school, or it's a construction access that disturbs a local wildlife site that was, I believe, removed from the plan during development. So that's the statement. I was not clear in the discussion whether there'd been an assessment on whether that's suitable for the thousands or tens of thousands of vehicles of construction, traffic and materials, or whether that was just a bland proposal that was kind of naive of any considered impact or risk it creates.
So the council just want to quickly respond. So does your assessment take account of the development and the construction traffic?
Advice from Highways, the Highways Authority would have considered the construction traffic and the impact that would have.
Can I make another contribution? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to question the suitability of the Sistra local highways assessment in its entirety. Really, it's a statement rather than a question. It appears to be not fit for purpose, and I'd like that to be kind of considered as part of this review.
Thank you. Yes, we did have quite a detailed discussion on the methodology in the assessment, the transport assessment work yesterday, and there were quite a few views expressed on that. So thank you. Okay, moving around the table, Mr. and Mrs. Riddle.
One comes right past in the farmyard from Town End Farm right up to Creswick Lane, and the other one goes from Wheel Lane to top of Creswick Avenue. It crisscrosses the farm. The other thing about your traffic, when we go out at the top of the yard with a tractor, at any time of day, it takes 10 minutes. You have a pinch point down Town End Road. It's very, very narrow with loads of accidents. And we don't go on Creswick Lane by Thomas Lamore, the two schools at the top, where you're wanting the access for the construction. You never go with a tractor or anything for that matter. For anything with that matter, combine whatever we're doing. We never go between 8:30 and 9:15 and 2:30 and 3:15 because we can't get in fields. And we stood there for half an hour wasting us time. So it's a no-go area at them two time of day.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry, moving around the table. Sorry. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. I would agree with what Adele has just said. In fact, it's not a no-go just for tractors. It's a no-go for pretty much everything. I live on Wheel Lane and I walk on Creswick almost every day. I've lived on Wheel Lane all my life, apart from when I was in the army. And as a soldier, I was part of the reconnaissance unit. And our job was to go out into the theatre of operations, observe, make detailed notes and plans, and come back, not on a desktop or a laptop, but what we'd seen, what we'd heard, what we'd observed. Now, it seems to me that whoever is saying that they have done some sort of detailed plan on the traffic and its implications on Creswick Lane, perhaps they have in some remote office, but they certainly haven't been on the ground. Yesterday, after the schools were out, Ewlands, as the night before also, had a parents' evening. You could not get a vehicle, and this is at 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, other than a small car, from Wheel Lane onto Ewe Lane. In fact, it was difficult to walk on the footpaths also. Adele and Andrew would not have been able to get anywhere near their farm gates because cars were parked in front of them. I could go on, but I won't. I think you should have got the picture. But if you're going to formulate plans, I live on Wheel Lane, knock on my door, I'll come and show you round. I'll show you what the reality is on the ground. Because unless you know that, you're destined to fail.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Arnold.
To start with, I'd like to introduce myself as a representative for the youth in the community who are just as against this plan as other generations are. Hence, a very mixed group of ages on our panel here today. Objection to this plan is unanimous in the area, as I touched on. And I'm going to stress the point that when this greenbelt land is gone, it's gone forever. And for me, I've been lucky enough to live overlooking this land for the whole of my life, which holds so many memories for me. So, back to the agenda. In response to what's already been largely covered about the issues surrounding traffic, I'd like to speak as a pupil at Ewlands Secondary School and tell you the severity of the issue of traffic. So at school rush hour times, Ewlands Road, Creswick Lane, and the road surrounding the 4 primary schools, the 3 primary schools and the secondary school become inundated with parents driving and picking up their children from school. And these are all within 0.4 miles of each other, as I mentioned, and there's a very high concentration of cars at these start and finish times. And this means that gridlocks are particularly common on Creswick Lane, since there are 2 schools within 100 metres of each other. And on top of this, there's people passing through this area, commuting to work, and not forgetting those turning round after delivering their child to school. This means that Creswick Lane becomes very chaotic at this time because of drivers weaving in and out of parked cars that are dropping their child off at school. And pedestrians often don't have a choice but to cross the road from behind a parked car. And I speak of this as someone who does this walk daily. The severity of this issue is clear, since a close friend of mine was actually knocked down near Ewlands School, and I'm also aware of 2 primary school students, one on Creswick Lane and the other on Ewe Lane, been knocked down also. And thankfully these people are now fully recovered. But this shows this issue is already a danger without taking into account the 2 junctions that you propose to put on Creswick Lane, and say the junctions at the end, already existing junctions, won't be affected, which I can inform you that they definitely will, since the amount of traffic, what passes through this area already, and more junctions on Creswick Lane would mean more cars turning out and using the main road junctions to access Wheel Lane or Ewe Lane. And this is where people cross over to access the schools, and this is where people were knocked down. And on a different note with the traffic, I'd like to mention that the pollution will also increase, but this is something what we'll touch on more later on. And young people who are travelling to school are not fully developed, affecting their physical health, breathing in the extra exhaust fumes. So in conclusion, extra cars on Creswick Lane and surrounding areas would exacerbate the issue of traffic to a much further extent.
Thank you very much. Mrs Hall.
Thank you. I can reiterate and support all the comments that have been said so far, so I will just add to that a few comments. I walked on Creswick Lane yesterday. I made the mistake of taking my car on there, and it wasn't until I turned onto it that I realised my mistake and timing, and I had to stop the car and I took a photograph of just how congested it was. And it wasn't an especially different day, it was just regular. And no one could move. There were children walking with parents, many of them. It's a walking route. If you put 2 access points into Creswick Lane, you don't just increase the danger, you increase the difficulty of parents accessing, being able to get to their schools. Ewe Lane, at one point, it's quite wide. And I note that you're thinking of one access onto Ewe Lane. Well, if you were to come out of the land that are proposed to be developed onto Ewe Lane, your car can only go in one of 2 directions. If it goes downhill into Ecclesfield, it goes into an area of considerably narrow constraints, bringing out into the centre of Ecclesfield village, and there is absolutely no way that you wouldn't be in congestion down there, because congestion already exists. If you go in another direction and you aim towards the Parson Cross area in Chaucer School, the backlog of cars there and the crossings for parents and children getting to Mansell School, and then further on as that gets towards Asda, we've got 2 roundabouts, and all the cars again are congested. So you may get out of Ewe Lane, but whichever way you turn, you're into congestion now. If you add cars in the level of amounts that we're expecting would happen with the housing estate built there, then it will exacerbate it in a considerable way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr Allison.
Yes, thank you. Can I just pick up on the secondary Ewe Lane access that's been identified and ask the council, do they know who owns the land off Ewe Lane, as it doesn't appear from the red line boundary to meet the adopted highway, and therefore the landowner's consent will be required to give access and could potentially hold up the development? So how has this been considered, as it is not included in the red line boundary and the area remains in the green belt? So I ask, how will Sheffield Council address this?
Can the council confirm then, please, who owns the section adjoining Ewe Lane?
I believe it's the council.
So why is it not being included within the red line boundary? Because it comes to a point, so it would need to be extended, and it hasn't been included.
Do you mean that because it's quite a narrow point, that to fit an access in there, it should be just shown slightly wider?
Correct,
Is that
because
your
it's
point?
part of the green belt. Okay. So I've just wondered why they've not done that.
Well, the land to the east, the local wildlife site, is also to be removed from the green belt in the council's proposals. It's on the map. On the key, it's down as a green belt deletion. But I take your point about whether the boundary there is wide enough if the road is needed via Ewe Lane. Would the council like to comment on that, whether there is sufficient width there in terms of the site boundary to fit an access in, if it's required?
I think we'd have to take advice from highways. As I said, there's further technical assessment required on all points of access on all our allocations. As I said, this is an allocation, not a planning application. Yeah, they have advised that access is feasible off Ewe Lane. Its exact location will be determined when they look at things like visibility displays and distances. That will be a critical consideration for them.
So obviously a valid point, so if the council can just check that out, thank you. Did you have any other points? Do you have your nameplate up? No. Okay, if you could put your nameplate down, thank you. Okay. Okay, moving around the table then, Mrs. Shern-Johnson.
I think people are forgetting that Grenoside is a conservation area and that all this land that we're talking about and roads come under the conservation area. On them roads, apart from it's being said that there's 2 schools, and I agree with everyone what's said what they've got, the dry stone walling that runs along is part of the appraisal in 2010, that it comes from the Butler Foundry, and that is part of the conservation area. Apart from the obvious of 2 schools and schools coming out, my understanding is that there's going to be a multi-faith burial site that will run along that lane. And multi-faith burial sites can happen with, if someone passes, it's within 24 hours. So you've not only got the normal traffic running, you will have got traffic 24 hours a day. But none of that stone walling should come down. I've got the appraisal in front of me. It was dedicated on the 6th of October 1976, and the appraisal was done 2010. And where all the roads are, fields, it's all done and is within the conservation area, that them walls, stone walls, cannot be took down because that is part of the appraisal. You don't just have to have big buildings to say it's a conservation area. There's other issues, and if the council isn't aware of that, then somebody should do the job, look it up, and just find out why people are so passionate about where they live and now they've kept their properties as they have. Not only that, this started years and years ago. I think 2015, 2019, 2022, and yet the people was only told 2 weeks. We'd got 2 weeks to put in complaints. Why is that? Why have we been kept in the dark to what is happening in our area? As I was saying to this gentleman at the side of me, when I was at school, I was told that Sheffield was an ugly picture because of all the steelworks and the fog surrounded by a beautiful frame. And that frame on the north side of Sheffield is being took away. Why is everything being took over? I used to live at Fulwood, Mayfield Valley. Nothing's going to be touched there. Nothing at all. And yet you've got a conservation, a lady called Janet Ridley, heritage champion of the council, added, Sheffield is a city teeming with historic and iconic places. Grenoside is one of them. These places are not just important to us here in this city and surrounding areas. Some hold national and even international significance, which Sheffield has. The Hillsborough Barracks was made by that stone, the foundry from Grenoside, and it is very important that we preserve them for generations to come. The council will not accept development which compromises the heritage on sites deemed to be important open spaces. So it's not just about roads, it's not just about traffic, it's about the heritage of the walls, the fields. They cannot be took down from the appraisal that was done in 2010. And nobody has brought that. I don't know if anybody in the council is born and bred in Sheffield, or whether they know anything about Grenoside at all. But to take that away from people, a heritage that actually were dated in 1161, and it was a scattered hamlet in 1939, and Gerard de Fernivre, he was the one that started it off. That is something that we in Sheffield should be proud of. It's a heritage that people come and look at. And to just let it go without a fight, they should hang their heads in shame. And yet, my understanding of it was that it was Sheffield Council itself that put in for all this development. Why? I've no idea. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for your comments. I've noted all of those. Mr. Levery. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Levery now.
Thank you, ma'am. Quick couple of points. The water gathering grounds for the watercourse that runs down the centre of the site are behind the primary school on Creswick Lane, in the land there. The water is culverted, and under
I'm
Creswick
really sorry,
Lane,
can you just speak up a little bit? I'm finding it difficult to hear.
Okay. The gathering grounds for the watercourse are behind the primary school on Creswick Lane. It is culverted under the road, and the reason why there's a gap between the road and the start of the watercourse is that there is a culvert there carrying the water, which will have an impact in terms of road access to both sides of the site. I wanted to make that point first. Second point is, councils in the north of the city have vehicle activated signs for road measurement, speeding in particular, which we rotate around the four wards of Stanley and Stocksbridge and the two Ecclesfield wards. Wheel Lane is the worst road in the north of the city for speeding. Currently, 55% of cars using this lane are speeding above the 30-mile-an-hour limit, mainly because it's a long, straight, downhill road, but then narrows, and there's a lot of braking goes on. So we have an issue already with that and the mitigations. I talked yesterday about the problems with the Upper Don Valley traffic coming down there as well. So we've got larger volumes of traffic over the recent years, coupled with the speeding issue to deal with at the moment. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I should have said at the start as well that I have visited the site and the surrounding area and obviously driven along the roads myself. So thank you. Mrs. Davison.
Good morning. Yes, obviously we haven't seen the master plan as yet, but it very much sounds like the intention is to definitely cross the local wildlife sites. So having discussed it yesterday regarding the buffers, and this was the concern we were raising yesterday, is that they're getting very technical assessments on the highways in order to produce the master plan, but at what point are they going to be doing the ecology reports as discussed yesterday? Buffers on these wildlife sites, if they are containing ancient trees, if they're containing priority habitats, will need to be much larger than the buffers that have been suggested. And in fact, the buffers are really, they're not even going to be there because they're just going to compensate. We can't really see, because of the lack of information, we can't really see what compensation would look like on site. They've quoted that they give it will be of equal character, quality and size, but given the amount of development, it will be very difficult to see. We're working blind. We can't really comment, but the concerns are, we're extremely concerned about the intention to develop within the wildlife sites without the information that we require to be able to do that, make that decision.
We do have that later on the agenda on item 5, so we will definitely come back to those matters. Mr. Towton.
Thank you. As you know, we commissioned our own independent highway assessment from a qualified body. We're very reassured and pleased to see many of the key points on this site and all the other sites are reflected in the key lines of inquiries or your concerns. I'm not going to, matters such as site access, connectivity, impact on the local wildlife, impact on SRN, strategic road network, and just general lack of information evidence in the consultation documents. As we've gone through the days, I still don't think that some of the transport assessments are fully justified, and nor do I think other sustainable transport options have been fully explored.
Thank you very much. Mr. Robinson.
Is that working? Sorry. Okay. Yes, I'm not going to repeat the things that have been said. I agree with nearly everything that the speakers from the community have already said. We're talking about a different place. The place that the council officers are talking about and the road traffic and the effect is different from all of us know for true. We've already got serious problems now, and the proposals will just make those problems almost unmanageable. Most of these roads are country lanes already widened as far as they can be. There are a lot of pinch points. To widen further would require demolition of significant numbers of houses. Now, are we planning to do that or not? I doubt it, because the whole point is to build houses for people to live in Grenoside and Ecclesfield. I would just say that if you go down U Lane, if you go down Wheel Lane, because it becomes Town End Road, you meet by Ecclesfield Conservation Area. That's where the Grade 1 listed church, dating back to the 12th century, the Grade 2 star, previous monastery, now called Ecclesfield Priory, are a really important part of the north of Sheffield. And even now, where those two roads meet, just by the church, there's serious congestion, very dangerous congestion. Now, we're talking about one site here, NES 37, but the two sites we're going to talk about this afternoon also contribute to this. And we're talking about a total of additional houses proposed in this area of just over 1,500. And we need to look at some of these things, adding everything together. We're talking about a watercourse here. That watercourse is one of many watercourses and streams which run into Lower Ecclesfield. We've already got a Category 3 flood area there and houses. So there is a need at some stage, ma'am, to look at these 4 housing developments proposed in Ecclesfield and Grenoside and Chapeltown and look at the overall effect on traffic, because if we talk about this site alone, we're not looking at adding the other sites. The combination is frankly going to be disastrous.
Thank you very much. Mr. Birkby.
Thanks, ma'am. I'd just like to note for the record that I am actually a solicitor, but I'm here in my personal capacity, so just please note that. And I'd like to refer to the written representation of Mr. Punzo, which is 0919. I believe you've already read it, but he's an academic expert in the field who's challenged the council's transport assessment in relation to the local road networks, and especially in relation to the A61 North and the council's capacity assessment of that road. And he also challenges the model that they've used and states it's incorrect. And to quote, in addition, given my concerns on the link capacity assessment, I'm led to question the accuracy of the assessment for the nearby roads as well as the junction assessment. So I'd just like to put that forward, ma'am, and maybe get the council's view. But just also, very quickly, just like to note that we are understanding that the surveys of the roads in the local area were carried out during school holidays, which is an interesting time to carry out because it would obviously show that there'd be a significantly lower traffic capacity at that time. Capacity volume. And we'd also just like to question the council on how access for emergency services at peak times has been taken into consideration, given all the representations you've just heard.
Thank you for that. We had quite a long discussion yesterday about the transport modelling. So there were representatives from your group there at the session. So quite a few comments were made. So we have dealt with that already. But in terms of your, the point about the access for emergency vehicles, if I could just ask the council to respond to that briefly.
Yeah, the advice from Highways is that a development of over 100 dwellings requires 2 points of access, one for emergency services to gain access to the site. And I did mention earlier that the wheel would be a minor point, a more minor access point. That also reflects concerns about congestion on the wheel. But that would be could be an emergency access point. So it was considered in the advice we received from Highways.
Okay.
Thanks for that. Just from some anecdotal evidence from actually living in the area, during peak times I've seen ambulances caught up in congestion down the wheel, and so as it stands, there's a big issue. And so going forwards with your proposals, I could see an even larger issue which might have lives at stake.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, there's a few other nameplates have come up around the table, so we'll take your comments as well. I just have to apologise for my coughing. I've obviously been overdoing it at these sessions, so I'll try and minimise my coughing as much as possible. It doesn't help with the pneumatic drill outside as well. Good combination. Okay, Mrs. Jackson, I think you were first.
Thank you. As I discussed yesterday with the road networks themselves, we're looking at basically the smaller roads. However, as I pointed out yesterday, Penistone Road and Halifax Road junction with Wheel Lane and Saltbox Lane is a major pinch point. It queues down Wheel Lane past the church at times, and all that traffic then obviously we've got in conjunction with Creswick Lane and everybody else that's trying to cut through, because it is seen as a cut through, as is U Lane. U Lane, as again said yesterday, if you are exiting from U Lane towards Chapeltown, you have to go out onto Townend Road at the bottom. That is a lethal junction. I've travelled it myself many, many times, and the amount of times that we've seen near misses and had accidents is incredible. If we are talking about putting another 609 houses on that site, you've got a potential of a 900 to 1,000 vehicles plus, probably depending if they're 4-bedroomed houses, etc., going out onto these roads. As a point of access on Creswick, as I said yesterday, I have experience with driving large vehicles. I'm also an ex-police officer. I have attended these sites many times with blue lights and been stuck. The size of vehicles that I used to drive was the size of a fire service truck. And getting that to turn on Wheel Lane to get in, I mean, the farm has access, which is a little bit wider. To get one of those in, or 3 of those in an emergency, is going to be a nightmare. Putting it opposite the school is just not practicable at high times. It's just not. And the access that's coming onto U Lane is, from memory, is a hill upwards. So I don't know what's going to happen with the actual landscape into that area. But again, U Lane is a major road. It's classed as a cut through from Chapeltown and from Ecclesfield through towards Hillsborough. These are major roads, and unless you've travelled them every day and experienced the problems that we have every single day, I don't think they understand what's going to happen with another 1,000 cars on.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mrs. Riddle.
runs, planning officers.
Did you have the answer to that question? If not, take it away and come back.
Other than to say that obviously we had advice from Yorkshire Water regarding potential impacts on there.
Sorry, can you just speak up?
Sorry. Only that we've had a representation from Yorkshire Water that obviously we've consulted them on this site and they've not raised any significant objections to the site. So we can look into it a bit more, but that's the petition.
I can tell you where it runs. It runs right below the farm, right down the middle of this land. All that estate, that council estate up there, it all runs down. And same, this stream that you've earmarked down the centre of Town End Farm, not whatever you want to call it, land between Creswick Avenue and Yule Lane on Town End Farm. Every bit of that land we have drained into that stream. It is crisscrossed with land drains. So where you want to put your Muslim cemetery, all the land drains goes into the stream that runs down the houses behind Wheel Lane, and the other stream comes from the field at top by Thomas Lamore School and all that. Then top fields, the 3 top fields, they're all drained into that stream. And same, I'd just like to pick up this lady on the stone walls at the side of the road and Wheel Lane. That stone wall were built up in 1984 by myself and my husband. And the one round Middleton Green was built up because every stone wall on the farm, even the garden wall, was on the floor. We have built every stone wall up from the floor. The farm was derelict. There was nothing there. Well, there was a house and one building. The house was derelict. There was water running out of the bottom door. The buildings outside, the stone barn, the kids have been in and racked and ruined it and had a fire in it. So all the walls have been built up since 1981.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Okay, so I think we're probably done on item 2 then. We will move on to item 3. And this concerns the character of the site and the setting and identity of Grenoside. So I've got 4 bullet points on the agenda which are about identity and character and the role of the site in providing separation between Grenoside and Ecclesfield, and then the contribution of the site to the setting of the conservation area, and then potential impact of development on character and views. What I'm suggesting to do is just take all those 4 bullets together because they're all pretty much interrelated. So obviously a number of you and others have raised quite a few concerns about the issue of the impact on the surrounding area and the site itself in terms of its character and landscape setting, and the impact on the conservation areas at Grenoside and Ecclesfield as well. So just opening it up to around the table. So do you have any comments you'd like to make on this particular issue? And if you do, then can you put your nameplate on its end and we'll go round the table. I think it's probably easier again to go round in order, but this time I'll start at the left-hand side to me. Okay. Sorry, do you want to introduce yourself? I don't think I've got you on the introduction list. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm apologising for coming late. I had a hospital appointment. I'm planning to speak on point 15, which is very similar to this. There seems to be some duplication.
So 15, that's this afternoon.
Yes.
And that's on a different site.
Yes, indeed.
So we'll obviously be touching on some of these issues, but we're trying to focus in on...
I appreciate that, but I think it might be difficult to deal with them in isolation, because the effect on the character and identity of Grenoside is going to be very similar.
There will obviously, be some effects from development on all 3 sites. But there are different effects arising from each.
All right.
So if you only have comments relating to, is it NES 38? What I suggest you do is wait until agenda item 15 this afternoon.
Yeah,
Sorry, it's a long time to wait.
My comments are rather all embracing, so I'll wait until this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we go back to you then, Mr. Robinson?
I understand what Chris is saying, because the two sites are having a similar effect. But speaking on the site we're talking about now, this site has been protected, to my knowledge, since the mid-1930s, when the Parson Cross estate was proposed and planned in Sheffield. At the time, it was going to be the largest estate in Europe, I believe, and the land we're talking about was then in Wortley Rural District Council, not in Sheffield. It was protected. It was bought by Wortley Rural District Council because it was previously 4 farms. The 4 farms were bought by the council. They were protected. I think it may have been the first greenbelt in Wortley Rural District Council, but I'm not certain of that. That would have been before the war, and Sheffield itself had the first greenbelt before the war, which was Dore and Totley and Blackerhall Moor. This site has actually done its primary purpose of stopping urban sprawl from the new huge estate for 90 years. In terms of the character of Ecclesfield and Grenoside, this site, one of the sites we're talking about this afternoon, have actually stopped the 2 villages merging. They've stopped the large part of urban Sheffield merging, and I know the rules on villages have changed this year, but the work was done before that rule did change, and to all the people who live there, the rural character of Grenoside and Ecclesfield is absolutely critical. They're wonderful places. The houses being proposed down Wheel Lane and on Town End Farm will have a disastrous effect on the character of those villages. For example, Grenoside is famous. It has sword dancing for over 200 years, an old-fashioned village tradition. Ecclesfield has got a fantastic church, had a monastery, is one of only 5 grade 1 buildings in Sheffield, 3 grade 1 churches. The traffic itself will destroy the character of these villages, which is frightening, and the conservation area setting of both Grenoside and Ecclesfield, I think, will be effectively lost, even though Sheffield itself promotes those conservation sites as something to be proud of. So I find it really difficult that so many houses are being proposed in this area without an appreciation or understanding of what is there now. Now, Sheffield ought to be proud of this area, and we're not against more houses for people, but we really think you've chosen the wrong sites and the wrong place to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Towton.
Difficult, because many of my comments were going to echo yours in our assessment. I mean, obviously, landscape's important, but it's of special and significant in terms of Grenoside. It's very important to its character, its elevated position and its distinctiveness. It's a much loved and cherished characteristic of the thing. I know we're not talking about things. I do generally think there's been insufficient regard to impact on landscape in the whole process and the way to attach them in the site selection process. And a more technical thing, I'd just like to know if there were what technical work was undertaken in terms of the impact on the landscape. For example, were independent evaluations undertaken? It appears to me it was a desktop study.
If I could ask the council just to summarise briefly what work you did on landscape.
Yes, thank you. Just bear with me a moment while I draw up the right document. Yes, so just a couple of points. Firstly, just to note as a point of clarification that all the conservation area boundaries are shown on the policies map, just to be clear about that. So turning to the landscape character assessment or landscape impact assessment. So that was carried out in 2018 as a landscape character and greenbelt capacity study. And this site that we're talking about right now is assessed as two separate parcels in that E3A and E3B. That document is GB08 in the submission library. That does indicate that there's a low capacity for absorbing development, which largely results resulting from its historic agricultural character, which many people around the table have referred to. Obviously, we'd note that there's a policy driver there to ensure that mitigation is taken into account in master planning. But I think a critical response to Mr. Towlison's point is that the landscape character assessment forms one element of the sustainability appraisal package and therefore flows through into the planning officer appraisal as one of the many elements that are balanced in consideration of sites through the selection process.
So effectively you're saying that the harm to the landscape had to be balanced against other factors and it was weighed up in the balance?
That's right, it's in the balance along with other aspects, for example the historic impact work, the travel, all of the sustainability basket of indicators effectively.
Could I just ask what the document number is again that she's
I'll let
was
Mr.
referring
Towson
to?
go first and
Just
then...
so I can see the document while they're talking. What document reference was it?
Sorry, Chair.
The Landscape Character and Greenbelt Capacity Study is the title of it. And in the submission documents on the examination webpage, it's reference GB08.
Thank you.
Do you want me to repeat the site reference numbers so you can find it as well? Yes, it's in as two parcels, E3A and E3B.
So just to clarify, there was a study done in 2018, which did say that it had a low capacity absorb, but there's been no independent studies done as part of this. It was done as a desktop study through the planning assessment. Is that what we're sort of saying?
Yes, to explain, it's not solely a desktop study. If you read the methodology of it, you can see that it was carried out by chartered landscape professionals to the Livier methodology, and it involved site assessment on site, obviously. The reason it was carried out in 2018 is it forms part of the evidence base for all local plan work. Obviously, some things get carried out more frequently than that, but the landscape isn't likely to have changed that much since 2018. There has been subsequently an addendum to that work which picked up some additional sites that weren't included in the first document, but that was a site that's included in that 2018 document.
Did you want to say anything about the more recent site appraisal process in terms of, I'm assuming that officers visited the site?
Thank you. Yes, so we talked through site selection process yesterday, but one of the things that perhaps we didn't cover at that stage was to clarify the role of the planning officer appraisal. So the pro formas for each of the sites that have been considered includes the sustainability appraisal, the greenbelt purposes appraisal, and then a planning officer appraisal, which takes account of other factors, for example, topography. Yes, all sites were visited, some on numerous occasions, by various members of the team as part of that exercise.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go round in this order and then we'll come back to you who were last. Mr. Levery, then, you're next.
Thank you, ma'am. On this subject of landscape character and archaeology, the council did run a study in 2015 by Arc Heritage, detailed study covering 550 pages on the greenbelt land in the city, and has a much more detailed evidence there of the characteristics and the archaeology that is in the city. It isn't no longer being considered, but I think it's worthy of merit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hall.
Oh, it's on. Yeah. Since we're talking about the effect on character and setting and identity, and we're talking about views as well, I'd like to start by saying that this is an extensive piece of land because it is Town End Farm. And it's not flat, featureless land. It has valleys and ancient pathways and woodland, and it runs down the whole of the valley directly into Ecclesfield Centre, and therefore it has character of its own. And it has clear boundaries. They're very clear. Ewe Lane, Creswick Lane, Town End Lane leading into Wheel Lane. And it frames the historic Ecclesfield village centre. And it clearly prevents merger of two areas. It physically does that, and it's quite clear that it's been very successful in doing that. Taken away, it therefore will directly, adversely affect the conservation centre. We're talking quite glibly about 609 houses, but there are villages of less housing than that. So what we're really talking about is fixing a village between villages on land supposedly protected by the council for its residents and for Sheffield. It significantly undermines the purpose of Greenbelt if it's taken away. It's been very successful in being able to retain its character because of that Greenbelt land. And the archaeological survey that Councillor Levery have just mentioned indicates that the site is of major landscape significance, and it requires further detailed investigation. And it is beautiful. Anyone who can stand on Creswick Lane and look down that valley and look into the distance, into the horizon, cannot fail to appreciate its beauty. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mrs. Riddle.
Sorry. Is a valued part of the community in Ecclesfield. We host the Brownies, the Scouts, the Guides. We have the preschool children from Stepping Stones Nursery. When as children were at Ecclesfield Primary School, we used to have every class come one morning from Monday to Friday to look round the farm. We took ducks and lambs and everything else went into school. We supply milk and eggs to the local community, especially to the old residents up the road. They all come pottering down to the farm, and all the local children are always welcome. And you all see them walking on the footpaths through the farm. We greatly appreciate the community spirit that we've got in the village. We absolutely love our house and farm. And that community spirit has shown with all the community that's got behind us to object to this planning permission. The community spirit has been absolutely marvellous. I've been inundated with cards, flowers, bottles of wine, cakes, you name it. It's come to my door since April when we first found out. We have had phone calls, fantastic messages of support from the local community. And also come to the farm on a regular basis is the local Young Farmers Club. They actually come and do the training on the farm. It's a valued part of the community. It also produces food, but we also like to show all the local children where the food comes from. It's for educational, so they can see where the beef is a thing, where the eggs come from, where the milk comes from. And I asked yourself and also they said the planning officers has been to visit the farm. Well, they've never asked to visit the farm. If they've come, They must have come down the public footpath, because I have not seen a planning officer down there. But I've invited everybody. I've invited every councillor on Sheffield Council to come and have a cup of tea and a walk round my farm, because I am proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we go back to this side of the table then. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to just go into a bit more detail about what Councillor Levery has said about the study which was done in 2015. We've got a more recent study as part of the plan, but as Mr. Levery said, in 2014-15 the Council had a major call for land with potential developers, and 157 greenbelt sites in Sheffield were identified and evaluated, and a company of chartered archaeologists were brought in by Sheffield in 2015 to do an archaeological scoping assessment of all those 157 sites. The report which followed was over 500 pages, and NES 37, which we're talking about this morning, was divided into two plots. The system the archaeologists used for scoping was to have a red, purple, amber and green rating. Red meant don't put this into the pot to consider. The purple one said major landscape significance and archaeological significance. This should not be put in for consideration for housing until archaeologists do a lot of work. The site we're talking about is in two plots. One plot is all purple. The other plot is about 50% purple and 50% amber. Now that suggests that unless there are other sites which were at lower markings, these sites, this site in particular, shouldn't have been considered. The document which we're referring to was not made available to the public for this assessment period. I raised an issue in council, and the head of the leader of the council, Tom Hunt, sent me a copy, personal copy. I already had one, as it happens, and it's quite a difficult document to send by email because it's 25 megabytes. But I really think that this document, or those sections which apply to the plots of land now being proposed, should be reintroduced into the documentation so everybody, including yourself, can see it. And I think it would be reasonable for me to suggest that you ask for the council for your own copy of that so you can study it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just check with the council, please, if it's in the examination library? Is it GBO4?
Yes, that's right. Yes, so it's available as part of the examination.
Sorry, I do have the document open in front of me, so it exists. Can I just turn to the council, please, then? And just if you could just talk me through the results from that study and what they showed for this site. And obviously, I know that you've had a heritage impact assessment work done separately for this current consultation paper, but perhaps you can just talk about the two results for both of those together.
Yes, of course. So as with the landscape character assessment work, this was two parcels at the time that this work was carried out. It was E3A for the northern section and E3B for the southern section in that document GB04. As the gentleman who's, I'm sorry, I've forgotten over there, has just set out, the northern section identifies as a purple site with significant historic landscape objection. The southern part to the east has the same purple denotation, with the western part being uncertain constraint. So taking the sort of the notes from that document, the further investigation that's required is further ecological evaluation likely to be required if the site is allocated for development. The recent historic impact assessments that were carried out by South Yorkshire Archaeology Service obviously drew in part from this documentation as well as the other heritage assets that they were considering as part of that. Actually, to aid with the understanding of which documents that they're referring to each in relation to each site, they have produced a concordance which isn't unfortunately yet available in the public domain, but that just provides a link directly into the archaeological scoping study for those sites to which it refers. But I think it's worth noting that the condition on development that's proposed is drawing attention to the mitigations raised in that heritage impact assessment, which in turn has referenced what features are identified in relation to both archaeology and built form heritage. So that covers the relationship to the historic environment in terms of other built form and the conservation area at Ecclesfield.
And in terms of your recent heritage impact assessment work, then that basically concludes, doesn't it, that any harm could be suitably mitigated, and then Historic England have confirmed agreement with those conclusions.
That's right, yes. I shan't go back through that again, but I was going to draw attention to the mitigations that the heritage impact assessment has identified, and also, yes, to confirm that Historic England as the statutory body have agreed common ground with the council, which is exam document 4BI, in which they concur with the heritage impact assessment's analysis and assessment of harm, and also endorse the mitigation measures drawn out.
Did you want to just briefly mention what the mitigation is for Mr. Robinson?
Yes, I will do. I just need to open the right document. Thank you. There we go. Would you like me to read straight from the historic impacts? Okay. So yes, obviously it's drawn out a number of heritage issues which are in common with those raised around the table. But what they've identified in terms of mitigation is development of a scheme which should be informed by analysis of visual and experiential impacts with the surrounding designated and non-designated heritage assets. So that's the conservation area as well as listed buildings and other buildings of local interest, to ensure as far as possible to preserve the setting of those. They note that development impact could be reduced through the preservation of historic boundaries and areas of open space, with areas of importance excluded from the development boundaries. And I think we discussed at length in previous sessions around the fact that not all of sites are built form development, which provides the opportunity for that. In particular, the approach could include the consideration of areas of higher sensitivity, and that includes the land fronting onto Wheel Lane and adjacent to Town End Farm to preserve the agricultural context there. Notably, that then there would be required to be a heritage statement that explains how the setting impacts and potential archaeological impacts have been addressed, and that would be to support a development proposal. And it then references further detail on the requirement for field evaluation from the archaeology scoping study. Unfortunately, it references 2022. It should actually read 2015, which at some point we would like to address in an errata note, if that's acceptable. They note then that with mitigation in place, the significance would be that new development could cause minor change to the significance of heritage assets.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, did you have anything else to add?
Well, I hear what you say. I think you're quoting from a document which I've not read. It may be in the pack, but there's a lot to read in the pack. But I do note that in the recent document you've done, amber becomes, or purple becomes amber, and the rest of it becomes green, which suggests there's a major downgrading of the seriousness of it, which I don't quite understand. I've got a printed copy of your plan document here, so I mean, I think lots of people would like to hear more information about that, probably outside this, if that's possible, particularly of the mitigation that you're proposing.
I will leave that to you to discuss with the council then. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're nearly at the point where we'll take a break, but I think if we just hear from there's 4 people around the table who have got their nameplate up, so we'll hear from the 4, and I guess that probably brings us to the close of item 3, and we'll take a 20-minute break after that. Mrs. Davison, you're first.
Yeah, it's just a quick question, sorry. Did you say that both of those documents were online? I can't find the one that's been referred to from 2015.
It's in the submission documents. There's 2 folders within the examination library, and it's in the first one. If you do a search on GB04.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, oh sorry, is it Mr. I'm not sure. Sorry, it's Mrs. St Johnson.
Thank you. Regarding the legislative background of what they're doing, and what it's saying in the appraisal is that breaches of planning control that are causing significant harm and are clearly unacceptable will be enforced against quickly. A planning application will be invited where breaches of planning control might be accessible, possibly with amendment. This will enable the issues to be thoroughly tested, including consulting local people. There's also the Woodland Policy 1987, Sheffield Nature Conservation Strategy 1991, and forthcoming Tree Strategy proposed 2007. There's a lot that is going around, and as we've stated, Grenoside is a developed hillside village on the northern edge of Sheffield. There's a lot that's still in place because with it being high up, part of the conservation area that you can overlook parts of Sheffield. Now I know now that that might not be the case, but the conservation area appraisal has identified the contribution that traditional, I know I've spoken about this before, and so has that young woman at the end. Traditional dry stone walls along with mature boundary walls, stone troughs, which we've got, and stone stiles, historic paving and footpaths make to the character of the conservation area. That is down Middleton Lane to the bottom of Cinder Hill. And I know we talked about also the appraisal was about not what's on the top, but what's underneath as well. Because right from the very top, there's streams. I think you brought it up, but there's streams that run right down underground that goes to the very bottom, which is used to be a fishing lake, but it's a big lake at the bottom of Ecclesfield, and that comes right down. And my understanding of it is that there has been some digging in the fields by someone. I don't know who they are.
Hasn't, and there won't be.
Yeah, okay. I apologise if that's going to be brought up this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mrs. Jackson.
Yeah, just looking at that particular document, the EC3A and B, under visual factors, it says prevention of merging and coalescence has got the highest number, which is a 3. And in the historic landscape significance part of the document, it's listed as significant and major. Just to point those 2 bits out, so this seems to be slightly overlooked to me.
Thank you very much. I've noted that. Mrs. Riddle.
Historic and heritage. Let's just get back to basics. The farmhouse were built in 1771, and the streams and the edges and the trees go back to medieval times, and we've kept them all. We've edge laid, we've put, if there's a little gap, we've filled them in with hawthorns. We've looked after the trees. Everything's been looked after. Not one edge has been pulled out. Everything has been looked after at the farm. And the land has been kept in good art. But if historic and heritage, what more do you want when it goes back to 1771 and it's been farmed for over 400 years? That's what we can find. But it could have gone back 100.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, I think that brings us to the mid-morning break then. So we've completed item 3. So if we take a 20-minute break and we come back at 11:30 with item 4. Thank you. Okay, if we can resume, please. So we've reached item 4 on the agenda, which is open space and green infrastructure provision. And turning to the first bullet point on the agenda then, what role does the site play in providing recreational and walking opportunities for local residents? So I think we've obviously started to touch on this, I think, already this morning. But opening up to the floor, does anyone have any other comments they wish to make about the role of the area and the site in terms of the community and it being a valuable community asset? Yes. So starting on my left then, Miss Morsden, thank you.
So just to raise a few points on this. So the council themselves in document exam 130 have said that there is insufficient open space within the surrounding area and it's more than 20% below policy standard. The U Lane end of the site borders Parson Cross, which is within the S5 postcode district of Sheffield. They weren't consulted at any point in this by the council, and a lot of them are still largely unaware that the plan even exists. S5, using Office for National Statistics data, is ranked as the most deprived postcode within the city of Sheffield. And these figures, we've used calculations here that have been audited by an economist, so we know that they are accurate. Obviously, these areas are highly deprived. We know that high issues of health problems occur in more deprived areas, sad but true. And so a lot of the people in these communities use these areas for recreation, dog walking. It's a green lung in the middle of an incredibly built up part of the city. And there's no clear replacement of these open spaces within the plan, meaning that members of our most deprived communities who are already saying that they're struggling to gain access to green space are having the green space on their doorstep removed. It's also an incredibly flat site. We've got a lot of people in the S5 community who are coming out of hospital, they've got health problems, COPD, hip replacements, etc. And this is often their first walk, it's flat, they can use the space. I think it's also important to mention, going back to something that was mentioned earlier this morning, using the same Office for National Statistics Index of Multiple Deprivation data, Forward in S10, which was mentioned, is the second most affluent area in the city. That and S11, which is the most affluent, have been left completely untouched. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we did touch on the socio-economic inequalities sort of general issue at one of the hearing sessions already. So thank you for your comments. Moving around the table, Mrs. Davison.
Yeah, we've briefly mentioned in general about the nature equity maps that we've included in our submission, but I just wanted to explain this particular site is key. Regarding that, we've got areas, I know it's just been followed on, but we have got the greatest need of access to natural green spaces in the area. One of the greatest needs in Sheffield there within the Colley and Parson Cross area, that you currently use that area for their natural green space, and that's once that's taken away, that will have a massive impact on those because of the public rights of way, but having access to walk through a field, which probably will be maintained, is not the same as having access to natural green spaces.
Thank you very much. Before I bring in the next participants, I think it might be actually just worth turning to the council just to talk about the nature and the extent of the shortfall in open space, which is actually the second bullet point. But I think it's probably just worth getting their opinion and their views on that. That might sort of inform our discussion. So if I could just turn to the council. You have the Sheffield Open Space Study, and I've seen the North East area profile, and it identifies various shortfalls and other areas where you've got surplus. Did you just want to talk through those conclusions for me in relation to this site and the area in general, and just identify, it might be useful for everyone around the table just to identify what you see as the shortfalls of types of open space in that area and others where you've got surplus.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I think it's worth saying that, acknowledging that, the site assessment does show that there's insufficient open space in the surrounding area, and that is more than 20% below the policy standard. That is as set out in Exam 130. So in terms of the shortages, it's worth saying that when we did the analysis for the sustainability appraisal, we've looked at the provision within the sort of catchment area of the site. So we've not just looked at the whole of the Chapeltown Ecclesfield area or the northeast area. We've looked at the immediate proximity of the site. So that it does reflect that analysis at that level. In terms of the specific shortages, there's a shortage of allotments, amenity green space and play space for both children and youths, with both types of play space particularly poorly served, below half the required quantity standard as set out in Table 4 of the Sheffield Plan. So that's the Table 4 in Part 2 of the plan, which is CD02. So the Table 4 in the plan sets out the standards for different types of green space, so allotments, amenity green space, play space, and play space for youth. So that shows you the standards we're seeking to achieve. The area also needs to meet accessible natural green space standards and doesn't currently do so. I think what we would say is that development of the site does provide an opportunity to address some of the shortfalls. The site itself it's in agricultural use, so it's not recreational open space at the moment. So the development of the site does provide an opportunity to provide new recreational open space within the residential developments to help address some of those shortfalls. We would also obviously accept there would be more people living in the area. We discussed at yesterday's hearings, I think, the relationship between policy NC15 and the golden rules, and we have proposed an amendment yesterday to making it clear that on-site open space would be required on this site, and that would certainly be the case on a site of this size, which is large. So the Section 106 contributions towards open space provision would be negotiated with the developer at the development management stage, planning application stage, but also as part of the master planning and pre-application process. It will be essential that there's full engagement with the local community to determine more precisely the types and location of open space that's required to meet the needs of the community when a planning application is submitted. The need for playing pitches in the area will be informed by the update to the Council's playing pitch strategy, which is currently being drafted. The master planning of the site will ensure that open space provision is strategically planned to enhance the wider green infrastructure and ecological networks, and again we discussed that yesterday. So I think there are opportunities to contribute to the provision of accessible natural green space, contributing to the delivery of biodiversity net gain requirements and buffers, and that will also, as noted earlier, contribute to open views throughout the site.
Thank you very much. Just one quick follow-up question then. So you said obviously there's an overall shortage in the area. Can you just outline for me what other measures the Council is doing to tackle that? Do you have other strategies, etc.?
Yeah, so we talked yesterday about the wider strategy that's being developed with the University of Sheffield to develop a blue and green infrastructure strategy which will replace the what is now quite dated open space, green space strategy from 2010 and the waterways strategy from 2014. So that will look not only at urban open space but also areas of green belt and opportunities for habitat creation, new recreational open space, opportunities for connectivity. And I think we talked yesterday about the wide range of benefits that strategy can bring around climate resilience, biodiversity net gain, improving access to the countryside. So that it has a number of objectives, that strategy, but it is in development at the moment.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, we'll resume round the table. Mrs. Hall, you're next.
Thank you.
So building on what has already been said, I walked out last night and I stopped people on Creswick Lane, because if you walk on there, you'll generally find that people are accessing the site from the far end. I think there is a perception that the green belt around us is basically for the people who live closest to it, near the Wheel Lane and Creswick Lane site, and that's not true at all. That's not the case. There are more people walk to look over that site of Town End Farm than there are in the other direction. And I stopped a woman last night, and I know her by sight, but I don't know who she is. And I just said, look, I'm going to the meeting tomorrow, and I just want to know what you feel about this land. Why is it that you're walking here on your own? And she just said, look at it. Look at that site. She said, I love it in spring when I walk down here and I can see the changes in the colour of things happening, and I can see the seasons change. If that land is built on, and just listening to the account of the planner just now, anybody would think that the changes that you're promoting are of benefit. They're not. You're taking away. Because Creswick Lane, running on from Parson Cross Estate, because it's generally a flat piece of land, it's not just accessible to people who walk, it's accessible to wheelchairs, it's accessible, I've seen people walking family members on there with Alzheimer's, with walking sticks, I've seen self-propelled wheelchairs on there, it's really important that people like this experience that vastness and have the independence to do it. Anyone who drives on there can't fail to see how open it's looking downwards, it's looking into valleys, it's interesting. I don't think you can underestimate the value of the mental health benefits that people get from being close up to genuine open space. And it is probably the one piece of open space, green belt, that is accessible within walking distance, that is flat into the areas we've recognised have great need. I don't think I've got much more to say on that, other than it's used by children, I noticed last night, on bikes. The land of Wheel Lane, of Creswick Lane and down into the farm, it is crisscrossed with paths. Walkers do use it, dog walkers use it, but it's working farm, so it's limited in that respect. But its great value is in what it is in itself and what it provides to people of all ages, whether they're on bikes, in wheelchairs, on sticks, being supported. It is accessible and it is valuable because of what it presents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arnold.
I'd like to echo Cheryl and Alice's points about the accessibility of the site by sharing some anecdotes that I've found from speaking to people in the community. So I'd like to start by mentioning the people in the S5 community who appreciate the green belt. So I went to investigate this by asking people what the green belt meant to them and what they had done in this land in their time as residents. So firstly, I'd like to say how everybody I spoke to from the S5 community had only heard of the plan because of our work as a community action group on spreading awareness. This emphasises the point that we think Sheffield City Council could have significantly better communicated this with the community and how it would affect them. The people I spoke to in the community had lived there for a very long time, often generations of families cherishing the green land around them. One gentleman had lived there since 1972 and described the plans as borderline criminal. Another person who's lived here for 8 years spoke of the sense of freedom they feel when walking the area and the impact losing it would have on their mental and physical health, as Cheryl mentioned earlier. If this were to be destroyed, the future generations would not have this to enjoy. And it was clear by the gentleman's passionate speech that being part of a walking group, walking in the Greenbelt area, was such an important part of his life. Hence why I mentioned its beauty. It's somewhere individuals don't have to use polluting modes of transport to get to access, simply because, to echo what's been said, it is so accessible to all, to disabled people and to people who have the accessibility right on their doorsteps. And I'm just going to reword that last point slightly. I don't think it came across in the way I desired it to. So people who don't have the means to travel there on their own legs can travel there as well. And this is important because many people that live in the S5 community don't have this opportunity in the area where they live because they don't have the green spaces. Coming to our area gives them something that will boost them mentally because of their condition, what they've got. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. When St Thomas More's Primary School was built in the 1950s, that's on Creswick Lane, overlooking Adele and Andrew's farmland, I was first through the door. I've lived on Wheel Lane since 1948. I was born in the house that I now live in. And we quickly worked out that if you could get a place, a table or a chair, by the window facing east, then it was a bit of a hedge against the lesson not being too interesting. Because you could always look out of the window and be guaranteed some sort of activity would come along pretty quickly. It was the first time that I and my classmates, as young primary school children, would have seen a field being ploughed. There's something magical about, at this time of year, ground being broken, because it signifies the beginning of the cycle of production. Almost like the new school year signifies the start of something new. So we watched from our classroom windows, and I think good teachers will have given up by that stage and allowed us all to watch and talked about the ploughing of land and what was perhaps to happen next. So we saw the harrowing and the drilling and the planting of the winter wheat. And then came the winter. Of course, we'd done our nature walks by then. We'd walked out from Creswick Lane down across the fields at Wheel Lane, down to Townend Farm. We'd collected our leaves and our acorns and so on, and we'd made a wonderful display in the classroom. But then winter came, and we marvelled at the beauty of the hedgerows and the fields. And then in the spring, we saw the product. We saw those first signs of the winter wheat coming through. And then, of course, we came on to June and the haymaking. And we marvelled at all the sorts of different implements that Andrew and Adele were using on the back of their tractors to first of all cut the grass. And then, because, of course, we were looking out not just at winter wheat plants, we were looking at a wide variety of land use. So we had haymaking, and we watched the hay being turned over, and then we watched it being baled and lifted onto the trucks and taken away. And then, of course, came the harvest. It's the first time I've ever seen a combined harvester. In fact, in those early days, it was a traction engine. I think it perhaps came from Hemingway's at Wickley. It was a giant iron engine that we just marvelled at. So as well as the beauty, it provided countless generations of children with a contact with the land, with agriculture, with the production of food. It was an invaluable lesson. And so when my children were ready to go to St. Thomas More's Primary School, I had a little word with them. And I said, make sure that you get a seat by the window and face out towards where the sun rises. Now, the vast majority of my classmates, as Dylan has just alluded to, didn't come from Wheel Lane or from Grenoside. They came from S5. They came from Parson Cross, Hartley Brook, Southey Green and Fox Hill. They had never seen that sort of activity before because there was no other site in that huge housing estate that the gentleman over there described as the largest in Europe. There was no other site where that activity occurs or occurred. And I can't think of one now. So if you take that site away, as well as its beauty, you will take out our contact and our children's contact with the land and with agriculture. As parents, if you have children or grandchildren, I think you would agree that's a terrible thing to do.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mrs. Jackson.
Thank you. I'm just referring to the Sheffield Open Space Assessment of 2022, which I think is the same one that was referred to over there. It's the only one I can find anyway that's recent. And policy CS47, safeguarding of open space. It says development of open space will not be permitted where it would result in a quantitative shortage of either informal or formal open space in the local area, or it would result in the loss of open space that is of high quality or of heritage, landscape or ecological value, or people in the local area would be denied easy or safe access to a local park or similar informal open space that is valued or well used by people living or working in the local area, or it would cause or increase a break in the city's green network. I would suggest that the removal of that site would do all of those. In addition to that, just looking at or referring to the strategy, the green space strategy that they was talking about being put together with the university, have we any inclination of how soon that is going to be? Because obviously this means that the current information is outdated. We're talking about replacing the green space if this goes ahead, but how much green space is it going to be replaced by and of what type? Ecclesfield Park is a current green space, but it's poorly maintained and the football pitches constantly flood. And these new spaces that are going to be created, who's going to fund them and look after them?
Thank you very much for your comments. In terms of the council's emerging green space strategy, they indicated yesterday that there wasn't a specific date, but it was in preparation. Moving around the table, thank you.
Can we assume then that that might be this year, next year, or 2 years hence? Because this has a high impact on what we're deciding here, and it really should have been available, and the information should be accessible to everybody to assess.
Thank you. Mrs. Riddle.
Your planners are saying that they're going to put recreational provision on Town End Farm. Well, how are they going to fit it all in? Because if they're going to put recreational space, you've got 609 houses, 2 schools and a 10-acre cemetery, but then Mr Hunt of Sheffield City Council says he's going to keep all the edges and a barrier up each side of the stream and all the footpaths. So how are you going to fit it all in? This is what I want to know. Because it's impossible to fit a 10-acre cemetery, 609 houses and 2 schools, all the trees, all the edges, round all the fields, and the stream and the footpaths and have an open recreational space on the farm, it's nigh on impossible. I thought there were just 70 acre there. There must be 170 to fit it all in.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coleman.
Thanks. I just wanted to repeat back what I have read and heard in relation to the open space. There's a significant shortfall of open space in the local area. We're going to reduce that shortfall by removing the green belt and building houses on it. We're going to provide additional open space by removing the classification of a farm and building houses on that. And we're going to address the shortfall in the local area by coming up with a strategy in several years that's completely unfunded, and we're going to have a think about it later and disconnect it fundamentally from the plan. And my thoughts around all of it is that it's just a major lack of consideration and complete omission from this plan, and it needs to be considered on its own merits, which is there is not a plan to address the shortfall, and that's ultimately should be a major consideration on whether this is an acceptable plan.
Okay, just two more comments then on this issue before we move on, because we've got quite a lot on the agenda still. So if I could ask you to make your comments fairly short. Mrs. Davison.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what the council had said, but also highlight that the community have just said, given testament as to what we had already put in as a data set. All of what has just been said is reflected in our data equity maps. What the council was saying is that what they're looking at doing is putting in green spaces. Nature doesn't equal recreation. It is not the same thing at all. The current situation there is that it's valuable ecological features that are really valuable to people's mental health and well-being. The high-quality habitats cannot easily be recreated, especially when they're close to areas with poor nature equity, as demonstrated this particular site is. The local plan doesn't condition that the buffers are natural, and we had that discussion yesterday. There's no definition of what the buffers will be, or even that they will be maintained. They've even said today on this particular site that the buffers and the local wildlife site will be considered as part of the infrastructure.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Shern-Johnson.
Thank you. With respect, I'm very hard of hearing, but I would just like some clarification of this issue when you asked the council. And my understanding of it was that it was discussed yesterday, and but there was nothing like, well, we've discussed it, but this is what we're going to do. And also regarding the sites, plain area, that there was leaving that up to the developers to see what space they'd got. Now, the council will be employing the people who build. They will give them contracts. Can that be assured that they will make sure that the developers, if it ever gets to that, will allow space, recreational space? Because none of them were answered. It was just, oh, we talked about it yesterday, nothing concrete. Thank you, Chair.
So the council were basically just talking about the emerging blue and green open space strategy. I'm not sure the exact title, but it's not available yet, and there wasn't any date given. So that was what they were talking about.
Get to know that before it starts. Thank you.
That takes us on to bullet point 3, but actually yesterday the council, we covered this at yesterday's session, the council confirmed So this touches on the emerging green space strategy as well, that has not yet been drawn up, and they haven't yet got a compensatory improvements plan. So there's really nothing to discuss under bullet point 3 yet, because there's no information. So I think we've probably covered everything on open space. We'll move on to item 5, which is biodiversity and habitats. And I've got a few questions. I'll ask the council first under these bullet points, and then there'll be an opportunity for everyone else to come in around the table. So bullet point 1 is the potential impact on the Ewe Lane Field local wildlife site and scope for mitigation. So does the council want to just say something about how they see that wildlife site being protected and conserved? And I think particularly given the geography of it, how it extends to within the site and would be effectively surrounded by development, a big portion of it along the stream. If you could just give me some indication of how that protection would happen.
Yes, certainly. We discussed the impact on the field at Ewe Lane, which is the local wildlife site. Obviously, we discussed where the exact location of the access road would be. And if it is considered that the public benefits of this potential vehicular access at this location clearly outweigh the conservation value of the site and its contribution to the wider ecological network, and there is no reasonable alternative that would avoid or reduce harm by locating the proposal elsewhere, then it will be considered acceptable, subject to the following compensation measures. And these are all linked to that additional condition that we talked about in terms of infrastructure being located or required within the local wildlife site. So this applies to the stream and also to Ewe Lane. In terms of Ewe Lane specifically, impacts on that, should a road go through that, we would expect an equivalent area of local wildlife site that is lost to be provided elsewhere within the development site and should be contiguous with the remaining local wildlife site. Development through the local wildlife site is restricted to the provision of an access through route only, and no other type of development is included within the local wildlife site. And a wildlife corridor is integrated under the access road to allow safer movement of the wildlife. So that's dealing with the road, potential road off Ewe Lane. Sort of wider, and also in terms of impact on the stream, local wildlife site through the middle, again, we discussed the possibility of public rights of way crossing it to improve connectivity. That would apply similar principles. They would only be required to, if they were essential to the delivery of the site, we'd expect compensation contiguous to the site. In addition to these sort of managing the impacts on the site itself, obviously the site will be master planned and will be informed by work done on the ecological networks, local nature recovery strategy, hopefully with that in place. So we're looking at wider strategic mitigation, ensuring that these local wildlife sites are connected through open space. So we've got impacts on the site, and then we've got improving the local ecological network as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And my question under bullet point 2 is just about the ongoing ecological assessment work. So this is referred to in the council's representations. If you could just give me an update, please.
Yes, we have received a preliminary ecological appraisal from the promoter and also a BNG baseline metric. And we have reviewed that, and in summary, it does identify a number of habitats that are important at a site level and also habitats at a local level of significance. The local value habitats are the woodland areas.
Sorry, you mentioned at a local level. What was the other level?
Sorry, at a county level. Sorry.
And what were the county level habitats?
Those are the areas of woodland.
I had that down as local.
Oh, sorry.
What was local?
Let me just, sorry. I'd have to... these are the grassland habitats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And then we touched on this briefly yesterday about the local nature recovery network issues, and obviously I appreciate that the maps, the actually agreed final maps, are not published yet. The only version of information I've got before me is the Wildlife Trust opportunity area maps, which they submitted within their representations. And those maps show half of the site, so the eastern half of the site, as an opportunity area. Could I just get the council's view on that, please?
Yes, I think as we indicated yesterday, whilst we welcome the work that's being done by the Wildlife Trust, and obviously that's being commissioned by the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority, it's still further subject to further testing and refinement in terms of how that feeds into the local nature recovery strategy itself. And I think we would expect to see some refinement in terms of how that is applied to planning applications and development proposals. So I don't think, as we discussed yesterday, we would see that as a total constraint on development within those areas, but it's flagging that within that broad zone, it's necessary to maintain connectivity and take advantage of habitat creation opportunities within the areas identified on the Wildlife Trust mapping areas.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got no more questions for the council. So does anyone else wish to comment on biodiversity and habitats? If I can just bring your attention to the time, though, if I could ask if you could make your comments fairly succinct, because I have read all of your representations. If someone makes one comment and you wish to just make the same comment, if you could just say that you agree, because then that allows us to actually get through all the agenda. And I've got some important things on the agenda and I want to cover that with you. So moving around the table then, I'll start with my left-hand side. Mrs. Bell.
Yes, thank you, Inspector. Just a question, please, for the council on this ecology assessment, the preliminary report that's now been received. Is that available? And if so, where can we find it? And who was the author of that report, please?
Perhaps I can ask a colleague from a representative from Carter Jonas, who are representing the property services section, just to comment on the availability of that report, because it was commissioned by them as the property part of the council, not by the local planning authority.
The report's been prepared by, I think it's pronounced Curatura. It was submitted on Thursday last week. In terms of the availability of that report, that is something that I will have to take back to my client and come back to you on.
Just to make you aware, we have requested that report. We'll perhaps continue to make those requests outside of this process, but we would like to see that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Towton. Okay, so you want Mrs. Davison first? Yeah? Okay. Mrs. Davison, and then if necessary, you.
Yeah, can I just clarify a couple of things? So when we were talking yesterday about the local nature recovery network mapping, that is the piece of work, that's the same piece of work that is being done along with Simca. It is the piece of work that will be taken forward, and I accept that it hasn't had the consultation or the full refinement that they're referring to. However, it's unlikely that the core and the restoration parts of that will change. The other thing is that the grey areas on the map, they are areas of unknown quality. So although you've referred to the blue areas as opportunity, the unknown quality we weren't able to access due to access issues. So it's really, really important that those areas are mapped prior to any decisions being taken as to how that is impacted on the goal of getting 30% good for nature by 2030. Specifically on this site, We are objecting to this particular site on the grounds of biodiversity and habitats. We're not objecting to all sites at all. I think we've objected to 4. And that's where we don't believe that any mitigation or buffers would be capable of preventing serious damage to the local wildlife sites or potential woodland that's on there. And the wider network of the stepping stones and what we've talked about with wildlife corridors, etc. Now, when we made that assessment, we looked at how the local wildlife site runs down the centre of there, and it's completely surrounded by building. And I realise that they've talked about buffers, and I will raise it again. The issue with the buffers is that it has been weakened during this process. We've heard that they will accept building with buffers, so we cannot prevent damage to those local wildlife sites. We haven't seen any assessment reports. However, we are aware that there is significant biodiversity, and we have had reports of priority species on that site. The point is that we don't know what's there, that the hedgerows could be ancient, the trees could be veteran. Without that report, it's going to be really hard to say what damage is likely to be done. Anything else to add?
I just wanted to clarify, because the Nature Recovery Network was referred to as just the opportunity areas, and our response is viewable online. If people want to look at this, there's a full explanation. It's also areas of existing priority habitat of different conditions. The opportunity areas are completely separate to that. And just to reiterate Sue's point, the unknown condition, which will be lost if this site is developed on, sits outside of the protected local wildlife site. It could be of great condition for nature. We just don't know that, and that needs to be looked into before the site is released. There's less than 5% of all the habitats mapped that are in great condition for nature. So we can't afford to lose anymore. That's our view.
Mr. Towton, did you need to add anything?
The main point we was going to make, which made our submission, is that the fact that the site is of great biodiversity value, both known and unknown to a large extent, we don't think they can be adequately mitigated for. Also, I suppose the point I was going to make was just a bit more certainty about the mitigation measures if they are introduced, because I think I'm slightly concerned if the idea is we'll leave that to the master planning. I think that needs to be dealt with through designations, local green space or something, notwithstanding your concerns about those designations, also the buffers as well.
All right, we'll take 2 more comments on biodiversity before we need to move on. Mrs. Riddle.
Mirror came on the 11th and 12th of August to walk round the farm for 2 days. We walked round the 2 days with the ecologist that came. He was blown away with the wildlife that was there, the foxes, the badgers, the deer, the lapwings, the wildflower meadow we've planted. And in his professional thing, when he left the farm, I said, "What do you think? What are you going to put?" And he said he was going away, straight away, to write that report. And he says, "Well, on my opinion, my professional opinion, this farm should not be built on. It's absolutely wonderful. It's a right wildlife haven." And I went in the house and I said to my husband, "I can guarantee I'll put my life on it, but that report doesn't land on today for the inspectors." I rung Mr. Kemp on Friday and asked where it was. I've been asking for it for the last 10 days to see it. And another thing, it's just typical of the council, again, trying to not put anything that I knew, because it would against what the council wanted, that we wouldn't see it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ather.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just to make clear, my client, Barrett David Wilson Homes, objects to the inclusion of this site within the plan. It's hard to understand how this site that is heavily constrained has made it through the 3A and into the 3B and beyond assessments when other sites, such as my client's site at land to the west of Foxhill Road in Grenoside, are virtually constraint free. There are significant ecological constraints here with the local wildlife site that don't appear to be fully considered. And perhaps a point of clarification from the council, if we may please. The red line for the site appears to exclude the watercourse within the central part of the site. That potentially raises two issues. The first, the absence of a outfall for surface water drainage from the site, because if it's not included within the red line that's proposed as the allocation, there's consideration being given in terms of where surface water is going to attenuate into, given the land flows down the watercourse towards the east. And in terms of BNG, and in terms of the provisions of the Environment Act, so has the council's ecological work that they've undertaken, that we've just heard previously before, undertaken a baseline assessment of that watercourse for the consideration of net gain for river and watercourse credits to meet the required 10% gain? And obviously that would be impacted in terms of where the eventual red line would go when a planning application comes forward, as you'll be aware. So I think it's a point of consideration that needs to be looked at now in terms of where exactly that sort of, let's call it the site allocation boundary, as it were, for the development area is shown. I've got two further points, one in respect to flooding and capacity of the site. Are they best left for item 10 on the agenda, or would you like to hear that now, Mel?
Oh, sorry, can you just make the last point again?
So the points I've got in terms of site capacity, and then one in terms of flooding on the back of the information we had yesterday that Ian circulated yesterday afternoon. Shall I bring those up in item 10? Would that be better for you?
Basically, if you've got any other issues, it's item 10.
Fine, perfect, thank you.
Yep, okay. Okay, can I just, sorry, we're really against the clock here, so if I could just ask the council to very briefly respond to Mr. Ather's point about if the local wildlife site, the watercourse, is excluded, how that sort of impacts in terms of biodiversity and net gain, I think was his point. Can it be achieved? And then I think also, yeah, so if you can just answer his question, thank you.
I think our understanding is that from the recommendations from the report is that a river condition assessment, or RCA, would be needed for the biodiversity net gain assessment, so that would cover the watercourse, is our understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, right, so let's move on. We've reached item 6. And we actually covered a lot of this the other day, on Monday it was. The council confirmed on Monday that it has not yet determined whether the school will definitely be needed on the site. So it has not determined the location within the site, or funding, or the phasing or timing, because it's not certain that it will be required. So on that basis, I don't have any questions, and I'm not sure really there's actually going to be many comments around the table. I mean, certainly everyone who was here on Monday from the different groups, you had representatives around the table at that point. So you have made comments. I'm looking at everyone in the groups already. If you weren't here on Monday and you would like to make a very brief comment on education provision, that's appropriate. So please let me know now. So your group was here on Monday. Okay, I thought you'd be coordinating. If you want to make a very, very brief comment, that's okay.
It's just, obviously we've been looking at figures. There's 353 surplus secondary school places within S35 and the surrounding area already. and as you say, the council have said they don't know if it's needed. The peak in birth rate, which is already below the national average in Sheffield anyway, is 2027-28 entry into year 7. As someone that works in education, it is almost going to be impossible for you to plan a school, build a school, then once you've built it, you've got to find people to staff it who aren't going to apply for a job that doesn't exist because the school's not there. You've then got children going through it for 5 years before the birth rate drops to a point that that school's not needed anymore. So that's just the point on that one.
We did cover this on Monday, so I won't ask the council to respond again. Okay, so moving on then to the next item 7, which is burial provision. And again, we covered this at the matter session on Monday. The council confirmed at that session that plans have not yet been fully developed or firmed up for this site. So effectively the questions I had under here cannot be answered. Again, there were representatives from the groups around the table, but if anyone wasn't here on Monday and wishes to make a very brief comment, that's absolutely fine. Mrs. Travis.
Okay, so my comment is, first of all, I'm looking at the citywide cemetery plan, and it says that it's been developed in collaboration with elected members, residents and key stakeholders. I would be interested at the end of what I have to say to ask who those residents were, because we have no knowledge of that. So the existing provision, just to be really clear, that within a mile of this site, we have the Grenoside crematorium, which is uphill, and we have Ecclesfield Church, which is downhill, and pretty much on the same road. We'd already talked about on Monday the fact that the national data shows that 80% of funerals are now through cremations. And just to be really clear, we already have one of the 3 crematoriums within Sheffield. There are only 2 others. One's in the city centre and one is at Sheffield the southwest. So the crematorium we already have at Grenoside already generates a significant volume of hearses and funeral processions moving from across Sheffield and then through the already congested roads of Ecclesfield and Grenoside in particular that we'd mentioned. So the plan is clear that the cemeteries require designated sections that meet Islamic burial rites. And again, I know this was mentioned on day 1, but this places the facility far away from the Muslim families where you have 50% within places like Burngreve and Darnall. And we know that Islamic burials need to be within 24 hours. So
sorry, can I just stop you there? Just to let you know that at the discussion on Monday, the council confirmed that this site would not be a major site for multi-faith burials because they're looking at 4 to 6 other sites across the city. So that was confirmed.
So if you're looking at the burial site just being a Christian burial site, then the other thing that I would say is that having spoken to sort of people within the know within that site of Ecclesfield Cemetery, there is anticipating that it would be 5 years before we run out of spaces. However, there is a space at the side of the cemetery that has been offered to the council to actually extend that cemetery if they wanted to use that, and that I understand is actually being pursued by one of our Labour councillors. So the other thing then that I think I need to stress is that we need to be mindful here that the citywide cemetery plan stresses that new provision should support environmentally sustainable options and should promote sustainable development, social equity, environmental sustainability and community well-being. It states the Council's triple lock policy of people, prosperity and planet and warns of the considerable ecological impact that cemetery development can bring and highlights the importance of protecting green infrastructure and biodiversity. This is all very contradictory to the site that you've actually considered here. This is a productive farmland where they are producing food for us. There's also a wide variety of wildlife, biodiversity, and nearly 100 extremely established trees. So developing on this green belt would destroy existing habitats and remove an important area of carbon storage and biodiversity, which is very contrary to the plan itself, where it's calling for sustainability and careful ecological consideration. There's also the additional factor that we already have the crematorium, which is bringing heavy traffic, lighting and noise pollution to this area. So another cemetery is just going to worsen these impacts, especially if we are looking at any extended hours. So this is unfair to the community that it serves with regards to this land and other possible communities as well. But I would like the question asking about which residents were consulted, because I'm not aware of anybody.
So this issue was discussed on Monday, where the council's manager of cemeteries was present, and they're not present today. So I think that question will have to be parked. Perhaps I could ask the council just to contact you separately. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Right, we really need to move on because we've got some very important issues to discuss still, and we've got not very much time, and I want to discuss them. So, item 8 is about the policy condition requiring collaborative work with site NES 39 on a single infrastructure plan. So I just basically wanted to ask the council what the justification is for this condition and the anticipated scope of the work, please. And I'm asking that question really because they are separate sites separated by a road. NES 39 is relatively small, only 148 dwellings. And, sorry, if my maths is right, in combination the two sites are 757 dwellings, which falls below the strategic site definition that the council's used elsewhere. So if you can just explain for me, please.
Yes. Given the proximity of NES 37 to NES 39 and the requirement within policy DC1 of the Sheffield Plan that promoters of the strategic housing sites work collaboratively, this is specifically required within the conditions on development for NES 37. Should both schemes progress at the same time, it would be expected that the promoters assess the combined effects their development would have on local infrastructure and services, including local utilities, ensures that these are addressed within a single infrastructure plan. Any required contributions would be proportionate to their respective developments. So we would be looking at, in terms of at the same time, we would envisage that if we're doing pre-app discussions, that we would expect them to have some. In terms of where we talk about at the same time, we would envisage that being during pre-application discussions at the earliest. And we would expect them to coordinate on issues like transport, highways, utilities, where there's a potential for cumulative impacts on infrastructure and services.
Sorry, just to confirm then, so it's about the impact on utilities only, it's not about transport access?
No, it's not regarding access. It's more the impact on the highway, if there was any highway measures that required calming measures and infrastructure.
And you're saying that should take place at pre-application stage, but what if the pre-application stage is at different times?
Then they would not be. We wouldn't be able. It wouldn't apply.
Sorry, it wouldn't apply at all to either site then, if there happen to be different pre-application stages?
They have to be progressing at the same time. So if one was at pre-application and another application was a bit ahead of it, we'd expect them to coordinate with each other.
Sorry, just confirm then, you're saying you're requiring them to progress at exactly the same time, effectively?
No, we're not. No, we'd only be applied if they were progressing at the same time. If they're not, we cannot apply that condition.
Okay, that doesn't actually explain it in the condition. I've completely misread that then. So that will only apply if they happen to be progressing at the same time. But that's not very likely, is it? To be exactly the same time seeking pre-application discussions.
You could just
I can bring in the other party if you'd like. Can I bring you in, Mr. Gregg?
Thank you. So Limes Developments are promoting NES 39. So we could discuss this later if you prefer, ma'am, but they've got the same condition on both sites. I think it's as part of good planning and as part of good pre-app discussions, as and when Limes Developments or whoever brings that site forward, they would want to engage with the council about what's happening on NES 37. I don't think there's necessarily a need for a condition which requires those discussions to happen. As part of the pre-app discussion, it would just happen, and we would, or whoever was progressing the site, NES 39, would make sure that would happen. There's not much more I can say, really. If we're talking about practicalities of bringing the two sites forward together and how one affects the other, then I think we leave that for the application stage and pre-app stage. So I'm not sure if the condition is strictly necessary in the way that's been described so far.
Thank you. I'm struggling to see the point of the condition if it may not apply. And the other issue is that it's not a large strategic site in combination.
If I could just confirm, the smaller site NES 39 does constitute a strategic site by virtue of being over 4 hectares. So with reference to policy DC1, the final paragraph of that policy, which is in part 2 of the plan, promoters of strategic housing sites will be required to work collaboratively to produce and implement a single infrastructure delivery plan. But obviously, in terms of implementing that, there needs to be some practicality around the nature of the delivery timescales for the relevant sites.
Okay, perhaps we'll come back to this then under policy DC1, which we're discussing in 2 weeks' time. Okay. Right, so that was just basically a technical question for the council, really. Sorry, Mr. Allison, do you want to briefly comment?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to pick up on that. You said that you need a joint infrastructure plan for both sites, so therefore both sites would have to be master planned at the same time. So how would you deal with that as an application? Would it be a joint application with a detail on one and an outline on the other? I just want to understand how that would work.
I think if we can park the issue for now, because we're going to have a discussion on, so this links back to policy DC1, which is on the agenda for 2 weeks' time, and I think it'd be a better place to have the full discussion. I don't know if you're attending that session. Okay, well, if you want to speak to the programme officer, there may be potential to, but I obviously have to check with him.
Cheers.
Okay, Mr. Ash?
Yeah, can I just point out, obviously, we've got some legal representation here today. Obviously, we wanted to mention something then, but obviously we've paid for today, so she might not be available. So is it possible for her to...
Yes, if you wish to make a comment on this particular policy condition.
I will assist the group with some points they might raise at DC1. I think, Mum, very briefly, I think you've got a handle on the discussion here. We're a bit perplexed, really, by all of this. We're a bit confused as to what the infrastructure in question might be. We don't think NES 37 is remotely deliverable or available for reasons we'll go on to explore. We query the wisdom of making it proceed in lockstep with yet another site to the detriment of the delivery and availability of both sites. Just to reassure those who are on that side of the room, I'm happy to discuss this further with the group and input further on forthcoming discussions on DC1. But yes, we share the concerns that you've already noted, Mum, and we think this only adds to more uncertainty around deliverability and availability. Thank you.
Thank you, I've noted those points. Right, okay, let's move on to site availability and deliverability, which is obviously quite a key issue. And under the first bullet point there, I've got some questions about the terms and length of the agricultural tenancy agreement. I'm going to ask the council first, but obviously I'm very interested in your viewpoints as well, so I'm looking at yourselves down the end. I saw on my site visit, obviously, that as you've described as well this morning, the site is, the farm is actively farmed and used with a home and business on your site. So if I could just ask the council then, if you can tell me about the terms and the length of the tenancy agreement, please, and what actions you're taking.
Thank you, Ma'am.
We initially would like to ask the agent who is here on behalf of the landowner to initially respond to that question.
Thank you. The land is obviously currently subject to a tenancy agreement. The tenancy agreement contains a break clause which authorises the council to resume possession for specific non-agricultural uses, including for development purposes for which planning permission has to be granted, or for any of the council's statutory purposes, including housing, highways, public open space, education, playing fields or burial grounds, or for the disposal of the property for any development purposes for which planning permission has been given. The tenancy agreement requires the tenants to be given 3 calendar months notice in writing. So essentially the tenancy structure provides the necessary provisions for the council to resume possession as needed in order to enable development to be brought forward in accordance with the proposed allocation. We are preparing a statement of common ground with the council, and I understand that signatories are required in relation to that, and we would be willing to submit that following the close of these hearing sessions.
Thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. Riddle, did you have any comments in terms of the tenancy agreement or availability?
We have some comments, but we'd like the solicitors to elaborate on that first for us, please. The lady then.
I think that's my cue, Ma'am, with your leave. So I think it's extremely disappointing that the note that's being prepared that the lady from Castle Jonas has just referred to wasn't available before today, given that this agenda has been set and this was one of the items for discussion. It's plainly a matter of real significance to Mr. and Mrs. Riddle, who are entitled to know precisely what the council's position is here, because it has very serious consequences for them and their livelihood. So again, much like with the ecological assessment that's not available, frustration and disappointment at this side of the room. In terms of the legal position on the tenancy, there's only so much I want to bring forward in a public forum, because obviously that will be a private law matter for Mr. and Mrs. Riddle to explore. But they have taken some advice. They have a lifetime tenancy plus 2 generations, so that will be 3 generations in total. And their understanding and expectation is that they will enjoy the full currency of that lifetime tenancy. And they have made considerable efforts to plan and to manage their farm on that basis, investing considerable sums in the upkeep and maintenance of the farm, which when they first took it on was derelict. And if it really is the council's intention to serve notice, then that should be clarified at the soonest opportunity so they can take the detailed legal advice they need. But that is not something that would happen without a fight. And certainly from what I have seen, there's every reason to think that the Riddles would prevail in any private law argument that might ensue. But I don't want to say more because I don't know what's forthcoming in that respect, and that will be a matter ultimately for them. I think the fundamental point really for your consideration, Ma'am, is that the council has the burden of demonstrating that this site is available and deliverable. It has a lifetime tenancy plus 2 generations. It is being actively farmed by a tenant who does not want to relinquish that tenancy and is absolutely adamant in that position, and who has invested considerable expense in this property. And as such, there's absolutely no basis for the council to try and contend at present that this is an available and deliverable site, and certainly not on the basis that they've put out in their representations a lead-in of 7 years and a build-out over 6 years. That's fundamentally at odds with the nature of the lifetime tenancy. Of course, if steps were taken to evict them, there will be a distinct legal process there as well. So at every step of the way, there are various issues to consider. But again, very disappointing that this note hasn't been made available before today, because we would have very much liked to see that.
Okay, I've just got a couple of follow-up questions for the council. So just to check then, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong person, Mrs. Whitaker. It's a lifetime tenancy with 3 generation guarantee, but there's a break clause. Is that the position you have?
I don't have the tenancy agreement with me today, but my understanding based on the discussions that we've had with my client is that there is a tenancy agreement and there are break clauses within that. In terms of the detail of that, I would have to default back to them and come back to you with further information.
And this is a sensitive question, but I need to ask it. Is the council intending or wishes to take the land and the farmhouse, or is it a case of just the land?
Obviously, as we've heard today, there is the tenancy agreement which has got the break clause. There is an option to look to develop the land and exclude the farmhouse from that. In the statement of common ground that's being prepared and is awaiting signatories, there will be a concept plan that shows that the site is deliverable if the farmhouse wasn't to be brought forward.
Okay, just to confirm then, the council hasn't decided what it intends to do then in that respect?
My understanding is that the council wish to show that there are two options. There is the break clause within the tenancy agreement, so they can progress with regards to that, or the farmhouse can stay in situ and the development can come forward surrounding it.
Mrs. Bell, did you wish to comment, or Mr. and Mrs. Riddle?
No, I'd like to reserve my position until I see that statement of common ground, and I think we'll have more to say once that's available. Thank you. I would only add again that it is frustrating that this isn't available before today, not least of all because, as the gentleman over there has pointed out, my client's paid for me to be here on the expectation these matters will be thoroughly discussed. But also because we're in a position here, Ma'am, where the council is acting both as promoter of this plan and as landowner. And in my submission, that does place on them onerous obligations to act fairly and reasonably. And holding back information of this significance is unfair. Thank you.
Just in terms of that, if I can just add, I would want to see the statement of common ground, obviously, and that would need to be published, and people allowed an opportunity to comment in writing. Obviously, we have this session today, but there is the opportunity, as ever, because the examination is live and open, we can arrange other hearing sessions if needed. Obviously, that's not ideal to have a second session, but that can be done if it's required. But obviously, there would be an opportunity to comment on that document for everyone. Mr. and Mrs. Riddle, would you like to add anything?
This tenancy that we have, I've still got land with the council under this agricultural tenancy. And obviously we need somewhere to live. We need somewhere to put us crops. And I just wondered what the council's idea is. Are you going to leave me without home? Nowhere to put us crops. I just want clarification what their thoughts are on that.
Is this referring to other land that you farm?
No, it's under the same agricultural tenancy, town and farm, and then we have 30 acre across the road. It's in the same agricultural tenancy, and I just want to know how we're going to work that. It's not the other land that we farm. And that all goes towards investing in what we have done in town and farm. So I just want to know their ideas on what we're going to do with the other land under this tenancy, under this lifetime tenancy that I have, and 2 generations.
So there's 2 areas then, not just this site, under that same tenancy. Did the council want to give a response, please?
I'll have to take that point away and come back to you in relation to that.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, well, if you're still drafting the statement of common ground, perhaps this is one of the matters you can capture in that. Mrs. Riddle.
Thank you, Ma'am. Well, I'd just like to speak because my husband's so upset. We're absolutely devastated that we're going to lose his farm and his home. We've put blood, sweat and tears, 44 years. We've treated it as a zone. We've put hundreds of thousands of pounds, we've reinvested. We've not had a fancy lifestyle, we've reinvested every penny we've got back into that farm for his children and his grandchildren's future, and they're just pulling the carpet from under us. We found out by a phone call from a councillor on 17th of April, and we were left in limbo till 29th of July, and we still not had a letter, a phone call from Sheffield City Council to say, this is what we're proposing on farm. We've had to find out from other means, like Sheffield Star. It's been absolutely disgusting the way we've been treated. Would you like to find out, Mr. Johnson, the rest of the planning team, that you're going to lose your business, your livelihood, you're going to be unemployed and have no home? Like we've been treated. Even Tom Hunt said that we needed an apology the way we've been treated. We should have at least had a letter or a phone call to know what was happening. How the council has treated us at every stage. I went to one meeting and one strategic planning officer, when I said I was going to lose my home, my business and make his daughter unemployed, she just sniggered and laughed at me. I've been laughed at when I was spoken in council not a month ago. Nobody will give us any answers. We're in Carter Jones up 3 times. What you're talking about, what the first thing they said. We asked for some dialogue. We've had no dialogue. We've had nothing. We've put the council, let's be clear, has not spent 1 penny on Town End Farm. Just 3 weeks before that we found out, we spent £10,000 on half a new house roof and another £10,000 on grind limestone to put on the fields to keep them in good heart. So we'd spent £20,000 on somebody else to think we've treated the farm as if it was his own, thinking we'd have a future for his children there. But it's the way we've been treated as well.
Thank you for that. I have one more question, if that's okay for you. It was just under the second bullet point, and it's just that there's reference within your letter to businesses run by, I think, your daughter, a catering and livery business. Is that still operational?
Yeah.
It's a vital part of...
It's a vital farm. We're only a small farm, and if we hadn't diversified, then we wouldn't have succeeded, and we want to succeed more than anything. If they take the house and buildings, well, there'll be no catering, there'll be no livery business. It's run, me and my daughter runs the catering and the livery business between us. And she works on the farm also. And my son, he does all the VAT and the accounts, and he has a full-time job before. But my daughter's worked on the farm 20 years. She absolutely loves the bones of the place.
Sorry, can I just check, in terms of the council were talking about these 2 options, obviously we haven't seen them. One would be to retain the house.
Well, it's not just the house.
The area around.
It's the house and the buildings. So as a base, so we can farm the other 30 acre that we hopefully will still let us farm, but we also rent. The farm's about 200 acre in total. We rent several other parcels of land from different landlords to make the farm viable. You know, to run big tractors and machinery, it has to be viable. And so we do have land from other landlords, and thank goodness they treat us a damn sight better than what Sheffield City Council have.
Okay, so I just wanted to check, so if that happened and you were able to keep the house area, the cattery and the livery business would still be able to run or not?
What do you think? Would we be able to run if we just had house and buildings?
Yeah, what have we got to
Well,
make a decision now?
I don't think so. You know, you've got to work out the economics, and I can't say one way or the other at this precise time.
That's absolutely fine. It was just if you had an idea at the present time. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ather, would you like to make a comment?
Pardon?
It was the second point of your question. If we are able to move on to that, is that okay? So I think the question was in terms of the build-out rate over 6 years.
Sorry, I'm not sure if everyone else around the table might not have moved on yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can
I'm
I
happy
just
to
check?
wait.
So if Mr. Allison, you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mum. I just wanted to pick up on what Mr. and Mrs. Riddle have said. We all know that, nationwide we're losing farms daily due to being unsustainable and the economic pressures that have been felt, and there's only a finite number of farms left in the area, and we should be doing everything we can to try and support and save these farms. And having Sheffield City Council make a conscious decision to close the farm is frankly deplorable. However, I would ask a very, very simple question to Sheffield City Council on this fact. So they've allocated NES 37 for a housing site, a burial site, a SEND provision and a secondary school. So why have you not simply mitigated this by allocating part of the site for a smaller number of houses to allow the farm to continue? I do not understand why you haven't done this, and why have you not taken the moral ground and support the business by allocating a smaller section to allow the farm to continue?
Thank you very much. Okay, so if we move on then to the next bullet point, which is about the trajectory and the estimated lead-in times. Mr. Ather?
Thank you, Mom. Yes, the Council's latest trajectory that was published last month suggests that this would have a total capacity of 609 units, commencing with 50 units in 2033, 110 units in 2034, 120 in 2035, and then on up until 99 units in 2038-39, which is the end of the planned period. Now, in my opinion, that seems a high rate of dwellings per annum when you look at the Lichfield start to finish report that was published last year, which I think it's fair to say the industry, and LPAs and inspectors generally take as a sort of sensible starting point when looking at delivery rate. Now, on a site of 500 to 999 dwellings, that has an upper quartile build-out rate, in absolutely great market conditions in high-value areas of 83 DPA, and the lower level being 44 DPA, numbers I'm sure you'll be familiar with. So if we were to, take 50 units, the Council's 50-unit estimate in 2033, and then for the remaining years of the plan, apply the upper quartile, if everything's going really well, and the site's put forward, 83 DPA, that leaves you a total of 465 units within the plan period, and obviously 144 units that fall off the back end of the plan. And at the lower quartile, if you apply 44 units to the 6-year build-out rate, that only delivers 264 units, or 345 units falling off the back end of the plan. And obviously, when we're looking at a plan that is, deficient in terms of the sites that are put forward and allocated, certainly within the first 5-year period, but potentially over the plan period as a whole, is our sort of view. Every unit is going to count, and if this sort of number is falling off the back end of the plan period, I think this highlights the point that we've said in representations that further sites need to come forward early on that can be deliverable. So there is that point I want to make there. I mean, a 6-year build-out rate doesn't seem necessarily unreasonable 6 or 7 years is sort of what Lichfields would indicate for a site of this scale. But then there's the overall capacity of the site and whether 609 is appropriate. I think that's sort of based on around 35 DPH, which, given the constraints we've sort of heard about with this site and need to deliver or propose to deliver secondary school, SEND school, buffers and open space provision, and potentially greenbelt compensation as well, 35 seems very much at the upper end of what one would reasonably expect to be deliverable on a site like this. So, perhaps reducing that down to 30 DPH might be a more reasonable approach to apply to this site if it was taken forward, but that would only leave you with 509 units to come forward from the allocation. So I just wanted to make those points to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Riddle, would you like to comment? I mean, this is obviously a theoretical discussion, and I appreciate it must be difficult.
Right. What I forgot to say, what's absolutely heartbreaking is that they're going to concrete over all our beautiful farm when Sheffield City Council, if they got their house in order, they've hundreds, if not thousands of houses boarded up. One down road has been empty for 10 years. The 15,000 with planning permission that ain't yet built. So why do they need to build on good greenbelt land that provides us with a living and my daughter and provides people with food? It's time they went round looking at all these brown belt sites, because I could find them and I could have delivered a better plan in 8 months than what Sheffield planners have done.
No, thank you very much for your comments. It's really appreciated that you are here today. Mrs. Whitaker, you wish to come in? Mr. Johnson, can you just nudge her? She's got her. You have your nameplate up. Oh, okay. Okay, so if there's no more comments, then let's move on to item 10. And this is, does anyone have any other comments or concerns that they wish to raise regarding this site? Mr. Arnold, you're first.
Thank you. I'd like to raise that every area has its own history, except many places' history no longer exists since the world and the country has largely been developed. And surely we should be cherishing this and not even questioning to develop this. Which brings me on to sharing some more anecdotes from people, how people appreciate the area. Firstly, a friend of mine, who's the same age as me, described how their family chose to move to Grenoside in the first place to become part of a close-knit community, and especially because of the open green spaces. My friend has many fond memories growing up in Grenoside, going on many family walks, especially during the coronavirus lockdown, seeing all the different species, owls, bats, deer, foxes, which many of these are already endangered, without the risk of their habitats being destroyed. There are less places in the... There are many other places... Sorry. There are so many places in the world that have been developed, and wildlife have much less habitat regions to breed in. But the thing is, with Town and Farm, this still exists. We should be cherishing this, as I have said, and cherishing it for future generations to appreciate, like my friend has with their family. Another one of the residents I spoke to has lived here for 34 years, and he mentioned that he has an autistic grandson who can be particularly challenging, yet walking with him in the fields seems to be a break from the busy and noisy area he lives in every day with his parents. The gentleman's words were, "It has made him," proving how greenery has numerous benefits to people's mental well-being and development in a quiet and safe space. And when I ask people what the Greenbelt means to them personally, one person who has loved appreciating the Greenbelt for 26 years said it is a place to spend some time on your own, some quiet time, and others described it as calming and peaceful. This would no longer be the case if plans were to go ahead with more noise pollution, and simply the area would not exist for these recreational purposes to occur. So much value of mental well-being would be gone. And also, I'd like to add to points that my friends Jill and Alice made earlier. Since in this part of the city, in S35, there is not a significant demand for a secondary school and a burial site, we are concerned that the Sheffield City Council will come around and decide to build more houses in the area, which would exacerbate the issues even further. Thank you.
Thank you. So if anyone has any other comments on other issues that we haven't covered already in the agenda, so I'm not looking for a summary of your views on the site, but if there's anything on other issues, so we've obviously already covered character and open space, biodiversity, etc. So this is anything new. Mr. Levery.
Thanks, ma'am. I want to refer to the table 3.3 in the flood risk design for the both parcels of site, making this up. It quotes 30-year rainfall plus 25% needs 0.8 hectares of land for...
Sorry, can I just, if you could give me the document reference, is this the recent sequential test document?
This is level 2 SRA site assessment for flood risk. And it's page 15. Okay, so it quotes an assumed depth of the pond of 1.5 metres requires 0.8 hectares for the minimal location. That's twice that, of course, because there's 2 packages of land. Right through to the 100-year rainfall plus 40% of 1.6 hectares times 2. That's 3.2 hectares in that circumstance of land set aside either as pond or tanks. That would probably have to be in the east of the site, where the stream is downfalling. What is the expectation of the council in terms of how they're going to deliver this, in terms of either ponds or tanks, or what are they going to do? Thank you.
Yes, it would just be useful if the council can briefly respond to that and just confirm where that would be taking place.
It's too detailed. It's too much detail at this point for us to be able to give a specific answer. Unfortunately, we had the right people in the room yesterday, perhaps to give a more technical answer around sort of flood storage, but we've not got them with us, so we could take it away as a question if it would be helpful.
I think the important thing is that are you comfortable that there is sufficient capacity, given the number of dwellings on the site and the other requirements, to actually accommodate the storage? I think that's probably the critical question.
I think in short the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving around the room then, Mrs Davison.
Yes, the gentleman over there briefly touched on the same issue. We want to check about the flood risk assessments. I'm not clear. There's 2 sites and the flood risk assessments that are being put forward. I'm not clear whether they were cumulative, whether they were looked at separately or whether they were put together, because it was the 2 sites were looked at separately. But more importantly, we noticed that because the boundary, as the gentleman pointed out, has been drawn around the entire, excluding the entire local wildlife site, I believe that they could potentially have not checked the flood risk on the wildlife site. So, for example, this site has been categorised as low hazard within the boundary, but as the local wildlife site sits completely outside that boundary, it has an extreme hazard of flood depths of over 1.2 metres. And there's an extreme risk of flooding. Now, again, going back to, we haven't got the correct reports. We haven't got the correct reports to be able to comment on whether the habitat in that area is capable of surviving that level of flood. So again, I believe that these reports are really essential prior to the allocation of this site.
Thank you. If I could just ask the council then to just confirm whether the It's the question about the two sites, I think, and whether it's captured the local wildlife site area. I'm assuming that it has.
That's right, yes it has, and actually really an easy place to look for the summary of that is in exam document 151, which is the flood risk sequential test and exception test report. Specifically the table at page 17 brings together those two parcels of land and indicates the proportion of the area within different flood risk zones, and then provides a commentary which indicates that predominantly the flood risk area is within the watercourse and some land to the east. The watercourse being part of the local wildlife site. So yes, it has taken into account the local wildlife site within that consideration as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Towton?
Sorry, can I just come back on that one brief comment?
Very briefly, yes.
In that case, then, it will alter the habitat, and that is really difficult to assess based on the information that we currently have.
Thank you. Mr. Towton.
I was going to mention flooding, and particularly the lack of certainty and evidence behind that's been mitigated, but other people have mentioned that, so I'll just raise that issue.
Mr. Robinson, you have a new issue?
I just wanted to remind us all that we've got 4 sites in this area. We've talked about one site, so discussions about flooding and traffic need to take place at some stage, looking at the whole effects on the area. And my understanding from the discussions on Monday and Tuesday on both, for example, traffic and flooding, was that the various detail was going to be left to the site-specific discussions, which is what we're doing. I'm really worried that we're going to allow these topics to be taken away, to be answered later, because it brings the whole question into whether these sites are appropriate and feasible.
In the evidence base, the council has carried out some strategic assessments of the impact of all of these sites together, for example, the transport work, and obviously some individually as well. So there's a mix of evidence there.
I listened to all that on Monday and Tuesday, but I was a long way from being convinced that we're talking about the detail of what's really happening now in these places.
Thank you. Mrs. Bell?
Yes, thank you. Just very briefly, Mum, if I could ask through you that Mrs. Whittaker perhaps comes back to us tomorrow with an indication of when that statement of common ground and the ecological assessment will be available, because it's a matter of frustration if we keep having to ask and wait on it, and those documents are very important for the reasons that we've already outlined and I don't repeat. Second point, it's just a sort of miscellaneous point really. Obviously the site boundary of NES 37, the red line boundary, has been drawn to avoid the watercourse that runs through the site. I'm just wondering if the council can confirm that that was done with BNG in mind, possibly to avoid the need to consider river credits, and if that is the case, whether the ecology officer was satisfied with that approach, and if the ecology officer wasn't, presumably the need to provide river credits would have consequences for viability. I don't know if anyone's able to assist with those points. Thank you.
Yes, if your council can answer those two questions. So firstly, just confirmation when the statement of common ground is likely to be published, and then secondly, the issue again that we touched on before about the BNG excluding the local wildlife site. Was that intentional?
We would anticipate the statement of common ground being ready next week. There's an advanced draft of it, but obviously being tied up in examination this week, we just need to review that. But I'd be confident that that'll be available next week. I can't speak for the availability of the ecology report, so I'll pass on to Ms. Whittaker. In terms of the watercourse being removed from the site, it wasn't to avoid BNG, it was to remove an area at significant risk of flooding or potential significant risk of flooding from a development site area. So it wasn't driven by a desire to remove it from BNG considerations.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm looking for new people. If you could put your nameplates down, please, everyone who's commented. Everyone forgets. Mrs. Travis.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about my lived experience of flooding. So I live on the bit where it comes down from Grenoside, it plateaus off on, it's called a wheel, and then it drops down into Ecclesfield. Where it plateaus off, it's actually clay-based. And we know that the water doesn't get absorbed. So in 2007, my house was flooded. That was exceptional, and I know the council will say, yes, absolutely, loads of houses were flooded in 2007, and I get that. However, a year ago, I decided to have some work done on the house, and I took, the builder took the floorboards up, and the water, clearly, the level of it has continued to breach that. So it's not quite got to the top of these floorboards, but it was breaching it. So I've now had to pay significant amounts of money to virtually have a moat built around my house, and we've had a trench dug out the whole way down the garden. And this is where it gets interesting, because what it does is that actually takes the water through a pipe down to the bottom of the garden into the stream that's on the farm. So what I'm trying to say is, not only are we going to have the significance of all those houses being built and those that concreted over, but currently I think you'll find that the runoff for quite a number of those houses that are on that road is actually onto the farm where it's absorbed in the farmland. And I'll be honest, when we had it in 2007, it was absolutely devastating. So, you know, I've already said, if this is going to happen to me again, I've asked what will happen. And we've been told by the leader of the councillor that it will be the developer's responsibility. The developer won't be seen once they're finished. So that is, they're putting something on where they know that that is an absolute total risk.
Thank you. I've noted your points. And Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just a quick comment about educational provision. As Alice was talking about the provision and mentioning numbers, etc., I had that prevailing feeling descend on me. I think it's called déjà vu, because in my lifetime as a teacher, I spent most of it in S5 on the Parson Cross Estate and Southey. They closed when I was teaching at Montini, St. Peter's Secondary School. It was actually built in my lifetime and then demolished. That's about a few hundred yards away from the Ulane access site. It's now a housing estate. When I went to Southey Green as a teacher, they demolished Colley Road Secondary School, which was also about a mile away from St. Peter's. I forget which year, but the flagship of Sheffield education was High Green at the time, High Green Secondary School. It was the jewel in the crown. It had a swimming pool, it had a purpose-built gymnasium, science laboratories, etc., etc. It lasted 15 years. All I'm saying is that the further up the food chain of predicting, with this council, the further up you go, the more disastrous it becomes. Just saying.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, we've got one more comment then around the table. Mr. Coleman.
Just quickly, I wanted to say that the date for this examination has not been set by any of the local residents or action groups. Sat here, the date for this examination being set more locally by the council, and there's a collective late submission, provision of information, lack of information and evidence across the board here that is either by design or incompetence that should be considered as part of the examination process, because there are questions that cannot be asked or considered fully effectively because of that lack of information, and that's in several areas, and it's inappropriate.
Thank you. Your comments are noted. We did have a discussion on this fully on Monday session, because obviously a lot of people have raised that point in their representations. Okay, right. We just have one item left. So it's 1:15 now. So I'm afraid we're going to have to deal with this quite quickly. So I'm really sorry, but I'm hoping there won't be many comments on this because we haven't got very much time for lunch at all. Okay, so this is item 11. So we have the consequential deletion of other adjoining land from the green belt if this site does progress, as shown in the map in document exam 124. Does anyone have any comments on this document? Mrs Davison.
Yeah, it's just a very quick one. I've obviously I've made my position clear on the on what we feel about the green belt, the green space, and how it needs to be good for nature. However, there is a common theme along many of these that where these consequential deletions have happened, they are lassoing local wildlife sites into the green belt removal. This particular one. They've drawn the boundary around the wildlife site, and I've heard that the reason is that it was to remove the flood risk. I've heard, quite rightly, the comments about the impact that could have on the BNG, but I would also like to point out that ask the question, did it affect the assessment for the house economic land assessment of whether the land should have been excluded under the policy that states that it should have locally important conservation sites such as local wildlife sites should have been excluded at the assessment stage. Did it have an impact during the boundary? Did it have an impact on that assessment as well?
Okay, any final comments on this site? Mrs Bell?
Yes, thank you. We don't think that there's a clear case justified and supported by evidence to show that this land no longer serves a greenbelt purpose, and I just endorse the comments made by the lady further down the table in terms of the local wildlife site position. We're concerned that there's not been proper engagement in ecological matters in this site more generally. And we reserve the right to come back when we see the ecological assessment because we think that will be illuminating. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, that concludes the agenda on site NES 37. I'd like to thank everyone around the table for being here, especially obviously you, Mrs Riddle. I appreciate it. It's a very, very difficult situation. And I really appreciate that you and your husband have come here today to make your views known. So thank you very much, everyone. I think a lot of people are coming back this afternoon, so I'll see a few faces again. If I could just ask the council before we break, is 30 minutes okay for lunch? Okay. So if we meet back at 1:45. Thank you. Okay, for everyone, if we can make a start, please, on the afternoon's agenda. I'm just looking around the table. I think everyone was here this morning. Is that correct? Oh, sorry, Mr. Hobson, you were not here this morning. Would you like to just introduce yourself?
Should I introduce myself? Yes. So I'm James Hobson from JEH Planning, representing the Norfolk Estates.
Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, I'm Katie Child, the Planning Inspector. I think I've probably met you before anyway, haven't I? It's various events. Okay, so in terms of the agenda then for this afternoon, we've obviously got 2 sites to get through, and that's sites NES 38 and 39. We will have a mid-afternoon break of about 20 minutes, possibly between the 2 sites. And then can I just check with the council what time we have the room until?
It's until 6 o'clock at the latest.
So 6 o'clock at the latest. Mr. Robinson?
My colleague who arrived before the introductions would like to introduce himself.
I wonder if you got a note of my name. No, well, I'll give you it then. It's Christopher Birkby, B-I-R-K-B-Y, and I'm a CEG Community Action Group representative.
Okay, thank you very much. So in terms of the agenda in front of us then, and the first site, NES 38, Home Lane Farm site, this is proposed by the council for 188 homes. The site promoter is Norfolk Estates, and a statement of common ground was published, I think it was last week. Can I just check that everyone has seen that statement of common ground? Who wishes to? Mr. Arnold.
Sorry, I'd like to apologise for only just returning. So, thank you.
Sorry, you'd like to apologise for what?
I'd like to apologise for coming in late just then. I was having a difficulty with the tap.
What, your own personal tap or
Sorry, I missed what you said, but it was obviously good. No, that's absolutely fine. So we haven't got onto the agenda, so you haven't really missed anything.
Oh, yeah.
It's always difficult as well with 30-minute lunch breaks. It is very short.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were asking me something as well when you said Mr. Arnold.
No, you can relax. So yes, we were just talking about the statement of common ground. So I'll assume that everyone's seen it then, no one's indicated they haven't. In the agenda this afternoon, again, like this morning, I've picked up on common issues that people have raised. I've also got questions underneath these bullet points as well. If there's anything else that's not covered that you wish to raise, so a different subject matter, then please raise that under item 20. So moving on then to item 13, so this is site access and highways, and I would just like to ask the council first. I'd like to understand how the vehicular access will be achieved to the eastern part of the site, and this is given the presence of the local wildlife site in the core of the site, the core part. Now I can see in the statement of common ground there's reference to a potential cycle pedestrian link from Saltbox Lane, and there's indication that the council's satisfied that the site can be feasibly accessed off Saltbox Lane, but I wasn't sure if that was that just for pedestrian cycle access, or is that for vehicular access as well? If you could just confirm your position.
Yes, advice from our Highways Development Management team has confirmed that access off Saltbox Lane is feasible, subject to further technical analysis and actual access design.
And is that access for vehicles?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so can I just confirm then, so looking at the eastern portion of the site, you have an area in the northeast, which obviously would come directly off to Saltbox Lane if the vehicular access can be achieved there. You've then got the farm buildings, the Home Lane Farm, just to the south of that. sort of top quarter, and part of that land is excluded from the development area. So can you just confirm for me then, how would you access the southeast part?
I believe James Hobson may be able to assist in terms of some master planning that has been done of the site. As I understand it, there are internal roads would come down the eastern side and serve that southeast corner. I would just like to clarify that the access on Saltbox Lane would be purely for that eastern half of the site.
Sorry, can you repeat the last sentence?
That the access off Saltbox Lane would be purely for the eastern half of the site and therefore would avoid any road through the local wildlife site.
I'm sorry, but could you get nearer to your microphone or speak up a bit, because it's really difficult to hear you.
I do apologise.
Can I advise if you bend it down a little bit? Yes, I think that probably picks up people's voices. I think that probably applies to everyone actually. So, yes, they move, which is quite useful. Okay, so you're saying that that'll be for the eastern part of the site, and there would be no route through the wildlife area. Yes, shall I bring in Mr. Hobson then, if you'd like to talk about the south eastern portion?
Yes, so as Mr. King has acknowledged, that their highway authority has investigated access off Saltbox Lane, and that's achievable, which is good, which gives us more flexibility in terms of vehicular access to the site. So the southeastern portion, I think that's the area that you're focused on at the moment. That's owned by the Hill family, and they own the Home Lane farm buildings, and we can create an access through from the north of that portion of the eastern side to the southeastern parcel of land.
Thank you. So just to confirm then, so if that's achieved, then there'd be no need to go through the local wildlife site?
There's still infrastructure provision that will be required. So in terms of cycle paths and footways, that certainly will need to be investigated, and we can look at the least sensitive area in terms of that. There's still a narrow gap there actually, in terms of there's still probably about a 6 metre link gap between the two parcels, so we can investigate that. But there will be, as I say, supporting infrastructure that will be required to link the west parcel to the eastern parcel.
Can I get the council's view, please, on that? So are you are you agreeing with Mr. Hobson that you think that there needs to be pedestrian and cycle links through there, or would you be satisfied with those two parts of the site coming forward entirely separately?
We are in agreement with Mr. Hobson, and it's something I was going to mention, that we do propose to include a condition on development, and it's within our statement of common ground, addressing this, because we do recognise that we do want to bring forward a cohesive scheme, not two separate developments. So therefore there will be a requirement for a pedestrian cycle access through that top corner of the site, most likely. And that the condition, I mean, I can read it out. It's very similar to the condition for U Lane and Creswick Avenue that we talked about.
Can I just qualify, because then you've got a condition in here in your statement of common ground, so you're retracting that?
No, there is within the statement of common ground there is a proposed condition that we have included within that, but as Mr. Hobson representing the Norfolk estate, they do have a different condition that they are proposing, so we do have a slight difference of view in terms of the condition that will address impacts on the local wildlife site.
Okay, so you're saying that actually you think that there needs to be pedestrian cycle access through that northern part of the site?
Yes.
Okay, well, the policy then would need to specify that, whereas the condition before me in the statement of common ground sort of says unless there are no reasonable alternative locations, etc., which actually it's just slightly different to what you've just
Okay.
said. You think that actually that needs to
Yeah.
happen, therefore you will be looking for mitigation.
Okay. We can tighten that wording up and then provide a draft wording for you.
Yes, I mean that would need to be changed.
Yeah.
Definitely, if that's what the council is seeking to achieve.
Okay.
And if we consider that this site is suitable to keep in the plan. So yes.
Could I just come in there? Because I think that would make sense what you're saying, Mel. But also we'll come on to talk about the value of this wildlife area. But the actual least sensitive area is that northernmost point of it, where we're looking to deliver the connection of footways. There's actually a footpath that actually runs along the southern boundary of the site anyway, but so that offers an element of connectivity within the site, but we think it should be improved, and so that condition could actually be more specific to the northern bit of that wildlife site. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, so if you could just confirm then, so obviously you've got the public right of way along the south boundary at the moment, haven't you? So would you be looking to use that, or would you be looking to put a footway on the northern sort of far edge of the local wildlife site? Which end?
That's so to enhance the connectivity, we feel it would be good planning practice to look at that northern area of the site. So as I say, the condition could be more specific to the top end of that wildlife area, the northern end, where, as I say, the ecological value of that area is not as sensitive as the area to the south.
So I'm just looking down my list of questions to check I've asked everything on that matter. Okay, so moving on to the second related bullet, obviously. So if the pedestrian and cycle access does need to come through that northern section of the local wildlife site, then can I ask the council, in terms of what is your view on that, in terms of what could the loss involve and what mitigation would be required?
Yes, so as Mr Hobson said, the footpath cycleway would be across the northern area of the local wildlife site, and that it does, and we do have a preliminary ecological appraisal that's been submitted to us by the landowner, and that does identify sort of lower quality habitats, grasslands and scrub, and we believe that those habitats could be recreated adjacent to the site, the local wildlife site, and that would be in accordance with policy GS5 within the Sheffield Plan, and also this would be the requirements to compensate for this loss would be set out within that condition that we talked about.
Just to confirm then, so that preliminary ecological appraisal work shows lower quality just in the northern section. I'm assuming, does it show higher quality further south?
The habitats to the south are woodland, and they are of more, I think, medium distinctiveness. That's what they're described as in the PEA. So yes, it is the least ecologically sensitive area of a local wildlife site, but notwithstanding that, it is a local wildlife site, and therefore we must apply CS5.
Okay, thank you. And can I just check, does that local wildlife site contain any ancient woodland or ancient veteran trees?
Just No, it's not identified or listed as ancient woodland, and we're not aware of any ancient or veteran trees.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Then I just had a question about the hedgerow policy condition. So it's saying to require their retention. I'm just wondering whether that's obviously, I understand that maximising their retention is important, but is there potential where there may be sound reasons to lose a very small proportion of that hedgerow? So is the wording absolutely correct? Are you looking perhaps for a bit more flexibility?
No, you're right. This is an issue that we're discussing on a number of sites in terms of protection of hedgerows, and we do have a condition that's a similar condition on a number of sites, and it does stipulate that sort of effect all hedgerows will be protected. We do feel there does need to be more flexibility in the wording, and where possible, the words "where possible" should be inserted into that policy. Because, as you say, some lower quality hedgerows elements may need to be required to deliver a scheme.
No, thank you for confirming that. And if this site does proceed, then I would agree that the word "where possible" is just more realistic. So yes, that would be a change. Okay, if I could open it up to around the table then, does anyone wish to comment on the council's position regarding pedestrian cycle access potentially along that northern part of the local wildlife site? Or if you have any comments on the general 2 access points, which one would potentially be from Salt Box Lane and then the other from Foxhill Road. Okay, I'll just go around to the table in this order. Thank you, you're first.
So it's just regarding access onto the site. Round the 2 points on Salt Box Lane where the site meets the road, there's Grenoside Grange Hospital, there's Grenoside Doctor's Surgery, and then there's also Grenoside Scout and Guide Group, which is just below the hospital. That bend is incredibly dangerous. People are flying up that road. They disobey the speed limit all the time. You know, cars are flying up there at 40, 50 miles an hour, and it's a 30-mile-an-hour road. We've got children as young as 4 crossing those roads every night of the week to get to that Scout and Guide Group. We've got elderly people crossing that road to get to the doctors. And you already can be queuing for 10, 15 minutes on that road if you're coming up or down from Uter Bridge down into Ecclesfield. So that's just to highlight how dangerous that road is already without added infrastructure for roads on there.
Thank you. Mr. Birkby?
Well, I'd like to echo Alice's point. I'm struggling to see how access can be achieved safely from Saltbox Lane onto the site. In fact, there are 3 parcels. The parcel that we see the top right-hand side, it's elevated, the land is elevated. The road is narrow, it is extremely busy. It's next to a Scout and Guide hut, which, as Alice says, is used every night of the week. I don't think I exaggerate by saying by hundreds of children. And there is, of course, the hospital and the doctor's surgery. People are crossing this road with difficulty already. So I don't have the confidence that the council representative has that it can be achieved.
Thank you for your points. Mrs. Davison.
Yeah, I've got a few points. Can I just check where you've just made an amendment to that statement to add "where possible" to the hedgerows? Is that now a change of policy, or is it site specific? And if it's site specific, how are they going to apply that policy in future, given that they've changed the policy for one location?
This was a site-specific comment, so it's the very final one on page 34 on the first page, and it says hedgerows must be retained.
Yes, and now it's been changed to where possible.
That was my suggestion, yes.
Yeah, I agree that it's site-specific, but my question is, is it being applied across the board, or if it isn't, how are they going to prevent other developers or other sites demanding the same treatment of that? If it's given at one site, then how we're going to prevent it from being given at the others?
There may need to be flexibility for all, I'm guessing, but that could be a consequential change, what we would call a consequential change, and the council would then pick up that. So if these sites do go forward and if the plan is found sound, the council would then check for any consequential changes as a matter of course for any of the modifications that are put forward. But that would happen later.
Okay, thank you. So going on to how many hedgerows will be removed for the access that has been shown today? I've heard that you've mentioned that you want to have the two sides connected. I'm not entirely sure how that can mean that it's essential infrastructure. If it's a desire not to separate the two sites because that's the way you want it, I'm not sure that's justified. Again, the ecological assessment that has been referred to hasn't been made public, so we can't comment on that. However, I must comment on the idea that the northern part is the least sensitive part of the site. It's actually been identified on the nature recovery network as being core, which means it's one of the small areas that has already reached the target of being great for nature. Mentioned earlier, only 5% has been identified as being great for nature, where we're trying to get to 30. This plan would effectively destroy an area that has already reached that target, let alone look at how they're going to improve the restoration areas, which is the rest of that.
Thank you for your points, Mrs Davison. Yes, I would just like to go back to the council actually and just revisit what you said about the cycle and pedestrian routes across the northern part. So it's not vehicular we're talking about, and exactly why you think that that's necessary to enable the two portions to come forward, because from where I'm sitting it looks like they could actually be developed separately. Is that not the case?
Thank you. It may be that Mr Hobson, as the representative of the landowner, has a perspective on this also, but I think I'd refer back to the conversation we actually had, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, around one element of bringing forward sites in the Greenbelt is actually around improving the situation in certain cases. So in terms of bringing forward a cohesive development where people can connect through the site from one side to the other, and also likely from other residential areas on one side towards the wider Greenbelt on the other, we feel that enhanced connectivity through there for pedestrians and cycles rather than vehicles would actually be really beneficial in achieving that particular aim as well. So that's just one aspect of it. I appreciate there might be others, and Mr Hobson may wish to jump in there from the landowner point of view, but certainly that's an advantage that we would see, that could work towards that compensatory improvement measure that we discussed.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The compensatory measures is a key factor in terms of this accessibility, particularly for existing residents further to the east of the site. I think also in terms of marketing the site, we're going to be marketing the site as a single site for delivery. Even though the council have identified Saltbox Lane as an opportunity for vehicular access, we still want to just protect our position in terms of looking at opportunities of Fox Lane as well, because that is, we know that works, even though obviously the Highways Authority have looked at Saltbox Lane. So I think it comes down to this master plan and the comprehensiveness of the site and connectivity in terms of creating a well-planned scheme that links both parcels together.
Thank you very much. To clarify that for you, that it's Fox Hill Road that they're talking about, not Fox Lane. Yeah.
No problem. Mrs Davison, did you have another comment?
Yes, just going back to the MPPF, which states that adverse impacts on biodiversity should not the net adverse impacts should significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. But we cannot see how the desire to create a cohesive site which could still be developed separately can justify destroying core habitat.
Did the council want to comment on that?
No, we don't have anything further to add.
Thank you very much. Right, moving around the table, Mr Levery.
Thank you, ma'am. The Saltbox Lane access point. At the top end of that access point is a public footpath which runs alongside the red line and all the way across through the nature reserve, nature area. I'm presuming that will have to be fenced off to be protected while the construction work's been going on. It means that construction vehicles turning into the site will have to use the full width of the road for a turning circle. Cars coming down Saltbox Lane are blind to that because that bend, you cannot see more than 10 yards beyond that bend about what's happening below. It's a very, very busy junction. And obviously the A61 is a major road. It is also a bus route. So buses cannot turn round there. They need a full turning circle to get onto Saltbox Lane. So it's a busy place. And I can't quite work out how the construction vehicles are going to actually safely access and egress the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs Hill.
Yeah, it's only a quick comment to make. The Tour de Yorkshire some years ago came past this site, and as a result of that, we have a very, very popular cycle route now that takes in Bradfield, Outerbridge, comes up Saltbox Lane and down Wheel Lane, and it should not be skipped over lightly. You can drive down that area any time of the day and see numerous cyclists who often set off in groups. So I'm just saying that that's an extra level of danger to be taken on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs Jackson.
You're going to have to bear with me. So we're looking at possibility of 2 access sites, did we say, on Saltbox Lane? Is that right? Just the one?
No, one off Saltbox
so
Lane,
it's
one
the one
Fox
to
Hill.
the top right as we're looking at the drawing. Yeah? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to echo then on a safety point of view, firstly, that is the worst place that you could possibly put an entrance into a housing estate. As I said yesterday, that junction is full all the time at peak periods. That bend is horrific. It's another one where you take your life in your hands where you're going around it, and because that people queue for so long to get through this junction, sometimes the brains go a little bit AWOL, and the way that they drive around that area is beggars to belief, really, sometimes. I can't see why, within the documentations that I've got, there's a Fox Hill Road entrance. Does that Fox Hill Road entrance, is that been wiped off, or is that still a part of it? And if so, whereabouts along that section are we looking at putting it?
They may not have the answer to that yet. If you do so, then would you like to answer?
No, at the moment, the advice is that access off Fox Hill Road is feasible. The exact location on Fox Hill Road has not been determined, but obviously it is a lengthy straight piece of road. So
it's not a straight piece of road. It's got a huge bend in the middle of it. Oh, Fox Hill Road.
Adjacent,
sorry,
yeah. Sorry,
yeah,
adjacent
sorry.
to the site.
Apologies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if that access point goes in, as has been said, you're going to have opposing traffic coming downhill wanting to turn right into that housing estate on that point. You are going to have standing traffic there. You're also going to have traffic coming up through the traffic lights that are then possibly going to be held up again. It's just a choke point that I can't see any point in having. Looking at the drawing that we've just been supplied with, it does look like 3 different sites. The gap between the left-hand side and the right-hand side, do we know how wide that is going to be? And is that going to be a junction where vehicles can travel through?
So the council has confirmed that they are not looking to have vehicular access across the local wildlife site.
Just a pedal cycle?
Potentially pedestrian and cycle.
Okay. Likewise, further down on the right-hand side, on the third plot that's at the bottom, the Home Lane Farm seems to have been chopped off from access, so I'm presuming it's going to come through from this poor site at the top. That little bit that's just there as well, then, do we know how wide that's going to be, and is that just going to be cycle access as well to get to these nature points at the bottom?
Sorry, can you repeat your point?
Yeah, so as you're looking at Home Farm, you've got the access out on towards Halifax Road. Yeah, that little bit between the top part and the bottom part, that pinch point there, is that going to be a vehicle access, or is that going to be cycles only again as well? I lost where people were saying it was going to be.
Yes, I think Mr. Hobson confirmed it would be vehicular across there.
Right, okay. How wide is that access, do we know?
That's a detailed question that would come later.
Okay, so my point with that one then is, if it's only a single width where cars just pop through, we then come on to the point of access to that second area, that bottom area, in relation to emergency service vehicles. That little lane to the right-hand side, as far as I can remember, is only a single vehicle width. So emergency vehicles will not be able to get up there. A fire service vehicle will struggle to get up, and if there's more than one with that corner that is on there, you have cut off the whole of that bottom side there from emergency vehicles, both ambulance and fire.
Okay, I think that the width of the road would be a detailed matter that would be looked at if the site did come forward.
Okay, bearing in mind where the Home Lane Farm boundary is, that's what I'm looking at there. The hospital that is being surrounded is an elderly special needs hospital with some exceedingly difficult and severe cases there, and the disruption that is going to happen to them is going to be incredible. And that type of person can be easily upset and cause a lot of problems, not just for themselves, but the staff as well. So that needs to be taken into consideration. Also, can I just point out, there are quite a few access points already to this green space at the bottom, with the cycle lanes, like I say, from Fox Hill and everything, and there are quite a number of already access points there that you could get through on the cycles. I'm not quite sure why we're focusing on cycles within that bit. But
Thank you very much. Mr. Hobson, did you wish to add something?
Yeah, just a point of clarity in terms of the access to the existing Home Lane Farm buildings. What we're envisaging is that the existing access onto the A61 would be closed as an access. It would still remain open as a cycle and pedestrian link, and then the existing residents would then use the new access facilities, which we're now discussing, Saltbox Lane, so they would be redirected to the north as part of the development.
So basically then emergency service vehicles are going to have to come through the housing estate, through that little gap and into that plot at the bottom. Have I got that right? Because there's nothing going to be able to come on from the main road and turn left or right. It's going to have to come in from the top, from Saltbox Lane on that awkward corner, through the whole housing estate, through that little gap down at the bottom and into that area.
Yeah, but it will be designed, that road will be designed to a standard that's invariably used for
that's my
housing
concern,
development.
looking at the boundaries of the houses on that side and the boundary of the Home Lane farm and building the road access wide enough. I know we're only going from a drawing on here, but that to me doesn't look wide enough to accommodate pedestrian access as well as cycle access, and then putting the emergency vehicle. That's just my observations.
I think it's quite difficult to tell actually just from this map actually, because I was struggling. I wasn't sure where the red line fell. Does the red line fall, as I might be looking at the council here because it's obviously their plan, does the red line go along like the narrow access strip? So I mean that potentially may need changing. So if what you're talking about is requiring access to the southeast portion across there, then the boundary's incorrect.
I think given that we're envisaging that access to the southeast portion of the site comes directly from the north rather than from the existing very narrow access that comes off the A61, if it would be helpful, we could consider that. We'd obviously need to discuss that also with the land promoter there, but that would seem like a reasonable alternative.
Yes, I think the boundary, if this site were to remain, then I think the boundary would need to change as shown, because effectively there's a narrow strip excluded at the moment. So yes, I would agree. Mrs Davison, final comment?
Yeah, just bearing in mind what people have said about the safety aspect. If it transpires that at the planning stage this access is refused, would the backup plan then be to put that road back through the local wildlife site?
Can you just clarify? So you're saying if the planning application for both of the sites was refused?
If when it goes to planning application, the access from Saltbox Lane, which people are commenting around the table as being extremely dangerous suggestion, would that mean that the original plan to then put a road straight through the wildlife site would be the backup plan?
Does the council want to respond?
No, obviously that would be dealt with at the planning application stage. We'd have to weigh up the implications of that, of the not being able to access it off Saltbox Lane. And then it may well be refused if we don't deem it to be compliant with policy CS5, which is the protection of local wildlife sites. Should that happen, but we're in a what if sort of crystal ball.
Okay, thank you. So picking up bullet point 3 then, in terms of if this site were to remain, what modifications may be needed? And I think we've covered the one about the site boundary, which I'd actually listed in the bullet point anyway. From what I can understand of what the council's position is, so you're effectively saying that you think that connectivity would be a benefit, and having looked at your ecological work so far, it's indicating that there could be some areas of lower value than others within the local wildlife site. And so therefore, I'm assuming what you're saying is you're looking for some flexibility on that, hence the condition that you proposed in your statement of common ground. I can see some sense in that because there would be benefits from connectivity, but, and it's a big but, isn't it, that does need to be weighed about against the very clear evidence of the value, the ecological value of that part of the wildlife site that could be lost, against obviously looking at what mitigation could happen as well on the site. So my view is that if this site were to remain in the plan, I think some sort of flexible wording could be beneficial, but it would need to be clearer, I think, than what you've proposed in the Statement of Common Ground, because you've just talked very generally about essential infrastructure. That could be read as a road. I think you actually need to be much clearer and just say exactly what the situation is, that you've got an east and a west portion here, effectively, that you want to connect via pedestrian and cycle routes. potentially, but only if the ecological work supports that and there's sufficient mitigation, etc., which has yet to be proven. I'd stress that, Mrs. Davison. So that would be my position.
Thank you, Will. We'll take them. We'll work up a revised condition.
Thank you. Does anyone have any final comments on access or highways? No? Okay. We will move on then to item 14, which is ecology issues. So we've covered a bit of this already, obviously. I think we've covered bullet point 1. Bullet point 2, we've covered the issue of potential roads and paths and services through the local wildlife site. But just in terms of the general issue of the proximity of development on NES 38 and how that could impact on the local wildlife site. So the local wildlife site effectively would be surrounded by built form. Can I have the council's view on that, please? You might want to mention, potential mitigation, and obviously there's the issue of buffers as well, which we've already touched on.
Yes, we did discuss buffers yesterday in relation to hedgerows and woodlands and grassland as well. So we would want to apply the necessary buffers for those habitat types on the site. Obviously, we do think that if it's necessary to put the footpath cycleway through the local wildlife site, then there will be opportunities to compensate for that loss, which we think will be fairly limited because it's a lower value in that part of the site, but that would need to be compensated within the site elsewhere with creation of the new habitat adjoining the existing local wildlife site.
Okay, does anyone else want to comment on this issue? Mrs. Davison?
Yeah, I'm just really not clear. The master plan basically shows that the entire site has been developed. Isn't there? There's an intention there to put infrastructure and development within the entire site. There is very little, as far as I can see, space for creating any other natural habitats on that area to replace what is being destroyed. And as we've established, the buffers don't really apply because as soon as it's required, they will move into the buffers. The comment about ancient woodland, there not being any ancient woodland on the site, the assessment that has been done on ancient woodland, that site possibly could be too small to have been assessed for ancient woodland, but it doesn't mean that there won't be features of ancient woodland in there, or ancient or veteran trees. It requires that full assessment, which hasn't been done even in what sounds like it hasn't been done in the preliminary ecology assessment. And again, I think we've covered the impact on the local area, the local recovery strategy. Do you want to add anything?
Thank you. So in terms of the first point about the master plan, I assume you're referring to Norfolk Estates master plan, which isn't the council's plan. It's a concept plan just produced by the developer, so that's not something that's formal in any sense.
Okay.
And then the second point you raised was about the ancient woodland and veteran trees, and you're saying that wouldn't be captured within the preliminary ecological report. If I could ask the council then, is that what you were saying?
No, sorry. The assessment on ancient woodlands that site may have been too small to have been assessed for ancient woodland and their features. So it doesn't mean that the woodland on the site doesn't have features, it just hasn't been recognised because it's too small. So it could quite easily still contain ancient features of woodland and veteran trees.
If I could check with the council then, did you do a proper assessment of the site for veteran trees and ancient woodland.
So I understand that the PEA, the preliminary ecological appraisal, commissioned by the promoter, and Mr Hobson may want to comment on this as well, that just to give a summary really of what that includes, he may want to add some detail, but that includes, shows the area includes low areas of distinctiveness of modified grassland within the northern area of the local wildlife site. It also identifies habitats of medium distinctiveness within the remaining part of the site, including bramble scrub in the northwest to southwest and some woodland central to the area. But Mr Hobson may be able to confirm whether that identifies any veteran trees or ancient woodland. My understanding it doesn't, but he may want to just confirm that.
Thank you. Yeah, my understanding of the preliminary ecological assessment is that there's no veteran trees or ancient woodland. This is actually the third preliminary assessment we've done. We did one this year, July, in 2021, and then in 2014 as well. So, and in each case, this area, the local wildlife site has been identified as being poor in nature, and we at the point I want to make is that actually the Norfolk Estate owns this area of land, so with the development it can actually make a difference and undertake a biodiversity management plan for the site, and actually improve the area. So, yeah, that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Okay, moving on then, just the third bullet point, which is potential effects of the scheme on the local nature recovery network. So I think we probably covered that this morning, actually, where the council confirmed that the area would be would be refined effectively in part of the preparation of the local nature recovery strategy. So obviously it's identified in the Wildlife Trust opportunity maps as a potential opportunity area at the moment, but the council indicated this morning that they thought that actually that indicates the need for an ecological corridor in that area, but the exact boundaries have yet to be determined through the further work. So I don't have any further questions on that. And Mrs. Davison, was there anything you finally wanted to say on nature?
Yeah, it's just that just to repeat, the local the nature recovery network does identify the opportunities, but that's not all that it identifies. It identifies the key areas of where we need to concentrate on the recovery of the priority areas, and more essentially the core features. Those core features are the only ones that have been identified as great for nature to meet the government target of 30% good for nature by 2030. So by effectively using some of that, it will be impacting the government targets. And also, yes, I agree, it hasn't been put through all of the tests as yet, but it is the best available, and those areas that have been identified as core and restoration are unlikely to change.
Yes, I think that was the point made this morning. Thank you. Mr. Hobson, you have your... Okay, let's move on then to the next item on the agenda. So item 15, character of the site. I'm also going to suggest actually that we merge items 15 and 16, because I think they're probably pretty similar. So I think I want to understand what people's opinions are in terms of the character of the site and the benefits it has in terms of the setting and character of Grenoside. I think that sort of overlaps a little bit with the first bullet point in item 16, where you're talking about the value the role that the site plays in providing recreational and walking opportunities for local residents and is a community asset. I think actually those two, from the responses that you all made this morning, I think actually those two are really together. It's the value of the site, isn't it, to the local community in both of those senses. So if I could ask if you've got any comments you'd like to make about this site in terms of its character, its identity, the role it plays in providing for recreational and walking opportunities for local residents, then please place your nameplate on its side and I'll bring you in. Okay, Mr. Birkby first.
Thank you. I've lived in Grenoside for 72 years, and during that time I've seen many changes. Building is taking place within the village. The changes have taken place gradually, and they've been assimilated, and the village has retained its character and identity. As an example, if I may, I produce a copy of the Grenoside News, which you may or may not have seen. It's a monthly publication delivered to most houses within the village. It contains news from the church, a very thriving community association, the Scouts and Guides group, the many groups and societies in the village. Grenoside has a nationally renowned sword dance team and hosts the biennial International Festival of Village Carols. And so you'll see that Grenoside is very much a strong village community. Indeed, despite having been transferred into Sheffield from the West Riding over 50 years ago, people still talk of travelling into Sheffield, even though administratively the village is part of Sheffield and has been for many years. Now, to speak of the effect of the proposed plan upon the character and identity of the village is somewhat subjective. But I can do no more than look at the geography and speak as a long-term resident. And it must, despite your comment earlier, inevitably include NES 37 and NES 39, as well as NES 38. At present, the village is an almost discrete entity surrounded by fields and woodland. And that, in large part, is what gives it its character. Its only connection to Sheffield is a ribbon of housing along the A61. If the plan were to be accepted, then that would be lost. Grenoside would stick out geographically from North Sheffield, like someone far more famous than me once described as a monstrous carbuncle. It would no longer be a separate geographical entity. Moreover, whilst the village has absorbed past building whilst retaining its character, there's no doubt it would not be able to do so with building in the green belt on this scale. If the allocation were to be proportionate, and I emphasise that word, whilst Sheffield as a whole, with 500,000 residents, could easily absorb it, Grenoside, with 5,000 residents, cannot. It's a wholly disproportionate, unfair, and inequitable allocation. The inevitable result would be that a treasured village would become yet another suburb of the city. It would lose its character and identity. However, it's not inevitable, and the responsibility for the future of our village, as I'm sure you're aware, a heavy responsibility, lies in your hands.
Thank you for your points. Mr. Towton.
to be honest, I'm just echoing, well, I can't echo because it's more eloquent, Chris's views on the import of this to the landscape. Two very quick points. Yeah, it'd be interesting how views were assessed, because you did flag it up. And I know you talked about mitigation measures, but... Yeah, just I echo Chris's views. We do think it's important to the landscape. It's one of the defining and distinctive features of Grenoside. Interesting how views were assessed as part of the landscape assessment. And the role for potential mitigation measures, I'm not saying there is a role, but let's be honest about it. When a site is built on, and it's built on, it's urban, yes.
Thank you very much. Go back to Miss Morsden, and then we go around the table. Thank you.
It's more of a practical note that obviously the fields behind the Scout and Guide hut are there, and I'm sure most people around here will accept that as a Scout and Guide group, we're very conscious that building there is potentially undermining our safeguarding duty to these children. By having those fields, they're not being overlooked. We can do activities outside. We've got vulnerable children in the group. And we're also, worried that we're now going to have to put all of our fundraising efforts into buying trees and screening off the area. So it's just a safeguarding point on that.
Okay, thank you. Did the council want to comment just on those safeguarding issues then with the Scout and Guide hut?
I would just point out that there is a public footpath that runs along the side of the Scout hut already, and also I'm sure through the design and master planning of the site that there would be adequate, that public footpath would be retained, so there would be a buffer between the Scout hut and any development. There'd also like to be a road coming through there as well, so it would be addressed through the master planning exercise. I'm sure James would agree.
Yeah, just to point out that obviously we've had to put a fence up and trees around the hut, and that all came from the last council plan where you proposed to put 5 houses on our field that you didn't own. Just to point that out.
Thank you very much. Moving around the table, Mr. Levery.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a reference to the integrated impact assessment, page 289. It states that looking at the potential strategic growth location, which is strategic growth location 10, cluster of sites considered to be significantly constrained in terms of flood risk. It then goes on to talk further on about S3028 would also be considered constrained in terms of potential landscape issues, whereas S3100 is the only site in the remaining cluster where the scale will make strategic growth here extremely unlikely. So why is 3028 constrained in terms of potential landscape? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I've got the page up in front of me. You have to just remind me SO30 because it's a different reference number to the plan allocation. Are you talking about this site? Oh.
Sorry, ma'am. It's the site adjacent to Foxhill Road, which is S03.
Sorry, can I just ask you to pause because I've just managed to spill some water and it's just gone very near my microphone, so I just want to wipe it up before I electrocute myself. Please proceed, sorry.
Thank you. It's the last paragraph on page 289, which talks about looking at the potential strategic growth location. Site 03028, which is the site adjacent to Foxhill Road, would also be considered constrained in terms of potential landscape issues. So can we have an understanding of what the constraint is in terms of landscape issues with this site?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just confirm? So I don't know which those sites refer to, which are the allocation sites. So you have to just explain to me. So are you saying that there's the piece of land opposite is one of them on the west side of Foxhill Road?
There's two pieces of land in those numbering. 3100 is a site to the east and 3028 is a site to the west on the lower side of Foxhill Road. That's where I'm referring on that site. It's making
So sorry, I'm not really following. What's your question to the council?
What? It states that 3028 would also be considered constrained in terms of potential landscape issues. And I want to know what are the constraints that's been identified to make that.
I'm so sorry. Can you just remind me what 3028 is? Is it NES 38?
It's part of LES. There's two. It's in two parcels. It's a parcel on Foxhill Road.
It's the western parcel of that allocation site. Your question is, I'm so sorry, I'm just being a bit slow. It's one of those afternoon moments. So you've got half of the site you're talking about, and you're saying your question is, why is it down as
considered constrained in terms of potential landscape issues?
Down for significant constraints, did you say?
Yeah.
Can the council answer then? Because I'm just
Yes,
losing the plot here. Thank you.
The proposed allocation is in two parts of it we already described. So the western parcel, which Mr. Levery's talking about, is indicated as having a lower capacity for change in the landscape character assessment than the western parcel. Obviously, it's more open to the countryside than the eastern side of it is set against the houses which are along the A61. So that's why there's a difference in scoring between the two parcels. It's as simple as that. If you
Thank you. I should have just turned to you earlier.
That's right. If you were looking for an assessment of what the actual reasons for that were, that's in the landscape character assessment, which I had up a moment ago.
That's fine. I'm not looking for any more information. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry I'm being a bit slow now. Okay, Mrs. Hall.
Thank you. Can I just remind the council that there is a 2010 document on the website describing Grenoside and its identity and its character and what marks it out. And I'm just going to quote what has been written.
Sorry, before you do, can you refer me to the title and the reference number of the document?
Oh, wish I could. Can anyone look it up on Google? 2010 document on Sheffield City Council's website. If you just go in Sheffield City Council Grenoside, it will come up. If anybody can just help me with that reference there.
Excuse me, it's not on the examination website. It's not an examination document.
It is. What I did, I went into Google and thought, well, what does the council think about Grenoside? What does it say publicly about Grenoside? I will get I will look and find out the details for you. But I'm going to quote you what they've said.
Sorry, just to be clear, I think that the document that's being referred to is the conservation area appraisal.
Oh, is it?
From 2010.
Yeah, that's very likely.
And if that's correct, and if you wish that to be made available, obviously we could provide that.
I have actually seen it, just because I might have gone looking for it, just because of it was referenced by several people. So I'm aware of the document you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've read it. In fact, I've got a copy of a few pages on the desk in front of me, so there's no need to quote from it.
Okay, but I will just say that it does mention the importance of the greenery, the importance of the green belt around it, and that the fact that actually that the green belt around Grenoside marks it out, marks its identity and its specialness. And
it's so important that these places are kept separate. Foxhill area and Grenoside area will just become merged. It will merge if that green belt goes. It's what marks it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Arnold.
To add to Cheryl's point, a key purpose of the Greenbelt land is to separate different villages from each other. That is option number, I'll just get the document out so that I can reference it. Purpose 2, prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another. That's a key purpose of the Greenbelt land. In relation to the character of NES 38, earlier I mentioned residents that have lived here for a significant amount of time. Except now I would like to mention a couple story who have only lived here for a year, to show how the opposition to this plan is not just by those that have lived here for a long time, but by those who have recently moved here too. The lady explained to me how she'd been born and raised in S36, yet when she became old enough to work, she moved to S9, close to Meadowhall, so she'd access the nightlife of the city centre easier on the tram. The couple went on to have children there, but when their children left home, they wanted to search for their dream home. To quote her, they saved and kept looking for their dream home, which they wanted to be in S35 because they always wanted to return to their rural setting later in their life. What appealed to the couple about S35 is the open spaces, opportunities for walks and countryside setting, while not being too far out into the countryside. Also on their list of must-haves for their dream home was a garden that was not overlooked by houses from behind. They believed they were safe in the knowledge that this land would never get built on, another factor why they chose to move to their home on Halifax Road. If their plan were to go ahead, all the reasons why they chose to move here would be in vain, and the couple said they would sadly move on elsewhere to other rural settlements and would never have purchased their home if they knew this was going to be proposed, showing how the very thing that draws so many people to this area in the first place is at risk of being lost forever and never regained. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so I think we've probably covered then item 15 and item 16 as well. The second bullet point in item 16 was just the question which actually I asked the council this morning about the nature and extent of the shortfall of open space to do with NES 37, but the same would apply to NES 38. So I think we've covered that as well. So moving on then to item 17. So in terms of the heritage and archaeology on the site, could I just check with the council, did you do a heritage impact assessment? Because I couldn't see one. Is that something that the promoter has done instead?
Thank you. So following screening, which we carried out in association with Historic England, no heritage impact assessment was carried out for this site. However, we need to reference the 2015 archaeology scoping study, that's GBO4, which did include an assessment of the site under reference numbers G3C and G3D. It notes that there are uncertain archaeological constraints, and as such, further archaeological evaluation would be needed if the site is allocated for development. That approach would then identify any archaeological issues and allow them to be addressed at design stage. So on this basis, we feel that it would probably be beneficial to propose an additional condition on development that would draw attention to that specific requirement as indicated in the evidence base. That's not something that we've managed to include in the statement of common ground with the promoter at this point, but it's I'm not going to read it out loud necessarily, but it's along the lines of condition applied elsewhere where there is uncertain archaeological constraint, but there isn't a heritage impact assessment.
Thank you for that. Does anyone else have any comments in terms of heritage and archaeology, or on the council's suggestion there that they would have an additional condition relating to archaeology? No. Mr. Levery, was that a legacy, or would you want to comment? No. Okay. Okay, let's move on to item 18. So in terms of the adjoining Grenoside Grange hospital site, can I just check with the council, please? Because obviously a number of concerns have been raised about the impact on residents during potential construction. Has the council considered this matter and thought about any mitigation measures?
Given the proximity of the allocation to the adjoining hospital site, it is likely that residents, visitors and employees will, due to construction noise, be aware of the development. As a major development adjacent to a hospital, which is a noise-sensitive use, it would be expected that any planning application would be accompanied by a construction and environment management plan that would examine the level of noise disturbance to residents and propose adequate mitigation measures. This would include hours of construction. Highly impactful construction processes are best mitigated early in the design stage, e.g. through all good, I'm not an expert in this field, but all good rather than driven piles. And other issues can be considered when specifying equipment such as low noise generators or using hand tools rather than pneumatic power tools to find fixings on steel frameworks. The CMP will be considered and agreed by the Council's Environment Services through the planning application stage.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments on this issue? Mr. Travis?
So I appreciate what's been said there, and I'm also slightly concerned about the access on Saltbox Lane because I think that will have major disruption. So during construction, there will be prolonged noise and disruption, heavy machinery and increased traffic. So the residents at this Grenoside Grange, just to be really clear, are some of the most vulnerable people living in Sheffield. They are people with advanced dementia and complex behavioural needs. They are highly sensitive to noise and environmental change. Disturbance of any kind is going to leave them distressed, agitated, and there may even be the need for increased medication or restricted measures to manage behaviour because the high level of noise could trigger the behaviour. After the building work is complete, it doesn't end there because the hospital currently relies on the calm greenbelt environment that is central to therapy, family visits and maintaining dignity. New housing would bring permanent increases in traffic, visitors and general activity, eroding that peace and privacy. The therapeutic use of outdoor space would be compromised and families may feel less comfortable visiting. Just so you know that the inspectors will have seen from objections, I've seen them myself, that many people have shared very personal accounts of the hospital. One example is somebody said a relative of mine who receives support here has described how calm, peaceful surroundings are central to their stability and dignity. We must protect their privacy, their access to nature and their right to a healing environment. Ultimately, it's not just about inconvenience. It's about whether Sheffield's only specialist dementia ward can continue to provide a safe and dignified environment. The patients would bear the direct and lasting cost of this development. So I urge the inspectors to give this the full weight of its impact. Just on wider consequences of this development, if it was to go ahead, it would go beyond just day-to-day disturbances because it poses a direct threat to the hospital's ability to meet Care Quality Commission standards for dignity and a therapeutic environment. In addition, it undermines the stability of Sheffield's only specialist dementia ward for some of the city's most vulnerable people. Any need to relocate or redesign the service would both be extremely costly and profoundly disruptive to both patients and their families. Also, sorry, I didn't raise it when you were talking about the access on Saltbox Lane, but obviously there's an access, it looks like, either side of this hospital, so that is considerable disruption, both in the construction of that and ongoing as the traffic goes either side of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those points. Can I just check with the council, was this something that you have sort of considered? Because it's obviously an important issue. I'm just wondering about whether there may be scope for some additional policy condition that looks at, in terms of the design and layout of the scheme, having regard to the needs of the residents. Is this something that perhaps you could consider?
I think we could certainly take that away, and obviously we'd have to consider that alongside the landowner in terms of how that would work with their master planning. I think it's probably worth noting that there haven't been any direct representations made by the NHS who run that facility, although we have taken on board the comments that have just been really eloquently described around the table, which is what's led us to the response that Mr. King gave previously about the construction and environment management plan requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Hobson, did you wish to comment?
Yes. Clearly this is a sensitive issue, and we're willing to look at additional conditions in relation to not only construction but also looking at the design objectives of the proposal. I would say that the hospital is designed in courtyards anyway, so it's quite internally looking. There is space, landscape space around those buildings as well, and I think there's also a high wall that goes around the site, and there's landscaping, so that it's not hard on our boundary, but clearly there is a sensitivity there that we need to respect.
Ms. Morsden?
I'll pick up on that, and then I'll pick up on something else that I want to say. There is a high wall that goes around the site. However, because of the way the hospital site is set out, if you, for example, take in the Scout and Guide hut, the wall is like this, the Scout and Guide hut land is low down, the hospital's actual land is high up on that wall. So if you were stood in the hospital site, you actually could quite easily look over, but you can't look up the other way, and that's the same the whole way around the site. Just to highlight how significant this is, people will be able to see from the map how large the hospital site is. In that site, there's only provision for 16 people to actually be patients there. That's how vulnerable these people are. They've got a high ratio of staff to patients that live there. And no children under the age of 12 are allowed onto that site to visit any family members unless there's a very specific reason to visit because of how distressing the behaviour of some of these people can be. So yeah, and it just goes against the council's 2025 to 2030 dementia strategy, which is to become a dementia-friendly city where everybody with dementia can be supported to live as well as they can. And I think if we're medicating people even more to be able to cope with such pressures, I don't think people are living as well as they can be, if that's the case.
No, thank you very much. So just to confirm then, if this site were to remain, then I would suggest that a condition should be added that talks about the sensitive design and layout in relation to the hospital site. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is item 19. And this is the estimated delivery timescales in the housing trajectory document, which shows in a lead-in time of 2029-2030 and a build-out rate of 38 in the first year and then 50 for the following 3 years. Does anyone around the table have any comments on that? No? Oh, Ms. Bell?
Yes, sorry, thank you. Well, it seems very tight. You've outlined, Ma'am, application 26-27, start 27-28, completion 31-32. I think what's arisen from this discussion is kind of the complexities of the site in terms of its internal layout, but also the sensitivities of the adjacent hospital. You've then got the ecological issues and the local wildlife site, and potentially the issue around the 15-metre buffer and the discussions that need to happen around that. There's all sorts of real-world planning challenges that this site needs to grapple with. There's also two landowners, and we know that one of the more significant landowners is a promoter who's going to dispose of the land, so that needs to be considered as well. So there are lots of complexities with this site that we think question its overall deliverability and certainly the timing in which it can come forward.
Thank you for those comments. Mr. Allison.
Yeah, I'd just like to just make the note that obviously this is an additional housing allocation site, which is being taken out, proposed to be taken out the Greenbelt, which is similar to the NES 37 and equally 39. But with this one in particular, as the council have a brownfield first approach, would I not suggest that some of these sites would be better towards the back end of the allocation to allow the brownfield sites to come forward, and also if it is indeed allocated for everybody in the area to take it on board and be allowed to make alternative provisions if they want to move out of the area or whatever they might want to do. Just a comment to make.
I mean, the plan doesn't suggest having a phasing plan with brownfield first. Did the council want to say anything on that?
The trajectory is a matter of common ground with the landowner, and this is reflected in the updated trajectory, which is exam 140. We've got a 3-year lead in time, which reflects the HELA evidence and the key milestones to delivery, which is in exam 143, para 12.7. And there's clear evidence of making firm progress with studies and survey work. And we believe that the trajectory is realistic and
Thank you. I'm not sure you really answered my question. I was basically just saying that the council's plan as submitted doesn't propose a brownfield first approach rather than greenfield. So would you want to say anything on why?
Yeah, I think we reflected on this earlier in the week, but the plan as submitted obviously didn't propose release of greenfield greenbelt sites. Some greenfield sites in the urban area were proposed for release, but it was the strategy was very much focused on brownfield first. The sites that we're discussing over the course of these hearings are in response to concerns raised around various things, including the heavy reliance on apartments, for example, and the housing mix that the brownfield first and sort of city centre focused strategy would create as challenges sitting alongside the various benefits. Consequently, we don't see it as appropriate to look at having a policy that safeguards this land in the context that it will be delivered. Sorry, let me do that again. We don't feel it's appropriate to have a policy in the plan that looks to safeguard this land for later in the plan period for various reasons. One, because a lot of these sites won't start to deliver till later in the plan period anyway in terms of their trajectories. Two, they only represent about 10% of the housing proposed across the whole plan. Therefore, it is still a plan that is heavily driven towards brownfield first regeneration. And thirdly, because of the sort of reflections around the housing mix that the city needs across the whole plan period, and the contribution that these sites will deliver to that housing mix versus your city centre sites, for example, which will deliver a different type of housing unit.
Thank you very much. Okay, move around the table. Mrs. Riddle.
Well, I was assured by Mr. Hunt on the 14th of May in a full council meeting that Sheffield Council were very much brownfield first. He assured me that they were going to take all the brownfield sites first, but obviously another lie from Sheffield City Council. But if you want to go and watch the video, that's what he said.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Mr. Ather.
Thank you, Mark. Just a very quick point to say we're very happy and agree with the Council's assumptions in terms of their delivery timescales and the trajectory that accords with the data in Litchfield's report. So this site, a 3-year lead time seems very realistic, and the build-out rates and numbers over a 4-year period seem very sensible. So we'd support the Council on that one.
Thank you. And Mr. Hobson.
Yeah, just coming back on delivery and just saying we support the council. It's obviously in the statement of common ground. It's realistic The land promoter is currently doing a lot of upfront technical work to de-risk and do due diligence, and that will dovetail, that marketing to house builders will dovetail with the local plan process. And then it will be another 2 years to get planning consent, and then another 2 years to before the first housing completion. So we think it's realistic. Thank you.
Mr. Birkby.
Thank you. This may be a mischievous question, but is it open to you, as part of your report, to recommend that brownfield sites be built on before greenfield sites?
It's not beyond my remit, no.
So you could recommend that?
Makes me sound really powerful, doesn't it? I don't think I am really, but anyway.
You could recommend that?
Nothing's beyond, but we'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
I can see, sorry, one more, Mrs. Bell, or was that a legacy? Okay, let's move on then to item 20, which is, does anyone have any other comments and concerns relating to this site that weren't covered on the agenda? Mrs. Davison.
Yeah, it is. They were covered on the agenda, but it was just in response to some things that were picked up. Number one, I don't think I got an answer to my question on how many hedgerows were being planned to be removed. I don't think they actually said how many of they're expecting to remove.
They won't be able to say now, is the answer, because the design work hasn't taken place. I think the council's position is that they would like to minimise the loss of any hedgerows, that it's important. But obviously to get into the site via access off the roads, there might be a need to remove a small portion, for example.
Okay, the important one, the preliminary ecological assessments that have taken place, did any of them cover the remaining area of the local wildlife site that is south of the site that you have allocated?
Do you want to just confirm if that's the case or not?
Yes, so the appraisal focused on the site itself, including the top part of the site, but as part of the overall appraisal, they look at various catchment areas. So these can be up to 5-10 kilometres away, depending on how sensitivity the habitats are and protected species. So not directly, but indirectly, as part of the overall pattern of ecological value within the area, the answer is yes.
Okay, so it covered the connectivity and the ecological stepping stones, etc.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and then finally, it isn't on this agenda, but the lassoing of the local wildlife site into the Greenbelt release, which covers the part of the local wildlife site that we've been talking about today, the top section. Again, just in the same question as we asked before. Did that impact how the site was assessed, bearing in mind the housing and economic land assessment did state that anything that contained a local wildlife site should not have been selected at the selection stage, and in future will it affect the B&G assessments?
In terms of the first part of your question, the site doesn't include the local wildlife site. So on that score, I guess it proceeded. On the BNG, I'll leave it to the council to answer.
Yeah, we would expect the value of the local wildlife site to be taken into account as part of because it forms part of the site, but we're indicating that the local wildlife site should not be part of the developable area, but it obviously is impacted by the development around it. So I think that ought to be taken into account as part of the assessment.
One more. When we discussed the nature equity on the previous site, we didn't look at the cumulative impact of having multiple sites taken out of that that nature equity, the areas that are very, very low in nature equity already.
So this touches on what we were talking about yesterday, the socio-economic inequalities, and yeah, okay. Ms. Morsden?
Just two final points. The first being, I forgot to mention it earlier, there are a lot of stories from local people, which are that the hospital and the old workhouse, which is where the current doctor's surgery are, all used to dump all of their hospital waste on the land. So that would need checking for land contamination. The other thing is that the site included and the site above the land on Foxhill Road as well is very strongly linked to the travelling community. The horses there are linked into the travelling community, and the people that work the land, which is obviously protected under the 2010 Equality Act. And as far as we can see, there's been no consideration to this group or rural equine economy in any of the impact assessments, which would potentially be a breach of the public sector equality duty.
Okay, can I just ask the council or Mr. Hobson then, are you renting the land to members of the travelling community then?
I'm unaware of that. I'd have to get back to you in relation to how it's rented at the moment.
Yeah, it has come in as part of several objection letters from the people that are on that land, so just so you're aware.
If you can just confirm that, so I'm looking at the council really. If the council can just confirm then who the tenants are of that land. Thank you. Do you have any other comments? Okay, that brings us to the end of the agenda then for NES 38. So if we can take a short comfort break of 20 minutes, and we'll come back at 3:40 and resume with the next site. Thank you.
bit confused.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's make a start then on the next site, NES 39. Before we do so, though, there was one point made right at the end by Miss Morsden about potential land contamination on the previous site, which I don't think I asked the council to respond to. So I'd just like to quickly do that. Apologies. But if you could just, I think it was the hospital waste that you were concerned about on potentially being on that site and land contamination. I know Mr. Hobson's gone, but if you're, I'm sorry about that. I think I was just in a rush to get to the break, so I really apologise. But if you're able to answer that, how that's being dealt with, or if it's a particular issue.
We're not aware of any potential contamination risks as a result of the hospital on the site, but obviously we will check with Mr. Hobson and we'll check with our environmental protection team who have records of contamination.
I wonder if I could say such contamination will go back over 100 years.
Okay, if you could just let us know then what the outcome is, and I'll note that down as an action. Mr. Towton?
I don't represent the Wildlife Trust, but I'm slightly worried I may have confused them. So a point of clarification. You mentioned at the previous one about the sites about a hedgerow policy, and it was about hedgerows were protected wherever possible, and you said you would deal that as a consequential change to the other amendments to the policy. I read that as being all the other policies would be amended to add something similar added. Obviously,
potentially, I can't remember off the top of my head what the wording is for the other policies, but effectively, like if we do decide that the plan is potentially sound with main changes to it, and we recommend a particular main change for the council to carry out, the council would then check. This would be standard practice. Would check through perhaps all the other supporting texts, other policies, to check if there's any consequential changes. All of that will come out in the wash. So let's pick up then with NES 39. So this is land at Wheel Lane. It's been promoted for 148 homes by the council. We have a new statement of common ground before us, which was published last week. Can I just check that everyone has seen that? Who wishes to? Yeah, okay. Obviously, again, like with the other two sites that we've heard about today, lots of representations and lots of concerns about this, so we'll obviously explore that this afternoon. And again, what I've done in the agenda is try and pick up some of the main concerns and points, and then obviously put questions in of my own. Now, some of my questions have been overtaken by the Statement of Common Ground, where there's a bit more information within there, so I'll go through the agenda, but some of the questions no longer, I don't have any longer. And again, if there's anything else on the agenda, sorry, not covered on the agenda, which you wish to raise on this site, can you do so under item 30? Okay, so moving on then to item 21. So this is confirmed in the Statement of Common Ground, actually, that both parties now agree on an area of 5.3 hectares. So I don't have any comments, because my previous question arose because of the representation by the promoter. Okay, so that's 21 done. So moving on to 22, access and highways. Again, the Statement of Common Ground identifies the 3 access points, so I don't have any questions from my point of view. And I don't have any questions on highways matters. So I'd like to ask anyone else around the table if you have any comments on access and highways matters. Thank you. Mr. Robinson first.
Thank you, ma'am. This site is quite close to the site we discussed this morning. What we don't know is where the access point to the site for vehicles and other vehicles is going to be. That would be very useful to understand, but we do know that the site is more or less opposite Creswick Lane, which was discussed in great detail this morning, a busy lane, traffic problems, and Creswick Lane was proposed for access to NES 37. If the access here is close to that, and this land is below the road level, so particularly vehicles getting out are climbing up a hill, having to turn right or left, that makes it quite a difficult access. And of course the traffic from these extra proposed houses add to more traffic down Wheel Lane, the Wheel, Town End Road, Church Street. So they add to everything we discussed this morning and make things worse, which is of great concern to everybody. So I think my first question is, can you respond please to those points about access and traffic levels?
Did you want to just briefly respond then in terms of where those will come, the access points, and then how that links in, I think, with the other site across the road, I think was your particular concern?
Yes, thank you. So the Highways Development Management team have confirmed that, subject to further detailed assessment and access design, that access can be achieved off the Wheel, and that it also could be achieved off Middleton Lane, but that would require a footpath. Those are the access points, and actually there could be more than one access off the Wheel if necessary. So that could be 2 access points. Regarding cumulative impacts, obviously this was something that was assessed through the transport modelling work that looked at all the sites proposed. So it would have been done, that would have addressed any sort of cumulative impacts of both sites.
Okay, if I can just ask a follow-up question. Sorry, you mentioned 2 potential access points, or would it be 3? Can I just check?
Yeah, obviously there was some flexibility on access to this site because of the length of the Wheel and the length of the site along that frontage. So there could be 2 points of access off the Wheel. There is also the opportunity for an access through off Middleton Lane. However, that does require a footpath and would likely require the removal of more trees along that edge on the left-hand side as you come up Middleton Lane. So effectively there are no, not 2 on Middleton, sorry, not 2 on Middleton Lane, just...
Sorry, is it 2 on the Wheel?
2 on the Wheel, yes.
Okay, so that's different to the master plan?
The master plan proposed by the developer, I think, shows 3 points of access on the Wheel. But it doesn't need 3 points of access as far as we're aware. 2 will suffice.
So can I just clarify with the council then, because they those 3 access points serve 3 different parcels. Yeah. So which of those 3 would you see as not being needed, which would then require routes through the field boundaries?
Obviously this will be sort of confirmed through the master planning for the site, and obviously the results of the ecological work that's been done, the value of the hedgerows, we'd need to look at that to determine which hedgerows.
Mr. Vincent?
Yeah, I think Mr. Robinson's point was about sort of the relative access to the NES 37, and obviously it would be important for the developers of the 2 sites and the master planning of those 2 sites to take account of the relative positions of the access points. And obviously as part of that discussion there would be agreement with our highways colleagues about the most appropriate points that doesn't create a conflict between the 2 sites.
Mr. Gregg?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with what council officers are saying. I think 2 access points for the number of dwellings would be needed, but it's got potential to have a 3rd access point, and that would depend on highways design, traffic impact, working with other sites that may be coming forward in the area, and the design, the precise design of the site as well. So we've shown them as potential access points. They are indicative, and the plan that we submitted as part of our representation was illustrative. So it's a detailed matter for later, but it's potential to be accessed safely. Thank you.
Could I come back on that?
Once I've finished, that's absolutely fine, yes. So just following up then, in terms of the 2 access points, I just want to get some clarity here from the council, because I think your response, Mr. King, was that effectively this will depend and it will be decided later. But if you only have 2 access points, you have got the issue, I'm looking particularly, at the eastern portion of the site, which has a public right-of-way running down effectively very close to that hedgerow boundary. So that's an absolute divide you've got with the eastern portion of the site, haven't you? Unless you're going to punch through a hole through the whole public right-of-way and the existing very clear hedgerow there. So I'm assuming on that, is one of the access points going to be for that field, and then the other 2, as shown, it'll be one of the other 2 as well, because you've got, as well obviously as highways issues, you've got landscape, public right-of-way issues going on.
I think that's a reasonable comment and reasonable assumption, yeah, that you may not be able to punch through a road over a public right-of-way. It's not impossible, I'm sure, but yeah, I think what you said is a reasonable point. I don't think it needs any change on the allocation conditions until we get to that detailed stage.
Did the council have any comments?
No, not at this time. I think Mr. Gregg has set out the situation quite clearly in terms of the access points. We obviously have a reasonable length of highway to work with, and that access can be achieved within that parcel that you've highlighted. We can confirm that from our highways colleagues if you so wish.
Is it the council's intention to try and retain that public right-of-way in its entirety?
Yeah.
Effectively, that answers the question.
Yeah, it is. We have a condition on on development that requires retaining that public right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robinson, would you like to come back in?
Thank you, ma'am. When you're referring to the wheel, I assume you're referring to Wheel Lane, because the road at this point is not the wheel, it's Wheel Lane. When the road isn't very busy, away from busy times, the traffic at that point is often travelling at 40 or 45 miles an hour. And therefore access into and out of this site, particularly as it's below the road level, really needs considering. It could be very dangerous. So I really do hope you're going to take that away and look at a proper way of designing that, because maybe with mini run-ins going up and down or something like that, as you have a motorway, it's not like that, but some way where cars can join the traffic. This is one of the sites which add up to 1,494 proposed houses in a 2.5 kilometre area of Grenoside, Ecclesfield and Chapeltown. So these all contribute to the traffic congestion we've talked about this morning. And I know it was discussed yesterday, and I know we've heard that, there are plans and so on, but it really does need people to actually walk that area, look at the traffic and understand what all the local people here are talking about, because that's my biggest concern about this site. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go back this way and then we'll go around the table in that direction. Was it Mr. Berkeley?
Birkby. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mum. I appreciate and very thankful that you've had a chance to drive around all the sites. So you'll probably note that Middleton Lane is a very small country lane. So I'm quite perplexed about how the access is going to go on from that. But you'll also note that Middleton Lane joins an even smaller, narrower country lane, which is Cinder Hill Lane, which you may not appreciate drives around, has a loop round at the top of the map, and then rejoins Wheel Lane. So I would be very concerned that that very narrow lane would then become a cut-through for traffic trying to get back onto the wheel, which is below Wheel Lane. And also to the west, on the left-hand side of the page, Cinder Hill Lane, so Middleton Lane meets Cinder Hill Lane. It goes up to an even smaller housing estate road called Nether Avenue, which then joins Whitley Lane, which will then become another cut-through between the A61 and the bottom of Ecclesfield. So I'd just like to know if the council has given any consideration to these potential cut-through routes and the potential harms that may occur to pedestrians, etc.
Do you want to briefly respond?
These issues will be addressed as part of the transport assessment that accompanies the planning application.
Thank you. Right, we'll move around the table. Mr. Towton.
Detailed comments I was going to make have been covered far more better by colleagues and also by yourself, thank you. General points, obviously, we still remain concerned about transport. Just like to make sure we did commission our own independent highway assessment we submitted. We did ask the highway engineer to have cross-reference that and double-check it in light of the statement of common grounds. Across all the sites, our position has not changed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Levery.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't understand how access can be calculated on this site because the topography varies greatly. So to start with, in the southwest corner, the land north-south is level, but Middleton Road drops. So there is no obvious access into Middleton Road until you get down by the cottages at the bottom. And you're then down into a deep valley with the, that's the local nature reserve. So you've got virtually level land for the left-hand side, and then that drops away steeply, as does the land on the rest of Wheel Lane, all the way down to the watercourse. So how you get a road in, I don't understand, if you understand what I mean, because the topographical layout. I can only see access from the bottom, being the only reasonable, sensible way to get in. I can't see any access that will work further. Thank you.
And I think that's what's being suggested from Wheel Lane. Is that correct? Yep, that was my understanding.
But it's still a steep drop down. So you've got a pavement and then the land falls away right down to the bottom. So how you get a road in is something I'm really interested to know.
I mean, yeah, certainly I have obviously been to the site and walked the street and part of the site through the public right of way, so I've seen the topography. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Towton, did you have another comment? No? Okay, we'll move around. Mrs. Hall.
Yeah, just a comment on the thought that there was over here that Wheel Lane is a beautiful length of highway. I just want to make the comment that it doesn't stay like that. And any houses, any transport coming out of Wheel Lane or Middleton Lane, eventually, if they go down Wheel Lane, you'll find that it's so narrow that only one car can pass. And we've not yet spoken about pollution and all the rest of it, but on normal days, and I can't remember whether the transport assessment that you did of how the roads are used was done when the children were or not in school, but they back down. You know, the traffic backs down to Creswick Lane from the top, and if you are coming out of Wheel Lane, let's supposing a road did go in there and turned left down towards the motorway, you're into very fluctuating width of road that go from lovely, beautiful wide road that you commented on to one car passageway. And they will back up right down to the church, next to houses, Some have no pavement for walking on. Where children cross the roads, it's a nightmare. Building there might look great from one perspective, but on a practical level, not so straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. In the traffic surveys that we have done as residents, and I know it's not an official survey, but I think, having lived on Wheel Lane all my life, I think it's looking increasingly accurate. But to give you one example, 4 of my neighbours did a survey from their front bedroom window of traffic passing up and down Wheel Lane between 7 and 9 o'clock and 4 and 6. So the 4 and 6 actually missed the significant traffic that is additional because of schools collecting and children from school, etc. We have 600 cars and vehicles per hour passing up and down Wheel Lane. Out of that number, there is 1 bus. And you wouldn't describe it as a bus, it's more like a minibus. So we are completely car dependent in that particular area. We cannot walk to a local convenience store. The nearest bus stop that connects, if you want to call it a strategic transport corridor, is up a steep hill. We're 2.5 miles away from the nearest tram spot and the nearest connecting railway station. We had a sign of things to come last week because what appeared on the lane was a large caterpillar, and I don't mean the creature, the furry caterpillar, and a smaller JCB who proceeded to dig holes in the 3 fields. You can imagine that caused, I cannot describe to you the chaos that caused. Trying to get access by Jessica Doncaster's gate, where her horses are, into the 3 fields, or into the top field. The bin lorry also appeared at the same time. So, by 11 o'clock in the morning, in a northerly direction, we were completely gridlocked. You could only move if you were coming north up Wheel Lane, or west, if somebody gave way. Now, that to me sort of signalled how on earth will that whole area be affected by construction vehicles, by deliveries, etc., etc. Yes, I wish I'd have videoed it and played it on this screen, because I took my cup of coffee, because it was a nice day, from my back kitchen, and I got a nice chair and I sat and watched the action. And yeah, the only problem with that, if I can say, Mom, is that that action severely undermined this process. Because my neighbours, they knew I was coming to a hearing today, and I went to a briefing last Thursday, and what they said to me was, well, it looks to us like it's a waste of time, because there are caterpillars digging holes in the field, there are JCBs going in, they're digging holes in the field, they're doing water tests, they're doing viability studies. How can this be possible when the inspector hasn't even returned and the hearings haven't started yet? Perhaps somebody can give me an answer to that, because the process of consultation was undermined, in my opinion.
Thank you for your comments. Did the council want to respond?
Only in the sense that it was private activity on a private site, so it was nothing to do with the council. And I don't know whether Mr. Gregg wants to say something about that, but it was an activity associated with the council site.
Thank you. Yes, so I can confirm that they were undertaking phase 2 investigations as part of due diligence. They're doing a phase 1 and a phase 2 at this present time. And if they find something that's going to make the site undevelopable, it's best to know that now rather than later. So that's what they were doing. I can't comment on the specifics of what happened on the wheel and wheel lane at the time of the JCB digger accessing the field. Other than under construction, there would be conditions and environmental management plans in place to make sure that it's done in the right way. Thank you.
Sorry, can you just confirm what the nature of the work was?
Phase 2 site intrusive investigations, I believe.
Can you just explain that in layman terms?
So they were taking samples of the soil, seeing if there's any contamination or any other ground risks associated with the site.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn, did you have any more comments, or shall I go to Mr. Jackson?
Just inform residents, because we didn't know who it was or what they were doing. It's just another case of the community not being informed about actions that are being taken.
Thank you. Mrs. Jackson.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, like I say, trying to sort this out in my head as to where these access points and things are going to be. So as we're looking at the map, in the far right lane, as we're not coming through the wheel anymore, we're coming on wheel lane, is that access going to be where the stables currently are? And I take it you're getting rid of the stables, which is, again, putting horses somewhere else. They're going to have to find themselves a home again. Is the other access going to be straight opposite Creswick Lane? In which case you're then going to have 2 sets of opposing traffic again that's coming on there. The third one further up onto the left-hand side, or the west point of it all, that would very much depend on where you're going to put that access point on there. In conjunction with all of that, all of those 3 access points, with 148 houses on there, you're going to have potential of 250, 300 vehicles. With the 600 houses on the other side, you're going to have potential of 1,200 vehicles coming out onto that road. And even if one house had a car each, you're still talking 1,500. You know, it's a stupid amount to put on a straight lane, on a small lane like that, that does vary in width as you're going along. And again, takes you back up onto the wheel lane, Penistone Road, Halifax Road, Saltbox Lane, Junction, and again, back the other way at Wheel Lane into the other junction that is on Town End Road, that is the horrific one, that there is the daily accidents nearly there all the time. And I'm not talking just the one, you're talking near misses and tight ones, because as you come out of that junction, you literally cannot see to your right-hand side what is coming. At night time, if you're lucky, you might catch a glimpse in the window of a headlight coming your way, but you can't see anything. Vehicles coming towards you can see your nose end, but you can't see anything coming that way. It's a life in your hands junction. And to say that you're going to put another 1,500 cars into that area, I just think is ridiculous. Just on a road safety thing. And in addition to that, in the transport assessment, we can't find any reference to Wheel Lane.
Just picking up on your first question about the access points, the answer that the council gave me, as far as I understood it, was that there would be 2 access points, and that one would be the far eastern field, because the public right of way, and then the other one would be one of the other 2 to be determined through further transport assessment work. So if I could just check with the council that my understanding is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the hedgerow that goes up the middle, then in that case, that separates those two fields on the right-hand side, with the power cables that go across the top, what is going to be happening with that part?
Sorry, do you mean the two left hands, the middle and the left?
The middle and the left-hand one, as you're looking at the map, that hedgerow that you can see, or row of trees that you can see going down the centre, is also overhead power cables that go across there as well. So they would have to be either buried or whatever.
Did the council want to say about those?
Only that obviously the power cables would be addressed through the master planning and the planning application. I don't see it as being a significant constraint on the site.
Okay, do you have any further final comments?
It's not so much that it's a constraint on the site, it's more additional work with more additional HGVs and more additional disruption to the area prior to it actually having a house put on it.
Thank you. Going back, so Mr. Levery, do you wish to make another comment, and then I'll bring in Mr. Allison.
Thank you, ma'am. All this land is sublet to some extent. There's the eastern part of the land has got temporary stables and horses. The house that's shown with the stables, they also let land there, and in the bottom there is let land for dog walking people. Now, none of these people were informed that this work was going to take place, and had to be tending to their animals while it was happening because it was causing distress to the animals. I don't think it was a very good idea of Lions Development to go ahead with this without actually notifying the people who were sublet on that land, and we don't want it to happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Allison.
Yeah, I just got to a question around Wheel Lane and the wheel. Forgive me if I'm wrong, is there not a 7.5 ton weight restriction on the road? So how would you propose to deal with any construction traffic or deliveries to the site?
Do you mean the wheel has got the weight restriction rather than Wheel Lane?
It goes all the way down.
It's the whole road?
It's from the top of the A61 all the way down to Town End.
Okay, would the council please respond on that matter?
Confirm? Yeah, of course, it's a matter of detail for the construction management plan in terms of how the site is delivered, and that weight restriction, I don't know the details around it, but you know, if it's a traffic regulation order for a broader principle and a site's being delivered, then it's whether there's discretion to not comply with that for that purpose, or whether there is a different solution to deliver the site. But that certainly is a detail for the future in terms of that constraint and how that's dealt with.
Did Mr. Gregg want to add anything? Thank you. And Mr. Ash.
Yeah, can I just say that? I wouldn't suggest the construction site for heavy vehicles such as CATs and JCBs and that is a minor issue. Obviously, taking down a weight limited road, as a developer, I would suggest that this could be a major issue for access to site. Obviously, it needs to be assessed now, or maybe that the site's not deliverable. It may have an impact on that.
And Mr. Johnson?
We've just taken a look at the sign and it says except for access. So it looks like it won't be a restriction to be able to actually access the site based on the traffic regulation order that looks like it's in place.
Can you just explain the situation then? So there's a weight limit of 7.5 tonnes at present on the road. So you're saying that you can avoid that?
Yes, it looks like I mean, it's a very detailed question. Perhaps we need to take it away to look at it, but our first impression are that there's a weight restriction on the road unless you need access to sites on that road.
And obviously this will be dealt with, as you said before, through the construction management plan.
That's correct, and we're assuming that it relates to the routing of HGVs, as we see in different parts of the city as well. There's one in the Attercliffe part of the city as well, which is about avoiding HGVs, probably going to the M1, I would have thought in this case, using minor roads.
Could I just add in there? I think it's probably to do with the very tight nature of the road at the bottom of Town and Roundabout.
Yeah, it's not suitable.
Yeah, it's not suitable for anything over 7.5 tonne. No. In fact, I followed a coach down there, which probably shouldn't have been down there, and he had to mount the curb. It was bedlam.
I mean, that's obviously the one direction, isn't it? So I'm assuming that as part of the construction management plan, you'll be looking at the routing. Okay, I think we'll leave that issue. Mr. Ash, did you have another separate point? Mr. Allison? No? Okay. Okay, so that completes item 22. Let's move on to item 23, which is about the impact on the character and the setting of Grenoside. So I've got a few questions for the council first under these bullet points, and then I'll go around the table and bring in others. The first bullet point, actually, I think I'm just going to change the question there and rephrase it slightly. So apologies to the council. I just would like the council's view, actually, which is a slightly wider issue relating, I think, to all of the 3 proposed allocation sites. I'd like the council's view, please, on whether you see Grenoside as a separate settlement with a separate identity, or just part of the wider Sheffield urban area. And then I'm just interested in your reasons why, specifically.
Yes, thank you. Obviously, we understand that locally people perceive their areas in different ways, depending on which part of them that they live in. And we do understand local concerns around the merging of areas, but it must be emphasised that Grenoside is part of the main urban area of Sheffield in the spatial strategy and has been, including in the unitary development plan, so that hasn't changed. So obviously it does retain a historic village core. We've had quite a lengthy discussion this morning, earlier, about the conservation area, which is the historic core of the village there. But subsequently over the 19th and 20th century, particularly the 20th century, the area has grown outwards, and it's considered to be part of the main urban area of Sheffield for planning purposes.
There was reference this morning to, there's obviously a narrow ribbon joining Grenoside, isn't there? But just the one area, isn't it?
That's right. It links along Halifax Road without a break. I think there's also a reference this morning to the conservation area appraisal, which indicates that obviously it's got village characteristics, but does also acknowledge, through the south it's merged into the rest of the city's suburbs effectively. Well, either way, there's merging taken place.
Okay,
already.
So that's the area. Just to clarify, then that's the area of merging, and then
that's
effectively
right, yes.
The council's view is because that merging has occurred in one part, that effectively means that Grenoside is seen as a suburb of Sheffield and has
that's
been
right.
for a while.
There's a lot of suburbs of Sheffield which were once separate villages, quite distinct villages in many places, and this is one of those. But this isn't a new position either. It's been part of the main urban area of Sheffield in previous iterations of the local plan.
I'd like to challenge that, if I may.
This has been already discussed. I think everyone else has given their views, and I actually didn't. It's my fault. I didn't ask the council the specific question in terms of their views. So, I mean, obviously, you must have known that was their view already. If you want to say something very quickly, that's fine, but I don't want to reopen the debate.
I didn't know it was their view, but the only connection is the ribbon of development along the A61, Halifax Road. Apart from that, Grenoside is a separate entity. I challenge what you said.
No, I think the council just confirmed that is the only actual physical connection, because I asked that question just now.
Yes, I don't disagree with that.
Thank you. Let's move on to bullet point 2 then, the potential impact of development on the character and views and any potential mitigation measures. So if I could just ask the council, these are obviously a series of quite attractive green fields and open greenbelt land to the north of that. The site appraisal says that it has medium capacity to absorb development. So can you just talk to me about how you would be looking to ensure that development doesn't detract from the character of the surrounding countryside and the setting of Grenoside, and particularly any mitigation measures?
Yes, thank you. I think with other sites that we have discussed, and I'm sure that we'll continue to discuss, there's a bit of an interplay here between several pieces of the evidence base. First of all, there's the landscape character assessment, which indicates not only the typology of land, which the site falls in terms of landscape character, but also particularly which aspects of that might be more or less sensitive to development. And mitigation comes primarily in the form of the policy in part 2 of the plan GS3, which deals with how landscape character should be dealt with at the planning application stage, taking account of the principal characteristics of that landform, generally speaking in terms of views and layout and design at the planning application stage to ensure that those are maximised. I think with this site, and probably some others as well, it's also picked up through historic, I'm going to get that wrong every time, heritage impact assessment, which picks up not only built form heritage but also historic landscape character. That's often in relation to field boundaries, for example. And that also provides the opportunity for mitigation through, I say, the layout and the design, siting of open space if that's within the site. And obviously in this particular location, the topography lends itself to design that maximises those views out to the countryside. So that would be how that would be carried out. I don't know whether Mr. Gregg wants to comment any more on terms of where they've taken their master plan work in relation to those aspects.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what we've shown in the representation as an illustration of how the site can be developed is retaining the hedgerows as much as possible, retaining obviously the ancient woodland at the rear, and then looking at extensive public open spaces as well within the site. So maximising views, I think, can be tested at the application stage as to whether, a final layout would actually do that. But I think what we've shown at this stage as an illustration is adequate for getting an allocation in the plan in terms of looking at all of the site characteristics and constraints and in line with the conditions that are set out. And yeah, further work can be done if indeed it's taken forward. Thank you.
On my site visit, I obviously walked along the road, and then I went down the public right-of-way as well, and then to the rear at Middleton Lane. And it's quite obvious, isn't it, when you're walking east down Wheel Lane, the land, as you get sort of halfway along NES 39, the land drops away. So it strikes me there's some quite sensitivities there in terms of topography, and at the moment the views open up effectively when you get halfway along. And then going down into the eastern part of the site, so that's the land to the east which contains the public right-of-way, that did strike me as being a particularly sensitive area of the site actually. And I'm just interested in the council's position, because obviously you've proposed the whole site with the boundary as set out in the consultation paper. Did you look at potentially having a slightly smaller site, avoiding that particular area of sensitivity to the east?
Thank you. Through the site selection process, we've evaluated the sites as promoted, obviously taking out areas which are protected by a particular designation, for example, the local wildlife sites. I think it probably is worth referring back to the landscape character and greenbelt capacity study that I just mentioned, reference GB08. The site in there has been assessed as having a medium capacity to accommodate change, which is based on a combined score of 13 against landscape criteria, which does take account of obviously the landscape and visual impacts of development on that site. So we haven't considered a smaller parcel at that location on that basis.
So just looking at the policy itself, you referred to the historic landscape characteristics condition. There isn't anything on landscape visual impact, is there? So I'm trying to spot by reading quickly. Can you just confirm?
There's nothing specific relating to that. The policy GS3 would apply irrespective of whether there's a specific condition on development.
No, I appreciate that, but I think so I'm just looking at the previous site. I think there is a specific condition somewhere on one of the sites that talks about landscape and visual. I might have spotted somewhere. Whether that's something that could actually be pulled out. So I'm just having a quick look. Yes, under NES 38, it says the site must include mitigation measures that address any significant visual and landscape impacts, etc., etc. And I think that's not in 39, unless you can confirm. It's just difficult to read quickly.
That will be because, as Councillor Levery mentioned earlier, part of the site at NES 38, which we were considering earlier, had a low capacity to absorb development, so it scored differently in the landscape character assessment work to this particular site, which is why that condition would have been applied, whereas that wasn't applicable. So those conditions on development came about as a result of the assessment through the site selection process.
Does anyone else around the table have any comments on this? Mr. Berkeley?
Thanks, Ma'am. Just a quick question to the Council and a comment as well from myself. Has the site undertaken a landscape impact assessment with a qualified surveyor who's qualified in providing landscape impact assessments?
Would you like to respond, please?
I'm really sorry, could you repeat the question because I was receiving some advice?
Of course. Has the site undertaken a landscape impact assessment with a qualified person who's qualified to undertake landscape impact assessments?
The landscape character assessment that was carried out...
I didn't say that.
Sorry. The landscape impact assessment, what, as part of the planning application or as part of the landscape character assessment, which was carried out by chartered landscape professionals?
Okay,
I'm not sure...
No, that's fine, thank you.
Clearly, obviously, landscape, whilst there is a very set methodology in the landscape character assessment work, which flows from the, I can't remember if it's Glivia or Livia guidance, there is a degree of sensitivity in there, a degree of judgment. So if you felt the landscape was something that would benefit from having a condition applied to this site, then we'd obviously be happy to take that away and consider it. But I was just explaining the rationale why this site doesn't have that condition whilst the other one did that we spoke about earlier this afternoon.
Okay.
Thanks. And there was one comment as well, ma'am. Thanks, if you please. So this site extends almost entirely into the rural landscape, almost completely devoid from urban development features, and both on the site itself and along its boundaries. And so due to the elevated nature of the site, as we've already discussed, any housing development would be visually intrusive across a wide area of open countryside with long-distance views across several vantage points. And so the sloping nature of the site, as you mentioned, ma'am, will also exacerbate this. And so I'd just like to make that point clear. Thanks.
Thank you, I've noted that. Mr. Towton?
Just to say, I'd welcome the change you suggested in terms of the addition to that to all the sites in the Grenoside and consequential. Obviously, the degree of planning judgment anyway, how they implement that, but I think your suggested change was welcome as a consequential change for all the sites in our area, probably wider.
Mrs. Davison?
I'd just like to ask the gentleman from Limes, when you just spoke, you mentioned that there was ancient woodland on the site. Have you done an assessment that has identified ancient woodland on the site?
There's ancient woodland which is outside the site boundary on the northern side of the site, well, outside the site, if you like.
As part of the local wildlife site?
Yes, that's right, yes.
Okay, if I can just point out that this is a very good example of ancient woodland assessments didn't take into account anything under 2 hectares. So it doesn't mean that just because it isn't on the map as an ancient woodland, which was implied at the previous one that we discussed at Home Lane Farm, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, because here's an example of it existing that we didn't know about.
If I may, ma'am, I think there is a condition in the site referring to ancient woodland, so on that basis, it should be known that there is ancient woodland at least nearby. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments? No? Okay. Mr. Levery?
Thank you, ma'am. Just to give some further information in terms of character and that side of things. The buildings up to the north, which are shown as cottages, this is actually a former 18th century school, which was converted at the end of the 19th century into cottages. So the view from there is mentioned in the historical evaluation because it looks out over this land. Similarly, down in the northwest corner, there's just a row of cottages there. That was actually a nail making and forge in the 18th century for horses, and converted again into cottages. So there's history there, together with on Cinderhill Lane. Cinderhill Lane, you probably walk down it, is just a single track. There's no passing places. It's very difficult to drive along. But alongside it is a paved path, and further down Cinderhill Lane, a paved path, which is part of the historical footpath for the monks to walk from Ecclesfield Priory to the west of the city at Bradfield. So that's all that remains of that paved way. So there is historical context here within this. I'd just like to point out that when we talked about the other council-owned land this morning, that Mr. and Mrs. Riddle Farm, those 2 sites are part of that land that are above Cinderhill Lane. Thank you.
Sorry, can you just confirm what you mean? So NES 39 is part of what site?
When we talked this morning about the amount of land that they farm, there is council land, and these 2, the field above on the right and on the left, is council land, just so you're aware.
So, sorry, just to confirm then, so you're saying the land to the north and the east of NES 39 is owned by the council?
Yeah.
Can the council just confirm?
This site to the north. That the council does own them, we pay rent to the council for them. We farm those lamp fields.
Thank you. Mrs. Hall?
Thank you. Hard to know where to begin really, but I think the first thing I want to say, because you've walked the land, so you've seen it. I look out at that land, and the first thing I think is, how could anyone looking outwards over that view think that this was a good place to put 148 houses? I do note that I've just highlighted some things here on the proposed additional site allocations. There were some allocated sites that were rejected for exactly the reasons that you don't think that it's a problem on this site. One of them being topography being an issue, and so that was a reason why, one of 3 reasons why another site was rejected. And then this phrase here, Development of the whole site would protrude significantly into the green belt. Well, looking out over NSE 39, that does exactly that. This is not a piece of land which is between buildings, as has already been said. It looks outwardly. But one thing that was missed was that it's not just us looking outward that way towards Chapeltown, clearly encroachment, so why it's got level 2 as purpose, no idea. But if you look at it from the other direction, from Whitley, it affects their view too. Its visual impact is total, all the way around. It has an impact for everybody, whichever angle you look at it from. And I did pick up the fact that you said that there was a degree of landscape judgment. Well, all I can say from a personal point of view is that you can't be looking at what I see, because my judgment is that that is high quality greenbelt land and not sufficiently recognised as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Ma'am. Yes, I think when you look at the suitability assessment that Sheffield City Council did, and I've looked at most of the suitability assessments for both the allocated and the unallocated parcels of greenbelt land, what strikes you is that there is an inconsistency that runs through the whole process. I'm looking now at the suitability assessment for NES 39, and under impact on rural landscape character, it's a neutral score, medium capacity to absorb development. And yet there are other parcels of land that I know quite intimately in other parts of the city that do not have what my colleague here has just alluded to in terms of its green belt purposes, the fulfilment of those, that have been given a score that would perhaps lead it not to be allocated. Also, impact on heritage assessments, although in the notes it says development could possibly harm elements which contribute to the significance of heritage assets, we also have another neutral score. Now, in my submission, I regarded this as an inconsistent and unsound application. Under the suitability assessment, the site was given a neutral score under both impact on rural landscape character and on heritage assets. Giving the following extract from the Sheffield Plan, proposed additional site allocations, this is clearly unsound and inconsistent with that of other sites which would have far greater capacity to absorb development with far less harm. The site is identified as containing historic landscape characteristics, an area of known archaeological interest, and contributes to the setting of nearby heritage assets. This hardly justifies a neutral score. I have other points later, but that's all for now.
If they're related to character and views, then please raise them now. That's fine.
Okay. The point about the open views, I went up on Monday whilst you were incarcerated in here. It was a beautiful day, and I stood at the top of Chapeltown Hill, which provides a panoramic view of all this allocation and what will happen if it's built on. The conflict with the greenbelt purposes are as follows, particularly with reference to site NES 39, because that's what we're discussing at the moment. the site we're talking about is the least sustainable and contributes more to the purposes of the Green Belt than other proposed Green Belt sites identified in the local plan and those unallocated. The proximity of the site to open countryside on 3 sides indicates a strong connection to the natural environment and makes a significant contribution to the Green Belt's role in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. The site lies in the Green Belt, and developing it would undermine the 5 purposes of Green Belt defined in the National Policy Planning Framework. It strikes at the heart of 3 of the 5 Green Belt purposes: checking sprawl, preventing merging, and safeguarding countryside, with negative implications for a 4th, setting of historic villages and towns, which conveniently was omitted under the Green Belt purpose assessments. And this, in my opinion, renders the suitability assessment unsound. Furthermore, to say as a developer, and we're talking about Limes development in this occasion, to say as the developer does in a Section 19 challenge and subsequently a submission from Gordon's solicitors recently on behalf of Limes development, they say that releasing this site would have limited impact in respect of maintaining the 5 Green Belt purposes. Well, this is plainly correct. I would advise them to go and stand on the top of Chapeltown Hill, and they will see, and credit to the council, they have actually preserved this land under the golden frame. But on the contrary, the impact on Green Belt purposes would be significant and lasting. The site currently functions as Green Belt land in every sense, as we've heard from colleagues here. Removing its protection would undermine the integrity of Sheffield's Green Belt in this location. Housing development on this side would cause significant harm which could not be mitigated and would contravene all 5 purposes of Green Belt legislation. Therefore, the allocation is unsound, unreliable, and unlawful on multiple grounds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Did the council wish to say anything in terms of the Green Belt appraisal of this site?
Thank you. I think I need to clarify that the Greenbelt appraisal for this site is carried out in accordance with the Greenbelt methodology that we've discussed a number of times and is consistent with that. The assessment against preventing urban sprawl is based on the relationship of the land to the edge of the built-up area with which it applies to, rather than necessarily just how far out it sticks. It doesn't perform a role in safeguarding a gap between settlements. Thank you.
Was there anything else you wish to say, Mr. Dunn? Thank you. Mrs. Hall, go back to you.
Back at that. Earlier in the commentary, it was clear that the council see Grenoside, because they answered your question, as part of urban Sheffield. Clearly you recognise that. People who live locally don't recognise that. I don't ever remember when that was changed or ever it being for public discussion. But if the land, NES 38, 37, 39 would be built on, that would completely merge Grenoside, Foxhill, Ecclesfield and outwardly to Chapeltown. It would do exactly the job that you wish it to do. and confirm what you would publicly like it to be, which is urban, and it is not. While ever those greenbelt fields are around, it is semi-rural. And as for looking out and NES 39 not doing its job, well, that must be also open to judgment, because the boundary of greenbelt is more fixed on Wheel Lane. Limes managed to say in your development, which I read a few days ago, that you thought, having developed it, Cinderhill Lane would be a very strong boundary to the greenbelt. It's not. It's not a patch on Wheel Lane being a very strong boundary, because that's what it is. If you start to move the green belt by building houses into open space, it's clear encroachment. There will be no stop. There will be an argument for it to continue. It mustn't be allowed that just encroaches outward, because as we said, you know, earlier in the morning, 1936, the council was supposed to have been looking after and protecting Town End Farm. Well, that's all changed. What's to stop this changing? No. It does the job it's supposed to do, and it needs to be left to do that. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for your points. Okay, under bullet 3, I've just got one more question for the council in relation to character and setting. This site was previously identified as an area of high landscape value. Can you just confirm for me why it wasn't carried forward, the whole area of high landscape value designation?
Thank you. Yes, for clarity, the areas of high landscape value in the UDP were supported by evidence developed during the 1990s, with their origins in the work that was carried out for the South Yorkshire Structure Plan in 1978 and the Sheffield Greenbelt Local Plan of 1983. For the purposes of preparation of this iteration of the Sheffield Plan, the preliminary landscape character assessment, GB05, and the subsequent landscape character assessment work, GB6 and 8, present the evidence base for understanding the landscape's context, value and relative capacity to absorb development based on a robust methodology. The areas of high landscape value isn't a policy that's aligned to anything that sits with the National Planning Policy Framework.
Okay, so in terms, just to confirm what you're saying that the landscape character assessment work that you did in 2018, particularly, is it, was more detailed than the evidence that had informed the designation of this area as an area of high landscape value?
To be completely honest, it was performed for a different purpose also, but it is incredibly detailed. I don't actually have sight of the 1970s work that was put in place to ascertain the area of high landscape value or the intention behind that at the time.
So you're relying on the 2018 study that you commissioned?
That's exactly right, and that itself flows from the preliminary landscape character assessment, which does look at the whole of the countryside area in Sheffield, and sets out which typologies and what sort of aspects of value there are that relate to those typologies, which provides a really useful basis for then the further elements of landscape character assessment.
Okay, thank you. So just to summarise then, in terms...
if I may
oh,
come
sorry.
in, I've had my...
Oh, I do apologise. Please proceed.
It's in relation to the condition that you discussed earlier with the council around visual impact. I don't disagree with anything that Ms Stevens has said. I understand why it is proposed to be applied to NES 38 but not 39. And yes, it's worth pointing out that there is a difference between a full landscape visual impact assessment and an appraisal. And happy for the council to consider the wording of a condition if you would like them to, but of course it needs to be proportionate to the evidence. Thank you.
Yes, so to confirm then, if this site were to remain, then I think as a minimum there would need to be that landscape condition. But I do have some concerns, I think, particularly about the eastern part of the site. From my site visit, it appears to me to be an extremely sensitive landscape. So I haven't obviously reached a resolution at all on any of these sites, but it is just something to flag up to the council that I'm thinking about. What I would be interested in from the council at this stage is just a bit of information in terms of capacity. So the whole site is identified for 148 homes. So if you could give me a short note at some stage talking about those 3 different fields and what the potential, obviously it's a very rough estimate, I don't doubt that, but just some information about capacity on those 3 separate parcels within that site. Thank you. So that would be an action.
Thank you. Yes, we've noted that. Do you have a time frame, or shall we discuss that at the end of the hearing sessions?
Yes. That's absolutely fine to discuss when we talk about all the different actions that have arisen from the hearing sessions. Thank you. Okay, let's move on then to the next item. So I think we've covered the first, in fact, I think we've actually covered all of this, item 24. So bullet 1 was really rolled in with the whole role of the site. Bullet 2, the nature and extent of the shortfall of open space. The council already answered that question in relation to NES 37 this morning. And then bullet point 3 and item 24, this was where the council had confirmed that they were still doing that work and there wasn't information yet on open space and compensatory improvement plans. So therefore I don't have any questions on that now. Does anyone around the table wish to comment on compensatory measures? Possibly not. Okay, we'll move on to biodiversity.
Ma'am?
Oh, sorry.
If I may, thank you.
I do apologise, I'm missing you out every time.
Compensatory measures for NES 39. So Limes Developments have control of the site that's proposed, but also the land up to the Cinder Hill Lane boundary. So there is opportunity for on-site / off-site compensatory improvements to be done holistically, comprehensively, master planned across the site as an application comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, can you just confirm, did you say up to Middleton Lane or Cinder Hill Lane?
Up to Cinder Hill Lane. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Ash?
Can I just come back on that? Could I just ask what they possibly could be?
So Limes Developments have control of the land. They have an option agreement in place for the area that is proposed to be released from Greenbelt, which is larger than the proposed site allocation. So effectively, they have ownership of the area of ancient woodland and the area that's outside of the site allocation as proposed to the north of it, which gives opportunities for enhanced ancient woodland local wildlife site accessibility and open space. That was the only point I was making.
Sorry, can I just confirm, sorry, I've got a question on this. Sorry. Basically, I'm just looking at the map, sorry, I can just see Cinder Hill Lane there. That area to the south is to be deleted from the Greenbelt? So then effectively compensatory improvements are meant to be to land remaining in the Greenbelt. So that, sorry to undermine what you've just said, but in terms of that's actually not going to be within the Greenbelt anymore, according to what the council's proposing.
Yes, you're correct, yes. I think it's a discussion we had 2 days ago around the wording of that, and I don't think we've resolved that at this moment in time, have we?
Of course, it's not to say that it couldn't be some sort of mitigation for wildlife within that area, but I guess it's the very specific Greenbelt compensation related issues that couldn't be used in that area. But obviously what we talked about the other day, I think you were here, Mr. Gregg, was basically the council, I said to the council they needed to prepare some sort of compensatory improvements plan, which they don't have at present.
Excuse me, can I just come back on that? Obviously, we're going to fetch you up at the end with other areas, but obviously you are mentioning you do have control of the whole site. Obviously, you've still got areas of disagreement in your statement of common ground where you're actually trying to increase the area of building. So will this be encroaching onto what you're proposing?
The simple answer is no, we wouldn't be encroaching into beyond the site boundary as it's proposed for the allocation. The reason we've got 4.6 hectares as a suggested net developable area in the illustrative master plan as part of our rep is because there may, well, the 4.24 from the council is, as we consider it, is indicative because it's used to work out the capacity of the site. So 148 dwellings is derived from the net developable area, and that net developable area of 4.24 is 20% less than the total site area. And as was discussed by Mr. Vincent the other day, the 20% is an estimate of the amount of area that would be needed for biodiversity net gain and on-site open space. So as we see it, we think the net developable area within the site allocation could be a bit higher than 4.24 on the work that we've done at this early stage. But I think it's fair to say that both figures are indicative. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Jackson?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I might be being a bit thick here, but I don't understand where you mean in relation to doing this work on the outside of the boundary. When you were saying to the north, that's where the tree area is that goes onto Cinder Hill Lane. So are we now saying that the compensatory things will be inside the boundary and not outside? And if it is outside, which is the bit that you have control of, because obviously we haven't got that on a map, that you would be thinking of putting that in?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's decided where the compensatory greenbelt improvements go, but that aside, a general point is that ancient woodland and the area to the north of the allocation, it would be good to enhance it if it's possible as part of a site master plan. It could be enhanced, improved for wildlife, better accessibility.
I've got to stop you there. I'm still not with you. North to the north of Cinder Hill Lane.
No, north of the allocation.
Right. So the north to the allocation is where the trees are.
Yeah. I think Mr. Johnson.
Or is it that little lump that you're talking about that's just on the edge of the trees? Do you know where you're going?
Sorry to jump in and just if it assists.
That's where all the trees are.
Sorry to jump in and
okay,
just if.
So I don't know how you can enhance on trees, but still. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Jackson. Just to assist, if it does, in the statement of common ground, there's a land ownership plan which identifies the area that is wider than the allocation site, which is the area of land ownership, and it's Appendix 1 to the statements of common ground, which is exam document 142.
I'm still confused about how you're going to actually improve on the trees, and there's a stream through that way as well. It just confuses me completely. I don't know if we're going to be building more trees or planting more trees within the trees. I've no idea.
Okay, perhaps I'll leave you to take that away. Mr. Levery, did you wish to come in?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Just on this matter. This land has been left undisturbed for a long, long time. There is a badger set in there and also historical relics from the industrial age. So it hasn't been touched and we won't be expecting it to be touched in terms of what happens going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Mrs. Jackson, did you have anything else? You've got your nameplate up. Okay, moving on then to item 25, biodiversity. So this is talking about obviously the Cinder Hill Brook local wildlife site and scope for mitigation there. I don't have any questions on that. Does anyone have any comments? Mrs. Davison.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I will reiterate, I won't go into details, but again, we haven't objected to this site. We just asked for better buffers. We felt that the buffers that had been offered were insufficient. However, we now have concerns obviously relating to the potential consequential change around hedgerow buffers and hedgerows themselves, and the building within local wildlife sites. We would welcome, obviously, enhancements that would be given to any of the local wildlife sites. But considering that we now know that there is ancient woodland on that site, it's concerning to mention green space and accessibility within there. That is development. Green spaces aren't ecological in designation, whereas local wildlife sites are. So we would oppose any green spaces being built within an irreplaceable habitat. Also, now that we know that irreplaceable habitat is there, looking at the flood risk assessment, that entire area is put into extreme hazard according to the strategy assessments. So again, previously we wouldn't have commented because without knowing what habitat is there, we can't comment on how affected it would be as to whether it can take that extreme up to 1.2 metres of flooding. What we can say is that we would have to re-look at now that there's ancient woodland there, it's highly unlikely that could take significant flooding.
But as already mentioned, the policy condition does refer to ancient woodland, so it would have been known.
It's not on the register of ancient woodlands in that site, and the policy mentions ancient woodland stroke woodland, which we when compared with the maps, we translated that to just mean woodland on that site. We didn't realise that there was ancient woodland there. It's not a designated site of ancient woodland.
Okay, thank you. Does the council want to comment? So, can I just clarify then? So your point is that if there is ancient woodland there, you're more concerned about if there's risk of flooding in that area, and that if you'd known that it was ancient woodland, you would have objected to the site.
Not necessarily objected, but we would need more information about the ancient woodland and the capacity to be able to absorb that flood risk. It's much more likely to be damaged by flooding if it's an irreplaceable habitat.
Can I just say then, if you do want to revise your representation just on that very small point, then you can do so. That's fine if you just want to submit a written comment. Okay, so no more comments on biodiversity under bullet point 1. Bullet point 2, I think we've covered, because this is about the local nature recovery network, and the council confirmed they don't have the information yet. I'm so sorry. It's against your white jumper.
I don't normally need a microphone, do I? Just a couple of things so that I can get this in my mind. There has been no ecological assessment on NES 39, has there? Not that you know of.
Not that I've seen.
Right. Just anecdotally, a couple of weeks ago, someone said to me, someone has the opinion but that there's nothing but, and there were 3 things here, brambles, rats and horse troughs on NES 39. So I contacted the Doncasters, who live in the red house going up the road, and I said, is this what you know about the ecology on the other land? And she said, absolutely not. And she has sent me reams and reams of lists and photographic evidence of the wildlife, the insects, the mammals. It's an arterial route down from Grenoside Woods. Deer come down there. She's convinced there's another badger set down there. There are, I think, between 5 and 7 birds of prey use the site. It's got an enormous amount of wildlife on that site, and it's been missed. And it would make sense that, I just need to make one comment on the 25, because I didn't realise we'd skipped over something I wanted to say. That land, for the reasons that NES 38 is accessed by people on wheelchairs and walkers, is the same reason why they will come right to the edge of that green belt. And I've seen people come in their wheelchairs, look at what's there and go down the road because it's accessible. If you're in a wheelchair, you diminish access to the green belt for everyone who cannot walk because they cannot see over buildings. They cannot get down the steep banking and the steps if you've got walking sticks to get into the bottom so that you can actually see some scenery. It delivers such a lot for the local community, and it is really important that that is retained. It's deficient. To take it away, we've already said how there's a shortfall of green space in that area. You're diminishing it for everybody. In Sheffield 5, Sheffield 6, they walk on there, it's flat. And I know this because my dad as a young boy used to escape Lindsay Avenue in Parson Cross and get to those fields. It's important it's retained. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 26, and this is the development condition relating to archaeology. So given that that area of interest, well, it appears to have been excluded from the site boundary, or does it, or has it not? So could I just get the council's view on that, please?
Yes, the condition on development specifically requires proposals to implement the recommendations set out in the heritage impact assessment, which indicates a number of heritage assets that require consideration. We've noted that the area marked A on the map in the heritage impact assessment on page 19 is in the northwest area of that land parcel. This area is covered by a local wildlife site and therefore is not within the site allocation boundary. However, the 2015 archaeological scoping study, which we referred to this morning, which is document GB04, and its site reference EC3B, that notes that due to the lack of deep ground disturbance in the majority of the site, the survival of previously unrecorded heritage assets in these areas is likely to be good, and therefore notes that further archaeological evaluation is likely to be required if this site is allocated for development. So that this is applicable to the site more widely, not just to the area excluded from the allocation of the site boundary. So for just that condition, I won't read it out, but I think we can provide that condition again if you need it, but does refer to the fact that the site is identified as containing historic landscape characteristics, and that consideration of that should be given to the impact of any proposal at the planning application stage. And secondly, that development proposals should implement the recommendations set out in the heritage impact assessment prepared to support the local plan. Yes, I'll leave it there.
No, that's fine. Thank you for the explanation. Okay, Mr. Gregg.
Can I just clarify, was Mr. Vincent suggesting a change in the wording of the condition? No?
No, it was the opposite. So he was saying that basically because the 2015 study shows archaeology potential over the whole site, he'd like the condition to remain. Does anyone else around the table have any comments on that or heritage? Mr. Robinson.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Vincent I had got those papers out in front of me here, both the current one and the 2015 one. And the 2015 one comes out as deep purple, if you remember the colours from this morning, whereas the current one, I've got version 2, it may have been updated, but I've got a printer copy, has got it really as green. I think you've taken the 2015 report as it says, which is really good news because there are a whole load of heritage assets there. Mr. Levery mentioned the Monk's Path. Since the 16th century, or late 16th century, that has been the burying path from Grenoside to Ecclesfield, because Grenoside has no cemetery, Ecclesfield has, and trucks which would carry a coffin with a wheelbase made exactly to match that were used to transport past people. Some of that path is still left. A lot of it has been stolen, and when you get to the Wheel Town End Road, it's been built over. But it would be interesting to see if we can do something to preserve what's left of that path, because it, you know, if it goes back to the monks, it is extremely old, 12th or 13th century. There are other things which are mentioned in these reports, like what looks to be an original iron foundry. The remains are still there. Local people say that's where Sheffield steel was first made. We don't know. It's a good story at least. But it would be good to preserve that because it's really important heritage. So I think an archaeological assessment should be made and must be made. And Mr. Vincent, I think, has agreed that that's what's going to happen. Is that correct?
Yes, that will be a condition on development if the site is allocated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on then. Item 27 we actually covered because this is concerning NES 37 as well, the issue of the policy condition requiring collaborative work. So I don't think we need to go into that again. So moving on then to item 28. So about the nature of the land contamination risks on the site. If the council can just outline what they are. And are you satisfied they can be mitigated?
Yes, certainly. Determining whether there are potential risks of land contamination is based on the mapping of historic and existing land uses that are likely to result in harmful material being present. In this case, there is a small electrical substation within the site, which was referred to earlier, and that's linked to the power cables, and that's near the junction of Creswick Lane, which appears within the contaminated land mapping data. Now, obviously, we've reviewed this, and in hindsight, I think we believe it's unlikely that this represents a significant contamination risk, and consequently, we propose that the condition on development relating to this issue should be removed. We were probably overly cautious.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments on the council's suggestion to remove that contamination condition, or any general comments on contamination? Mr. Robinson. No comments. So if the risk has been now properly assessed, fully assessed, and you're satisfied that that doesn't appear to be a big constraint, then if the site remains in the plan, then I would agree that would be appropriate to remove. Okay, moving on then to item 29. So this is about the delivery time-scales in the new trajectory. So that's it, shows delivery of the site from 2033-34, with build out over 3 years beyond that. Does anyone have any comments on that trajectory? Mr. Allenson.
Yeah, it just sort of follows on from my previous comment in respect of NES 37. Obviously, you've got this planned for 29 to 32, and then 37 from 33 to 2039, which I'm not sure how you're going to be able to deliver the housing on NES 39 without undertaking the master plan for NES 37, which will just delay the deliverability of NES 39.
Did the council want to just comment? I mean, we did obviously have a bit of this discussion this morning, but did you want to just say whether you would require NES 39 to wait until NES 37 comes forward?
Thank you, ma'am. No, we can confirm we would not require NES 37 to come forward first before this site can come forward. And I think that's reflected in the 3-year lead-in time, which we as the council is in line with our HELA assumptions and supported quite clearly by the key milestones to delivery that are set out in exam 142 in the promoter's statement of common ground.
Could I just come back on that, please? I'm just a bit confused because there's a requirement for a combined infrastructure plan for both sites. So are Limes Development going to pay for any infrastructure works that are required for 37 at the same time as they do 39?
So I was definitely confused when we discussed it earlier. So basically my suggestion was that we delay the discussion until the policy DC1 discussion session, which is in 2 weeks' time. So, thank you.
Okay.
So we haven't reached I haven't reached a view on that yet, and I think there's definitely more debate to be had. Okay, no more comments then on that issue. Let's move on then to the next item, which is 30. Any other comments on other issues that we haven't covered under the agenda? Mr. Dunn?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I was surprised and somewhat gratified that the Sheffield City Council now regard Grenoside as on their team, as it were. Because back in 2010, we celebrated in the village the collection of the Grenoside sword dance by Cecil Sharp, who was the founder of the English Folk Dance and Song Society. He was actually told of the dance by Ralph Vaughan Williams, the famous English composer, who was in turn told by Nicholas Gatty of the famous Gatty family of Ecclesfield. So we went along to the Sheffield City Council and said, look, we're having all these celebrations, we've got international teams coming over, we've got festivals, we've got all sorts of activities. We're going to recreate the visit of Sharp up to Hilltop Farm, which is just 50 metres above where I live on Wheel Lane. Can you help us? You know what I'm going to say. Oh no, I'm sorry, we can't. Well, can you not give us some sort of a printing facility that we can, can you give us a little bit of help in bringing some of the foreign teams over from various parts of the world? This is putting Sheffield on the international stage. No. Fortunately, Ecclesfield Parish Council rode to the rescue and gave us a grant. But it's really gratifying to learn now that if we put anything on in future, we have a good source of revenue and a good source of funding, and I'll be knocking on your door as soon as that occurs. I just wonder what Cecil J. Sharp would have thought about these proposals as he made his way up Wheel Lane, just on the very walk that you went on, Mom, from Ecclesfield up to... And the site of the sword dance where they performed it was on the stone flagged floor of Hilltop Farm. And that is 50 metres from the proposed development site. So I don't think, I have to say, that Sheffield really realise what they have in Grenoside. And I would take a bit of an issue with my friend Chris over there saying that we are on the national stage. I would go further than that. We're on the international stage, because the Grenoside sword dance was published in volume 1 of the Sword Dances of Northern England by Cecil J. Sharp in 1911, and is now performed literally all over the world. Did you realise that, ladies and gentlemen? I suspect not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I will say, because Alice will not forgive me, one of the things that we erected, and I have to say Sheffield did help us with this to some extent, was at the top of Saltbox Lane where it joins Foxhill Road, there is a big sign and it says, "Welcome to Grenoside, home of the Grenoside sword dance." And there's a 6-sword lock. And there are other marker stones as well, up by the top red as you come on from Woodhead Road. There are 2 big marker stones as well, one up by the crematorium, which also has a sword lock, and one just below my house, which also has a sword lock. Colleagues here said that the boundaries of the village are very distinct, and that reinforces that. I'm sorry, but I am a Sheffield born and bred, but if you asked me to make a decision, is it Grenoside or is it Sheffield? I'm from Grenoside.
And thank you for your comments. I saw the sign, actually, and the penny dropped and I realised I'd heard of the dance. So, yes. This is the perfect square, isn't it? Okay, thank you for your comments. They're very interesting. Mr. Ash?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of queries. Going back to the statement of common ground, there's still a few highlights of disagreement, and one is obviously Lime's concerned that the viability may change during the period plan. Do you envisage it dropping, or? And also, well, I think we've thought about it, we picked that up in the previous question, but mainly that now, obviously, the contribution of 30% is considered, but may change during the plan. Do you envisage it dropping?
If you want to respond, you can, but that's not the council's position. So I guess what I'm interested more is the council's position. But if you want to say something very briefly in response, but you don't need to.
I don't think I need to, ma'am. We did discuss it the other day. Thank you.
I think it would more, obviously, when do you think these will be agreed?
Sorry, when? Can you just confirm what you mean? What would be agreed?
The areas of disagreement with the council at the moment?
Possibly never. It is quite common to have like areas of disagreement all the way. So say a site does get allocated in a plan, you're still going to be disagreeing on some matters, and that would then obviously sometimes go into the planning application stage as well on very detailed matters, and then that would obviously be resolved as part of the planning application. So it can be quite late in the day.
I just wanted to put it there. Obviously, if it weren't providing the social housing that we were expecting, then obviously, does it make it the right site again?
Thank you. I think Mr. Levery was first, so I'll take Mr. Levery first and then come back. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The flood risk assessment, which was done for the site, in item 2.6 on page 9, which is observations, mitigation options and site suitability for fluvial. It says the proposed development of the site will see a change in the risk classification from less vulnerable to more vulnerable, according to the MPPF. Given the change in use and therefore vulnerability of the site, the FRA must show that the development can be designed to be safe and that there is adequate emergency planning provision. The site is located wholly within flood zone 1, indicating it's at low risk of flooding from rivers. However, there is potential fluvial risk from the unmodelled Orderic watercourse on site. There should be an 8-metre non-development buffer in place from the channel banks. That will mean that will go to the rising land, going upwards if it's an 8-metre site. The extent of fluvial risk from the model watercourse is currently unknown. Using 0.1% AEP surface water event as a proxy, risk is modelled to remain largely confined to the areas immediately surrounding the watercourse in the north. Any site-specific FRA should develop a model of the unnamed watercourse to fully understand the on-site fluvial risk and look to include the channel and risk areas within a blue-green corridor. Further to that, this watercourse runs down through a narrow channel between properties at the bottom of Cinder Hill Lane. That channel is only 0.5 metre wide. So, and then under Cinder Hill Lane and continues underground by the cricket club to go down what's called Lee Shrogs, which is the watercourse running down towards Ecclesfield. There is already a significant volume of water comes off the field on the north side and runs down the road and into this brook because there's no other place for it to go. So the study about volume of water and the fluvial effect is key with this because it will materially impact downstream. And as I said earlier, the other day, I've checked on Ecclesfield Common about the flood risk, and the whole length of the column, Ecclesfield Common, where all these watercourses emerge, is at flood risk 3. And Ecclesfield Park, 2/3 of the park, is flood risk 3. So flooding is an issue. And just to finish, Whitley Lane, which is one of the lanes that comes down from the north, was out of action for almost a year because the road had collapsed due to flooding. So this is a problem in this part of the world that happens regularly, and it should be noted and considered in terms of looking at these sites. Just anecdotal for interest, the footpath you referred to, and all the footpaths converge on the school. So these footpaths were placed to connect the farms in the area that served Whitley Hall to the school, which is on Cinder Hill Lane. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mrs. Hall?
Yeah, I think Councillor Every picked up what I was going to say, more or less. But I just want to say something from lived experience. I go down those paths very, very regularly. There are underwater streams where the stream comes down. It's waterlogged and bogged through most of autumn and winter. Since you walk down there, if you walked up the path towards Cinder Hill, maybe you did that, you may have noticed, you might not have realised, that those steps had been put in probably only a couple of years ago and been pebbled. The water force that came down there a year or so ago has washed all the pebbles away, and in winter the little stepping stones are completely impassable, and that's without any housing there. And about a year ago, the force of water, and we know what's happening with climate change at the moment, it's not going to get easier, is it? But Wheel Lane was a virtual river, so much so that as Creswick Lane touched Wheel Lane, probably about 14 months ago, the road burst open. And I don't mean from a drain, I mean actually the road burst open. And it all had to be repaired, new drainage put in, but it's quite a regular occurrence that as water floods down Wheel Lane, the drains lift about 8 inches off the ground, such is the force of water. And that's with the land currently as it is. So it would make the footpaths virtually impassable. It would just make all of the accessibility of the footpath, the local footpath, worse. And if it was built on at either side of the footpath that you went down from Wheel Lane, you're virtually walking down an alley. It would be a bricked alley. It wouldn't be what it is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all those comments. Okay, I think that takes us on then to item 31, which is concerning the adjoining consequential deletion of land from the greenbelt. So that's as shown in the map in the consultation paper. Is it justified and supported by evidence? So does anyone around the table have any comments they wish to make on the council's proposal? So effectively they're proposing that the local wildlife site would be removed from the greenbelt as well, and the residential property in the south corner. Ms Bell?
Yes, thank you very much. Ma'am, I mean, the group have obviously made their points in relation to the site as a whole, and you'll appreciate the very real landscape concerns because they're picked up in your comments. But not unrelated to that is the fact that the different parts of the site that are identified for greenbelt release are quite visually and topographically distinct. And we do ask you to consider if you're not with the strength of the group submissions and you were minded to be persuaded to allocate the site, or you were minded that there should be some greenbelt release, whether it's appropriate to release all of the greenbelt that's identified. We think that it isn't. We think that there's a clear distinction between the different areas of the site, and in particular the local wildlife site area and the woodlands. We think that they perform well in terms of the greenbelt test, and that there's no reason why you should take the site as a whole in that respect, and there's no broader case for such a marked and large deletion of land from the greenbelt. So we'd ask you to consider the site and its constituent parts in that respect.
Thank you. Can I get the council's response to that then? Do you see the southern boundary of the local wildlife site providing that clear defensible boundary for greenbelt purposes?
No, we don't, and that's partially why we have decided to remove more land from the greenbelt and use Cinder Hill Lane as a more robust and defensible boundary. This is all set out in the exam document 136, which is the document that addresses consequential deletions. Not only does it create a stronger, more defensible boundary, because obviously it's a road, rather than the edge of a woodland that will change over time as trees grow and reseed. There's also the issue of the land to the west would be more enclosed by development and therefore wouldn't meet the greenbelt purposes of preventing sprawl and the merging of settlements.
Sorry, the last point, can you just clarify for me? The land to the west of the local wildlife site?
The wider area of the local wildlife site to the west would be surrounded by development on three sides, therefore it would be pretty much enclosed by development and therefore not meet the purposes in terms of sprawl and also of merging.
So you mean the western part of the local wildlife site?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Riddle, or is that Mr. Ash?
Ma'am, just a general comment. If you keep building on Greenbelt and putting these solar farms up at the rate you are doing now, by 2050 there'll be 25% less agricultural land in this country. And this is the National Farmers Union figures, not mine. So if you keep going, taking all this green belt for building, you have 25% less by 2050 to grow your food. And then you wonder why your shopping bills are going up week in, week out. There's got to be a stop for it. Our phone is red hot on a night from farmers from all over the country ringing us up and said, if they take your farm, Adele, it's just wide open. There'll be no green belt left. Every farmer is worried for their livelihoods because they think it's them next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, any final comments on this site? Ms. Bell?
Thank you very much. Just one final comment. I understand what's said about the road creating a more defensible boundary, but we are ultimately talking about green belt, not holding the line against an invasion. So I do think it's sensible and appropriate and consistent with lots of other green belt allocations and lots of other plans to have an area of woodland that acts as a softer demarcation, even if that's subject to some flux and change. And I just reiterate that visually and topographically that area is distinct and it's providing a different experience, and it performs differently therefore against the greenbelt tests. But I think, Mum, ultimately those matters are probably best considered by you, having regard to your site visit and the representation. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that completes the agenda for today. It's been a really long day, but we've had some very useful discussions. So thank you very much for giving me all of your views. I've got a lot to think about, obviously. The gentleman over there gave me the Grenoside news, which I just need to check is, do I need to pay you or is this a gift? It's free, it's a gift. Okay, well, as a civil servant, I might have to declare it. I'll just say that. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone, for your contributions. I've just got a few housekeeping, just a couple of points I need to raise with the council. So firstly, just to say that I'm not here tomorrow, so it's my colleague David Troy. And I just wanted to just say about the list of actions and potential changes to potential main modifications. I think we've obviously got the last day on the 21st of November, but actually I think it would be useful just to run through them before, because I think there's such a big gap. I think our memories will fail and we just won't be able to remember what on earth was agreed. So if we've got time, I'll double check in terms of the agenda again, but I think if we can make time at the end of the last day, which I think is a Friday, isn't it? Friday the 17th? And from my memory, I think it's a fairly short afternoon. So if we can tack it on the end there, but then we would have the formal closing session on the last day, so 21st of November. Okay, so that's all I had to say. Does the council have any housekeeping matters?
No, Ma'am. Nothing else.
Okay, thank you very much then. The hearing session's closed.